against the wind.
Welcome to the Watchpoint 3 show. My name is Zoe Schwind, and I got Scott, Custer, Kennedy, Danny, birthday boy, Lim, joining me here once again in our analyst party van. 33.
Wow. I am.
Wow.
I'm very old. I am a boomer. I'm fully embracing the boomer energy, and I love it. But you know what? Birthdays are overrated. I mean, especially when you're over 30. You know what? Why today's so important, though?
Why?
Custer?
It's Mother's Day!
Mother's Day! That's the most important thing.
But it's like, it's not even fully incubated.
So we have, well, soon to be mothers.
Aww, thank
so
you.
happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day.
To all the mothers out there, thank you so much. We all love you.
Yeah, a happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, all the motherly figures, and everyone else. I know this day can be rough for some people, so be kind out there, all right? Be kind. All feelings are valid. Those are very beautiful.
It is. Are these real? These are real.
Actually, we have so many fake plants on set. Like it's you don't know what's real anymore.
It's real.
Yeah, I'm even careful with food we get handed out around here. It's like, is this actually like I don't know. But hey, 33, best age, and I'm saying that in the most biased way possible because I'm 33. So yeah, up top, you did it.
Oldies on this desk right now.
You're.
It's coming for you.
I'm very.
Hey, it's coming for you.
It's coming for you.
Watch out. Enjoy while you can. Enjoy while you can. It's coming for you.
But yeah, please join us via Twitter and any other social media you have, and wish this a wonderful man a happy, happy birthday. He's a gift to all the mothers, not just to your own. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that. I said that, and let's move on.
Yeah.
We had an incredible week, an incredible start to the 2022 Overwatch League. We've been introducing you to plenty of new faces and new revamped rosters this week. And just like in the beginning of every season past, we get to talk a lot about those brand new talents joining us for the season. Now, this year, though, we couldn't help but notice that there's been such a high amount of shiny new rookies joining us, and this is the first time we have that many rookies since, I guess, the inaugural season where everyone was a rookie, right?
Yeah, that's 100%, right?
That was a 100% rookie season, but if we're looking at the total West region rookie percentage, it's currently at 34%. That is incredible, and I mean, Shock just went all out in it.
Yeah, 83.3%. That's a lot.
Shock is overachieving with the rookies this year.
Yeah, they're definitely but hey, it's been working for them. They're the one team who won both their games. So we got rookies everywhere, and some of these new additions made sure to let the world know that they, without a doubt, deserve to be playing alongside the best players in the world. That's right. And given all the hype which came along with one particular signing, one rookie performance which should surprise absolutely no one to be mentioned right now, it's Proper from the San Francisco Shock. I mean, there was a lot of hype coming into this, and usually when there is so much hype around a player, I don't trust it. I just kind of expect them to fall a little flat in their first performance. No, not Proper. Properly hyped rookie. He was a proper pro player. That's lots of proper jokes. But it is a lot of great performance we're seeing coming out of it. We saw him on Genji, on Soldier, on Tracer. Whatever he picked up, he looked really, really good. He's one of Shock's O2 Blast pickups, and yeah, he's certainly managed to turn heads straight out of the gate, looking very confident on all the heroes he's played so far. And you know what? It's his confidence. Yeah. He is coming in with so much confidence, and it translates into his gameplay when he's taking such aggressive angles, aggressive flanks, aggressive just straight on fights. Like, yeah, there's no respect, and that's what you need in your DPS player. Yeah. So I'm a huge fan already. And Proper, I bought all the stunks available and then some. But yeah, we do have more. I also want to take a look at maybe a rookie support. And Danny, you don't play support mainly because you're really bad at it. But I know you can appreciate a good support. So which player has won your heart over so
Yeah,
far?
I mean, yeah, because I am just so bad at supports. I appreciate supports because of that. And, you know, like I think the support that I really want to mention is Ultraviolet from Atlanta Reign. He had a great game yesterday, and even his first match as well. I think he also is one of those players that just oozes confidence, and he had some sick nades, really, really good sleep darts. I really love his playstyle as well, and just overall, I think this rookie, honestly, could be the alarm rookie of the year for this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Atlanta Reign keeps up, you know, their obvious power that they've been showing so far in the opening weekend, Ultraviolet is a big part of that, and he kind of has that like Jonak style play of like he has that confidence that we just talked about proper as well. Like he's not afraid to go for those aggressive plays. He's throwing all of his nades aggressively. He wants to be the person making those big plays. So I can absolutely see Ultraviolet, and we know he's not just that Ana player, right? We know some supports. Ana is their best hero by far. Ultraviolet, his Zenyatta is absolutely nasty. I want to see him on the Baptiste as well, but an incredible rookie for this season.
I just want to say, it says UV nades may be harmful, so yeah, team, watch out. Watch out for those UV nades. They could be really harmful.
Really?
There we are.
I like that one.
Sunscreen won't help you for that one.
Definitely
Tough luck
not.
out there. Tough luck. Now, Costa, why don't you go ahead and pander to our hardcore audience and talk a little bit about one of the tank players who has been making waves already before joining the league.
Yeah, so Reiner has come into this league as a rookie main tank. Johnny's not here, so I'm the one who's having to talk about
You're
it.
the tallest of us, so you have to take over.
Yeah, so I'll take over. But like, I have no problem with that because Reiner has been absolutely dominant so far in his opening weekend of the Overwatch League. And I think he's just been able to sort of have that perfect mindset of a main tank where he's willing to play aggressively. He's willing to sacrifice his life to be able to give the rest of his team space. And that's showing trust in the rest of his team. And the rest of his team is showing trust in him as well. We've heard Paddy Fan talk highly of Reiner as a phenomenal main tank. We've seen him on the Winston. I hope we get to see some of his other flexibility throughout the year as well, because they obviously have space on the bench to play with him, and we've seen a little bit of that maybe on the Zarya, Diva, Sigma metas. But I want to see what Reiner can bring to, Reinhardt. He was one of the original players of GOATS. He knows how to play that style. He can bring that to this roster, and I think Muse was good for the Gladiators last year, but I don't think he had that aggressive style that Reiner brings, and I think that's really going to elevate the rest of the team, and I'm excited to see more of him this season.
Great player and a great person as well.
Yeah.
Super nice.
It was the only one who didn't shut you down in small talk during your pre-interview amble.
Thanks, Reiner.
It gets really awkward in some of these pre-show interviews. So.
It doesn't. Happy birthday.
No, yeah.
Dan.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Now, we have one more honorable mention we want to quickly discuss, and this one has to go to Sir Majed, who I don't think many of us actually had our eyes on coming into this very season, but I feel like he certainly turned heads with some incredible Baptiste play here.
He's been kind of overshadowed by some of these, we've already highlighted 3 of these crazy rookies in the season, and there's 34% of the league are rookies. So Sir Majed is one of those players who probably isn't hyped up as much as he should be. Been absolutely incredible. He pulled out the Baptiste for the Florida Mayhem and made it look easy. And we know he can play a lot of the other heroes as well. So someone to keep an eye on for the rest of the season.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the one. That was the one. That one was almost game winning. Like he had some really, really good placements for his windows.
And also an Ico mode as well. I remember his Mortality Field placements were really good.
So I'm excited to see more of him and every other rookie. We have so many. I mean, with rookies comprising over a third of our league, there are so many exciting new players to keep an eye on. And you know what you should be keeping an eye on? It's a good segue. That's right, the Watchman pre-show. We'll take a look at a day packed with Overwatch League matches. We have some really intriguing matchups coming your way right after this break. Welcome back. Let's get right to it. We have a jam-packed day of Overwatch coming your way, and we're going to close out our opening week with not one, not two, nay, not even 3 matches. We're gonna have 4 matches and a vacuum cleaner coming your way. I don't know, but they're all very excited. It started feeling very infomercial. Anyway, here's the schedule. Take a look at that. We have 4 exciting matches coming your way. The first one, London Spitfire and Vancouver Titans. Afterwards, Paris Eternal will face off against the Florida Mayhem. Then the Washington Justice will take on the Dallas Fuel. And our last match of the day will be fought out between the Toronto Defiant and the Houston Outlaws. Now, that's a lot of matches to cover in not a whole lot of time. So let's dive straight into it. The Florida Mayhem, they will be playing Paris Eternal later today. But my rather existential question here is, who are the Florida Mayhem? What is the Florida Mayhem even? Because quite frankly, looking at their first performance, it raised a lot of questions. They looked good on the first map, and then we headed over to Gibraltar, and then I started having a lot of questions. They started picking Roadhog. They looked all over the place. So I don't know. I do not know what to think of them as a roster right now. Was that just like a little flub? Like, what was that?
It was the kind of thing where like everyone saw the Roadhog pick and everyone was like, ha, Roadhog could kill one.
Yeah.
And then he walked out of spawn and everyone's like, oh no. and unfortunately, like, you can understand the idea, but it's kind of like a pick composition. They're playing the Widow, the Roadhog, trying to take that space, trying to get the picks. It just straight up did not work. And for Florida Mayhem, they looked good against the Atlanta Reign in the first map, as you said, Zoe. So it almost makes you wonder why they feel the need to do these pocket picks. It'll be interesting to see if they come in today and play a lot more stock standard, because they look fine if they are playing the normal meta. So I hope to see a little bit more consistency from them today.
Would you say that they were a little bit too ambitious?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, element of surprise. Sometimes it works out as well, right?
Now everyone has to prepare for a Roadhog.
Yeah, there's this.
They've
They're
got
in
the
their
mental
heads.
game already going
Okay.
in, so they're smart.
Are they going the Chengdu route? Are they going the Chengdu route?
Yeah, since we can't see them playing,
down
like
for it.
someone's gotta buy into it. Anyway, next up we're gonna have Dallas facing off against Washington. Those are 2 teams which, well, we were dead wrong about. Yeah, they did not.
Don't admit it.
It just didn't. No, I mean, I can't not admit it. Like, it's.
Hey, but it's fine. We weren't the only ones who picked wrong.
That's true.
All of you guys watching, you guys picked them wrong too, so
Exactly. Except from the ones tweeting at us really saltily
There's
afterwards.
dozens of
Like, I had it
people
right.
tweeting at us, being like, oh, well, I actually didn't get it wrong. I got it right. Well, the majority of us expected the result that we got. Well, the pickings that we chose. But I think it was a bit of a surprise. You know, Washington Justice is a very good team, and we expected them to be solid, but we been burnt before. Let's say that. In 2021,
Yeah.
they underperformed, so I think a lot of people were hoping to see a better team, and we did see that. But the Dallas Fuel was the opposite side of the coin. Everyone was very excited for Dallas Fuel. We expect great things from this roster, and they just did not perform in that first match.
Yeah, but I don't want to believe that actually happened. So
I'm in denial.
I'm still in denial. They have to prove me that they are actually that bad by losing again. Like, it's the opposite
It's
kind
fine,
of
no,
and you don't want to do that, so don't
No,
do that.
it's
Quite easy.
It's a warm-up game for them.
I am
right?
warm-up. That's
Right?
mean every game I lose. It's just a
Right.
warm-up. Now, Costa, Washington team, they're very good on paper, right? We spoke at length yesterday about the great additions of Happy, and he showed up, all right? But let's not forget that we're not too far removed from DK being just absolutely ridiculously good pickup for that Justice roster.
And sometimes we forget how good Decay is, because it feels like over the last couple of seasons, we all know how great Decay is, but it feels like he's always trying to drag the team to success, right? It feels like they're kicking and screaming and he's trying to drag them there. Well, it feels like this season, with the addition of Happy, with their backline actually having some good moments, it felt like Decay didn't have to be that one-man band trying to win the game for them. And that gave him a lot more freedom to pop off. So as much as he had a great game, he wasn't the only person we were talking about. And I think that's a great boon for the Washington Justice and is a much better look for them moving further into the season.
Exactly. And I mean, these two teams, they have faced off before in some key matchups. And the tank play has always been stellar for both of those sides. So, Danny, since it is your birthday, I will be giving you the utmost pleasure of talking about one of your favorite things, which is a monkey fist fight.
Monkey fist fight.
Yeah, big
or
fan.
monkey gunfight. Or actually,
Is that
no, if they-
Photon?
if they
Is
use
it a
alt,
Photon
I think it's
gun?
his fist fight.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Palm fight. Anyways,
Bit of
yes.
everything.
Oh, Winston, of course. As of right now, it turns majority of the teams are leaning towards the Winston comps, and I mean, if we're looking at it right now, this is the 2021 last season's Winston comparison. Basic take, I think the overall takeaway is that both of these players are one of the best, or two of the best Winston players that we have. And I think it's going to be interesting because right now, Winston comps are sort of in the meta right now. So it's a Winston versus Winston. It's a chance to prove which Winston is better. Is the Washington Winston better or the Dallas Winston better?
Well, Mag won in 2021 in that first match, right? You have a golden frame of Mag with googly eyes on it, right?
I have a lot of golden frames with a lot of people with googly eyes. It's a hobby. But I still have that one. So I'm just very excited to see them going face to face once again in a meta where we saw a lot of Winston so far.
Yeah.
And I still hate to use the word meta because it's literally just been 3 days.
No, the meta is set. It's locked
set.
in.
It's locked in. Yeah, anyway, one of those monkeys is going to come out on top, and I can't wait to see which one it is going to be. Now, later today, we're going to see a dominant Houston Outlaws squad who will face off against the Toronto Defiant, who are able to sway people's predictions, but not the match in their favor. Houston, however, they had a great first match of the season. They're showing us a new kind of look with Dante on that Doomfist in the tank role, and that's very befitting of our new and shiny Overwatch 2 beta. So what are your first impressions of that Dante? Will that fly for much longer, or was that a one-off thing?
It's kind of like the cat's out of the bag right now. That sort of seems to be how we feel about it. Like, you can only pull the Dante tank trap card once. Now everyone's going to be expecting it. If you're seeing Dante in the lineup, you know they're going to play that Doomfist. And you know what to expect. Pelican's going to play that Echo. Merritt wants to play that Soldier, even a little bit of Ashe. Right. So the Houston Outlaws sort of found their own way of playing in a way that we haven't really seen many other teams play. But teams are going to be able to prepare for that. People are going to be able to start worrying for the Houston Outlaws and what they're going to bring. So I don't think Toronto Defiant will be as caught off guard by it. But Houston Outlaws, it wasn't just that their strategy was better. Oh my God. The mechanics of
so
which
good.
the Houston Outlaws brought was incredible. And I just hope this isn't another one like last season.
Yeah.
Right, Danny? Where it was like they started strong and then they kind of flopped after that.
I mean, yeah, last season too, they looked great start of the season. They were going to even they beat the San Francisco Shock start of the season, and they started to fall apart. I feel like this year that's why it's even more important. They had a great match against the Dallas Fuel, and now they have to prove to everyone that they could carry on this momentum.
Yeah,
Absolutely. But as you said, you can be a little bit worried about it because does Dante have other kind of tank heroes in his wheelhouse? We don't know. Like the Doomfist clearly works for them, but if he's being hard countered, then what? So yeah, bring Jake in. Bring him back from the
Put
coach
Jake on the
bench.
Doomfist.
He'll figure it out for you. Shout out to Jake. We love you.
Yeah.
We miss you also. Either way, for the Toronto Defiant, well, they're actually going to have their damage player playing a damage hero, which is nice. And in their match yesterday against Washington, Hisu was forced off of Widow. So I felt like maybe he should try another sniper. Maybe he remembers his own performance from 2021 on Hangzhou, which may or may not be meta right now, probably not. But either way, if you're that good, you make it meta.
Right.
Look at these kind of shots. It's filthy, it's disgusting, it's
Right.
beautiful, it's everything you want out of a Hangzhou player.
It's everything I don't want to play against in a Hangzhou
Exactly.
player, where it feels like I have no counterplay. And you know, you said it, Zoe, like his Hangzhou from 2021 was his best hero, but we don't really see Hangzhou being played that much right now. And for me, that shot was ridiculous. For me, it's a big thing of like, Hisu needs to be that DPS franchise player, right? He is that veteran DPS, he is very good, and he's the person they're putting the resources into. But in their match yesterday against the Washington Justice, he was forced off of Widow. He definitely got diffed by Happy for that team. So I want to see more from Hisu, because right now he was not least. He was stuck in a cage. He was unable to do anything and play the way he wanted to. So he needs to get loose. We need to get him out of there so the Toronto Defiant can start getting wins on the board.
They just need to unleash the Heath harder.
Yeah, how do you
unleash
do
harder.
that? How do you unleash?
I don't know. Ask the Heath first, and then Heath will unleash.
Unleasher to Heaser. Like, it's got to be
What am I saying?
Unleasher.
I
Either
don't
way, we have to move on, guys. These are our thoughts on 3 of today's matches. Now, maybe you can use some of our ramblings, really just some of our ramblings, in the pre-show to your advantage when you are heading over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com to lock in your predictions and potentially win some neat prizes. But please don't add us if that's not happening, because you based your predictions off of our predictions, which, you know, historically have not always been correct. We're just minutes away, though, from the start of the Carp Classic. Vancouver Titans versus London Spitfire. Let's find out who will get the bread this time around right after this. Welcome back, one and all. The teams are getting ready, so we got a few more minutes to chew your ears off and tell you all about the matchup, which has been lovingly dubbed the Bread Bowl by, well, everyone. For the uninitiated, Vancouver was promoting a free breadstick kind of giveaway with a sort of bingo card. It was good. It was good times. That was a storyline which carried us over through a whole season. Now, however, the league had gone breadless all year because they unfortunately didn't win, and that led to a lot of these kind of moments, a lot of these kind of things you're seeing on your screens right now. Here was the bingo card. And now London has gone winless all year as well, and they were facing off against Vancouver, looking to end the year on a high note. So let's take a look back at this glorious game right here on your screen.
Good times.
Yeah.
I remember this was their last match of the season as well, right?
It was the very last match of the season, and this is where London actually managed to get their first W, but we also got bread for the first time. So it was a win-win situation, really. Like both teams walked away as the winners. Maybe Vancouver Titans themselves didn't feel about it the same way that everyone watching felt, but we got the bread.
Honestly, it was like there were so many great matches last year, and you go back and ask people like, what's the most memorable match for you? And it's for a lot of people, it's the Bread Bowl, and it was an entertaining match, I will say, probably for the wrong reasons, but it was a good time.
Yeah, and that epic match 9 months ago inspired this entire Bread Bowl meme. But now these two teams are looking to find their footing and meet again in the 2022 season. So Costa, Genji has been important so far in the new season, and we're seeing Psycho picking up that hero. What does he bring to the table?
Yeah, it was interesting to see another rookie come into the league for the Vancouver Titans, and he picked up that Genji Echo kind of style for this team. And some of us were wondering, is he going to get much playtime? They have Shockwave, they have the other person is blanking my Spire. Sorry, and
other guy.
Psycho really impressed me as a rookie coming into this league. He played well against the Boston Uprising. I would say he was probably the best player for this Vancouver Titans. And if he can keep up that level of performance, all of a sudden this Vancouver Titans DPS line gets even stronger. They have 3 great players who all have their own roles and niches. And I think that will allow them to have a lot of flexibility, something that the Vancouver Titans have struggled with in the past. So excited to see more of this player. And I think if he's going to pop off and prove that he is sort of better than the rest sort of this bottom end teams, I think this is the time to prove it.
Absolutely. And while Psycho has his eyes on the back line, the Spitfire have some versatility in the bruisers up front. In their first matchup, both returning tank players we actually got to see. We saw Hardy and, of course, the veteran edition Poco. Danny.
I honestly really like the tank lineup for London Spitfire because I think they're true Giga Chads. Well, I mean, they went up against San Francisco Shock, and I think Hardy had a pretty good game. He had some really crucial. He landed some crucial like Earth Shatters, and he was pretty aggressive against the San Francisco Shock as well. And what I really like about the London Spitfire is that they really play to their strength. They don't really they don't like really lean too much to the meta. Even if the meta is like Winston or whatever it is, they're like, hey, like we're better at this Brawl Rush Cup. Let's just do this. Let's just run with it. We're gonna try our best to make this work, and I really think that's a Giga Chad move. And now with Poco is now in the London Spitfire team as well. So like if they ever need an off tank, and I know some of the maps teams are starting to utilize D.Va, and they're starting to utilize Zarya as well, so he could come in for Hardy, and they could make this work.
I think you can look at that match against the San Francisco Shock and be like, well, this doesn't make any sense. But you got to remember, there's a pretty big disparity between the San Francisco Shock and the London Spitfire. So I think this will be a better test for this tank lineup and how they're going to do, because obviously Hardy didn't have a great season last year. It's kind of his redemption moment. And Poco, we didn't see it all last year. So I want to see how they perform at this level against a team in which I think will be closer.
Absolutely. Now, tanks do all the work, but it is the damage dealers who make the plays. And the potential playmaker on the Vancouver Titans roster has got to be Shockwave. Now, we know that he can pop off because he's definitely done so in the past. However, we haven't seen it in a while. Due to visa issues last season, we barely got to see him, if at all, on the servers. I actually can't remember. But that makes it a little harder for us to actually tell how he currently would stack up against the rest of the league. However, if we're looking at his stats from the year before, where he did in fact pop off on that Echo, his echo was really good. And now that we do see a little bit more echo in play as well, or at least we have over the last 3 days, like that could be their secret weapon. Like that could be the one thing which really, really brings them over that finishing line. And I'm excited for that. Now, we can't predict what's happening in the games, but we still try to predict the match's outcome. We try. Try is the important word here. So let's take a look at the predictions to make all the fans mad at us once again. What did you
What? No, nothing.
You can't just clean
now I'm
the board
worried.
like that.
I just said, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Here goes.
Yeah, let's go.
Danny the Believer. It's his birthday. Go easy on him.
Washington didn't get a single pred. Oh, that's
We have been
A lot of hopium going
but,
on,
like,
man. A lot of
They've heard us
hopium.
before.
They did, but they were so
still
good and
hurt.
Dallas was so bad.
I know, and this seems really unfair, and we're like
Guys.
so sorry.
I'm sorry.
London's gonna pop off.
But I'm not gonna change.
London's gonna pop off. Sparker's gonna pop off. Hardy's gonna pop off. All right, let's go.
There it is.
Let's go.
All right, well, he wants to believe, so the only way to find out is to dive straight into that match. So that's it for the Watch.3 show, day 4, week 1, season 5. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go! Kaja!
Kaza.
And the whole hog, a victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
What's up, Famalams? We're back. Special day ahead of us. Me and Rose are going to take you through the first 2 games. Rose, we have a very special one to start us off with. We have the bread bowl. In fact, I've got some bread.
I've got
frozen.
I've got my butter and my
You've got the
jam.
butter.
I'm ready.
Okay, the jam, okay. That's also a knife, so we put that down. And we also have a bowl. We got the bread, we got the bowl, we got the jam, the knife, and the butter. So,
Got it all.
yeah, we're ready for this game. I've actually decided that the timer for this series, the longer it goes, the more of a bread bowl it is. So if I can actually eat this by the end of it and it's thawed out completely, maybe that classifies this whole game as a bread bowl. Of course, both teams
so.
have brand new players on the rosters, so maybe this isn't a true bread bowl, but it will definitely be there in spirit. The Vancouver Titans changing up their whole roster coming into this season, and to be honest with you, not look too bad. But we'll have a look at London first, because they've got some of the people that we saw last year. The London Spitfire that did claim only 1 game against the Titans at the very end of the season. Huddy was on that roster. Sparker was there too. Backbone, Abron, and Landon, however, they're brand new.
Yeah, and we've got a chance to see London Spitfire go up against the San Francisco Shock just a few days ago. And unfortunately for London, they did take a loss there in a 3-0 going to the San Francisco Shock. So London Spitfire have a little bit to prove right now. You know, they ended up running out with a few Reinhardt-centric compositions. Hottie, of course, playing that Reinhardt. And, you know, Backbone and Sparker, they're really strong DPS, but really going to be up to Admiral and Landon, that fresh support duo, to really help bring together the team.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hype around Admiral, and I think London Spitfire, they have made upgrades for sure, but it's still a very unknown phase for the team transitioning into this next year. We did see a little bit of Poco step in the roster, play some Zarya to quite good effect, but neither team, unfortunately, have picked up a win so far. This is their opposition, the Titans, the originators of the breadsticks and the bread bowl. Completely new team, though, Rose.
Yeah, it is a completely new team, but we've got to point out that False is is a single tank player. That's it. That's all they got. But they picked up a ton of other strong European talent to really help fill out the rest of the roster, and they ended up performing very, very well versus the Boston Uprising. I think everybody still remembers that unfortunate third round on Oasis. Vancouver Titans just not quite able to get to the point fast enough in order to trigger that overtime. But these two teams definitely have a lot to prove today.
Yeah, they do want to claim their first win, that's for sure. And today they will, thankfully.
Yeah, one of them will.
Yeah, exactly. We are jumping into game in just a moment. It will be Oasis, funnily enough. Oh, man. Maybe not the map that Vancouver wanted to go to, but unfortunately...
Redemption arc.
Have to.
Redemption arc.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Well, maybe true. Maybe true. Remember redemption year for both teams.
Yeah. Exactly. I love Oasis as well because we did get a chance to see quite a few compositions come out from at least the Vancouver Titans. And so just kind of taking a look at what happened over there. You know, they played a lot of Winston. They played a lot of Dive. It was really great to see the Winston, Lucio, the Moira all come out together. And I think when Skyrippa actually ended up changing over to the Moira later on in that series versus the Boston Uprising, and ended up going very, very well into the Vancouver Titans' favor. And I just think that being able to have that sustained healing is such a good thing here, but also Skyrippa played a bunch of Ana, and so I'd love to see if that comes out today, and if we do stick to this Doomfist-centric composition coming out from the Vancouver Titans.
Okay. Maybe a little bit of Doom to roll out. They're going to TP forward, and I imagine Aspire switches over to Tracer, or maybe a little Soldier. Could be a variety of things. We've seen some augmentation of the comps we thought we'd see 100% of the time. We're seeing a lot more Echo than what people originally thought, and maybe straying away from the Genji in favor of the Echo. The ultimate for Echo, still very powerful.
Yeah, it's really powerful, especially if you can get behind Hadi's Reinhardt shield. London Spitfire coming out of the gates with a composition that we've seen already from them time and time again. Let's see if they can use it to more efficacy this time around, and especially on Control, where it looked like it struggled a bit more than the rest of that series.
Yeah, Control is definitely a finicky one. As the point unlocks, Backbone unfortunately got booped by Marsa. A lot of extra ult charge, and Sparker and Aspire do end up trading, but with the point unlocking and London Spitfire currently in control, I say that, they almost are about to flip it, but Hardy is still chasing down Marsa, does find the kill. Quick respawn for the Lucio. As long as Landon doesn't go down, they should be good. Had to lamp himself after he glowed bright purple. Skyrippa is still making their way back. They need to wait for the spawners first before they attempt their next attack.
They're at least able to recapture the point here, so London Spitfire will be able to start matching some of the percentage from the Vancouver Titans. But the big thing that sticks out to me is that False is actually working up to that ultimate very, very quickly. And with each punch, with each throw of the fist, it gets closer and closer, and False can create so much space. We've seen Doomfist used to great effect, and that's a good example.
Is the window. Oh, and the healing field goes down. Big slam. Does hit False. Instant pickup. Sparker picks up one kill. 16% now for the Vancouver Titans as Sicko tries to get back to the back line. He does kill Sparker, but still in control are the Titans. Hardy is nanoed, he's got the shatter, he's ready to rock and roll. The Spitfire now on the point. A nice little wall to stop False from doing a little summit, but he jumps straight over it and lands a nice punch onto Hardy and finishes him off just with the left click. But still the Vancouver Titans are fighting an extremely scrappy fight as Landon falls, and eventually the London Spitfire gain control once more. 4 ults online, Necra, going into this next fight.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge for the London Spitfire. They really only needed to throw the amplification matrix at that last fight, and they walk away with the bag here. As Psycho tries to find a quick pick onto Backbone, but Backbone making great use of those ice blocks now to be able to stay alive.
Skyrippa does go down, there's the blade, there's the beat, the lamp's already been used. The Titans are gonna push forward, but they can't. The May ult is in the way. That giant snow globe just stops Aspire from getting too much done. The Spitfire still with a large control and a window coming up. Like, they're in a good spot. That was a lot of ultimates invested from Vancouver Titans to try and regain control of the point. Backbone does end up falling down to Massa of all people, but the Spitfire, I think they're going to be happy to try and stall to 99 if they don't think they can win it. Window goes out, Landon in trouble. False tried to dislodge him, but he is still healing the front line, and Hattie is keeping the point in contention. Psycho does end up going down as Sparker finds the kill and False gets hacked. Backbone comes back on the Sombra, disables the abilities of the Doomfist and the Lucio now. What a fantastic couple of manual hacks from the Sombra. London Spitfire, after those 2 kills, manages to find the first round.
Great stuff coming out for the London Spitfire, and this is exactly what we wanted to see. And a big question mark that I had over my head, which still remains to be completely answered, is London Spitfire, that loss to the San Francisco Shock, was it because the London Spitfire were not up to par, or was it just that the San Francisco Shock were that much better than what people had expected? And the way that the London Spitfire are playing this composition right now is absolutely how you would want to see it played out. But we've got to shine a spotlight onto Hottie right here. Look at the range from that fire strike, and what? That was a huge cancel, of course, as well, to be able to get that really nice home run there onto Skyrip's Ana. So now we're going to go ahead and head over to our second round, where not anything really changing up here from the London Spitfire, but the Vancouver Titans going back to the Winston Genji dive.
Very classic. I love seeing the Winston Genji a lot, although there's more rush style from the Spitfire. It's going to be able to contest them on the low ground. The advantage of the Titans here is that they can just sit on height and then dive in over and over again, kind of deal while Spire tries to do damage. Unfortunately, he does get taken down by Sparker. As long as London Spitfire have somewhat control of height with that soldier, they should be good. They end up capping first once again.
London Spitfire just going to go ahead and take control, and look at this. The fight is still happening here as Admiral is able to take out Psycho, and then just a really nice cleanup onto the rest of the Vancouver Titans to send them back to spawn. Wow, some really big picks coming through here as London Spitfire not only just keep racking up percentage, but also look at their ultimate bank now. Jaws, that's going to be a Blizzard online very, very soon.
Yeah, super quick. Wow. That's a rather fast Blizzard.
Yeah.
Like, normally Blizzard, slow-ish ultimate to build up, especially in Overwatch 2, but Batman's doing a fair bit of damage. Even beating Sparker to the punch. Those right clicks doing a whole lot of work. Yeah. I like the fact that you can cancel the Rhine charge now, so you don't have to send yourself to the death over the side of the map. Of course, we saw that a little bit earlier on, but you can get some nice tech on the cars too if you're rather cheeky. Thunder Boys will know all about that. Now, Blizzard available, tactical visor with the window. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's the nano onto Pulse, jumps in, does get instantly frozen, or almost. He manages to get out just in time before the freeze actually connected, and he was frozen solid. Pops the Primal Rage, kills Backbone. Psycho's going to finish up with a nice couple of kills on the support line. What a fantastic fight from the Vancouver Titans. London Spitfire felt well. We only need to use Blizzard here. If they send in a Nano Monkey, we can freeze him and insta-kill him, but wasn't quite to be.
No, that didn't really work out the way that the London Spitfire wanted it to, because Backbone's wall actually worked against him in that case. False was able to pop the Primal Rage, go ahead and juggle Backbone against the walls within that tiny room, and just completely take him out. And so Vancouver Titans, they do get the flip onto the point, and they do have the Dragon Blade online as well as the Tactical Visor, so that could be very, very big coming into this next fight. But some big answers coming in from the London Spitfire as well. Hottie could just pop the Earth Shatter. Oh, yeah.
That was an unreal anti-nade from Skyripper there, but Hottie manages to push forward anyway and gets the kill onto False after landing that Shatter. The visor from Sparker as he tries to find people on the high ground. He does find Psycho, but Psycho with the deflect manages to escape with the dash to the side and Aspire. All the meanwhile on the top ring of the point has managed to find 2-3 kills, in fact, onto Backbone. What an incredibly dominant position from Aspire. He can follow up on a lot of these nade targets from Skyripper, mind you. If he's that high up, he's not only getting healing from the high ground from Skyripper, from Masa, but he can also just run around the back.
Yeah.
Down. You can see how crazy of a position this is. So dominant. Again, just kills both supports, and that's it for London Spitfire's fight.
And what's tough about that position too, and the composition that London Spitfire are running, is how do they touch that soldier? It's really not easy unless you get popped up by Backbone's Maywall or something. It's really tough to be able to dislodge Aspire from that location. And now it's looking mighty good here for the Vancouver Titans, where this Nano's going to cause a lot of havoc.
There's the blade. Sparker in a little bit of trouble. The beat comes out just in time. Psycho trying to back off. Doesn't want to donate his life just yet. London does have the window, can place it rather well, but look, they instantly jump on top of him. The lamp does come through to save Backbone, but now London is pushed, or Landon even, is pushed out of it. Well, I guess London completely forced out of it too, I suppose. Overtime is here as the London Spitfire need to find control. Blizzard comes out to try and isolate a target in the back line. Titans tried to send a soldier on the flank, but Aspire was able to get out there rather quick, sharp. He has the visor, or a couple of percent away to it. He's going to let the point go for the time being. They know they've got one more fight left in them. It was up to London Spitfire there to take control of the point. They did so, but now the Titans have the visor and the Primal Rage coming in.
A lot on the line, but I think what's best for London Spitfire in this situation is that they can at least make sure that Aspire doesn't continue to take that nasty high ground against the London Spitfire. You can see that even London just going to go ahead and take the high ground now, try to deny that location from Aspire, but False, with the Primal Rage, can definitely go in and just kind of knock people back. Yeah, look at that.
Oh man, what a beautiful wall though from Backbone. Just stopping a lot of that damage from that tactical visor. It doesn't do a whole bunch anyway, let's be real with ourselves here without that nano. Foles using that Primal Rage once again, forcing people away from that healing field. Overtime is here and the Titans manage to find the flip. Spitfire need to find their way back onto the point. Sparker has the visor to utilize, but it's getting forced out completely. The Titans use that beat to push themselves forward, and this might just be it. Landed and Backbone end up going down. Master staying alive on the point, and now it's Hardy, the last remaining player on the point. Well, before Admiral got there, he's got the beat. Ain't gonna happen. The Titans, they take round number 2 as they tie control up one each. And I don't want to say it, Rose. I don't want to say it. The Titans, you know, maybe a shadow of tomorrow creeping into today. They don't want to go out with the last possible second again. Put it this way, they've had practice on it. There's always a caveat to that kind of point.
Hey, well, hey, university's out of the way. We got past
True.
that stage already. We can go on to the next one, and yeah, that's where Vancouver Titans ran into some of that trouble. But Vancouver Titans on that second round looked way better and way cleaner, and I think a lot of that has to do with False's comfortability on the Winston. You could see how often that Doomfist was just getting pressured out by the London Spitfire, not really able to take the space that you would want a Doomfist to be able to. And with the Winston, you at least have a lot more mobility when it comes down to how you are able to engage, and also being able to have cooldowns left to manage in order to get back out if the situation gets a little bit tough. But London Spitfire do beat Vancouver Titans to the punch to be able to get to point.
Yes, they do. Their composition works way better when they just have control of this high ground. Hardy can sit up there, shield, Sparker, and Backbone, to be fair. Backbone's doing a fair bit of damage. We saw on the last round he was able to build up that Blizzard way quicker than Sparker was able to build up Visor, which is somewhat unheard of. Backbone's ice block has been forced already. Lamb comes down to save him as False tries to execute the kill, but doesn't end up working out. Marsa trying to wall ride up to the heavens and now is sent back to spawn. Nice fight for London. They have the points. Backbone not quite near that Blizzard just yet, but Hardy, surprising amount of ult charge.
Hardy has a lot of alt charge there, that's for sure, but this is exactly where this composition from the London Spitfire can play within its comfort zone when it has control of the point. Look at how many angles London Spitfire are able to lock down, whether it's Landon or whether it is Sparker on that high ground being able to just shoot down those corridors, or look at Backbone, also controlling the entry points. Need to be a little careful.
Needs to be able to do something. Backbone's already burned that block, and there you go. Just isolated. At least they kill Aspire, so they trade DPS for DPS, but I'd take the London fight out there over the Titans. Sparker can do so much more damage than Psycho can. Hardy, wait, what? Okay, Hardy was like, no, it's my point. Absolutely not. He just charged out on a whim, I suppose. No support behind him, so luckily enough, he's got that tank passive now, a little bit of reduction in damage. He does charge out once more. Mega Pack right next to him, so he's going to collect that and get back into the fight. Backbone once again forced out to use that block. They have Blizzard, they have Shatter, but Aspire is zoning the entire team with that Visor right now. Admiral gets pushed back in by Marsa. What a fantastic move, but they just need to finish that Lucio. They can't quite do it. Marsa eventually trades his like for like. The Titans still have ults to spare, so do London, but it looks like London right now, without their Lucio, they want to back off.
That's okay. London Spitfire got 73%. And they're going to have almost a full slate of ultimates to be able to choose from going into this next engagement, where if you're able to bait out the sound barrier from Masa, then you can go in with your DPS ultimates of your own. Unfortunately, I don't think that Backbone's Blizzard is going to be super impactful, just because you have too many heroes on Vancouver Titans that can just get away from it. They can just walk away. That's a good strategy. Or if you're okay, that works out great. Skyrip can't move, so.
Yeah, he can't move. Someone help him. Yeah, that's super important. Psycho used that blade too. Managed to find the charge kill on Falls. It's not rather scrappy, but it's just a lot of individual 1v1s happened at the same time there. That was a rather frustrating situation for Skyrip to be in. I mean, he was up on the high ground, just kind of minding his own business, but the Backbone's just kind of existing there. Blizzard down, freezed up, nothing you can do. The Blizzard ultimate, of course, still freezes you. It's just the left click now just slows rather than locks you in place. London Spitfire now one fight away from taking this map.
And they have the amplification matrix, which is going to be so good to be able to keep Vancouver Titans from being able to touch the point. Backbone as well, just playing gatekeeper here, not letting anybody touch.
Yeah, against two people. Masa ends up trying, but Hardy's there with the hammer, swats him away like a fly. There's the window you were talking about, and actually a wall from Backbone to stop the Titans from getting in. They're just getting routed before they can even touch the point. The London Spitfire will find the first map here in the Bread Bowl.
Wow, congrats to London Spitfire. They put on such a performance when it came to playing around that Reinhardt, and that's something that we saw them struggle with. So I love that they were able to adjust and adapt from that situation versus the San Francisco Shock and really play to great success in a control map, no less, where they got a chance to have that advantage from taking control of the point first.
Let's jump to a quick break. Map number 2 coming up soon.
best performance in this fight. The Danish Dynamo laying down the law.
Looking for it, Psycho's got another pull from to try and win it, and Anna gets taken down.
Rotation to the point, but it's WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec.
Even Skyle instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait switcher.
Welcome back. London, they're a map up against the Titans. There's a lot of history between a lot of these players, Rose.
There is a lot of history here. Both the London Spitfire and Vancouver Titans have picked up some of the brightest European players that are there in terms of talent, and it's really great to see some of them go head-to-head again. Just brings me back to the good old Tier 2 days, and I love them getting a chance to have a shot at the Overwatch League and see them have so much success here as well. So it's a little bit of a grudge match, it feels like, for some of these players. Grudge or friendly, I'm not sure.
Probably it's probably
Probably friendly.
Yeah, well, most of them from EU as well, so
Yep.
I've been seeing them seeing each other on the ranked ladder for a lot of that time. Now, London, we're going to, well, their home map, I suppose. Going to King's Row. Looking rather nice in the mid-afternoon. The sun is slowly setting by the looks of it. Can you imagine if a map or like a series lasted so long? So you start on a data or like a morning time map, game number 1, and then it's like slowly gets darker and then it hits like midnight or something like the night maps.
That would be so cool.
That'd be kind of wild. Or it happened in game. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Like that would transition. It would just get slowly darker. That would. I don't know
like,
how about the visibility would be like for that, but it'd be kind of funny.
What if you started the map, if you had more time, it was lighter, and then like as you get farther into the map, and then you have less time in the time bank, it gets darker.
That'd be crazy. Everything just on the screen will be getting dark. You're like,
yeah.
Are my eyes like fading away?
Yeah.
What's going on? My eyes.
Exactly. It makes you think.
All right. We have Titans on the offense first, Spitfire on the defense. They look rather drilled on this composition, Rose. They just refusing to change, something that they really want to run with no matter the map, it feels.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Hadi is one of the most proficient Reinhardts, and so it makes a lot of sense to be able to play something that involves that particular hero. And then just in general, Reinhardt is so good in Overwatch 2 right now because it allows you to make some really quick rotations where you otherwise might not be able to do so.
Speaking of heroes, Rose, look what's on our screen right now. We have a little Sojourn action from Aspire. Not the worst thing ever either. I mean, you're shooting shields for a lot of it. You can see what Aspire is doing, shooting Hadi as much as possible, building up to those rails by doing damage on Hadi or the shields, and then going for those right clicks past Hadi, or at least attempting to pass Hadi. Sparker ends up falling, and Hadi, now trying to make his way to the backline, or his backline. Does manage to get the pin onto False, but Aspire goes down to Backbone, who went for some retaliation. Will we see Aspire stick on the Sojourn? I hope so. Yeah, okay. We actually might see our first Sojourn ult in the Overwatch League 2. That will be quite an incredible feat. Only if he hits the shots, of course. Oh, okay. I got baited. Nope. Hanzo time. Hanzo time.
It's okay.
Man, I got so excited to see the railgun.
I'm not gonna lie, it's because I wasn't expecting Sojourn at all. I looked at that and I was like, it's more Soldier 76. It's fine. Like, we've seen a lot of that, and then I had to take a double kick, and I was like, wait a minute, there's some abilities coming out here that are not for Soldier, and I would love to see it.
They're not Helix rockets.
Yeah, what the? But yeah, no, Hangzhou. And it's great to be able to break some of the shields that Reinhardt is going to be using to provide support for the London Spitfire here.
Man, False in a horrible situation. Tried to jump through the window to land on the other side to force London Spitfire to do something. They did just that. They cornered him and killed him. That was super unlucky. Hardy just held shield there, so he couldn't actually get healed. So not the best start. Not even a single tick for the Titans either. There's 2 minutes remaining. Half the time bank already depleted. And London Spitfire now, they're rolling on those ults. So you've got Tactical Visor. We have Blizzard coming up. Beat's going to be not far gone either. And Psycho, I guess, has Blade, but that's really about it. They used that Nano a little bit earlier on. I say that, they've got Primary to the beat too. The beat comes out, only hits False and Master as Master's trying to get something done in the back line. False at least causing some disruption, knocking Hardy around as they do manage to use that space and time to secure a tick. Master falls eventually, and Psycho's blade does a fair amount of damage, but with False going down and London Spitfire having that permanent shield, there's not really much else Titans can do. They've got 2 ticks, however, with a minute to go. They just need to make that happen again.
There was no game plan. There was no game plan from either of these teams. They just realized, oh, well, that ult didn't work, so let's go ahead and throw this one, and nothing really functioned the way that you were hoping that it would. I feel like Psycho was prepared for summer a little bit with those pool noodles, but at least Aspire did just get a pick.
Well, there's the beat, and they rush Hardy forward. Oh, nice punch from False, or attempted punch there to try and knock Hardy into the rest of his team. Didn't end up working out, and he still would have had overhealth too, so it would have been harder to take down. There's another window, and now the Titans do be scurrying. Psycho, once again, they're trying to go for these backline plays, trying to take out Landon, and Master's also trying to help, but every single time they're going in solo and just getting owned. The Titans have lost 2, Hardy is down, but still having London up and Spark are alive, like that's still a lot of consistent damage the Titans have to worry about. They've got Nano, but there's 10 seconds to go as Backbone has switched to the Tracer. He's going to be able to get that touch, or contest for a little while, I suppose. There's the Nano. Landon's finally dead, but this time it took a lot more than just the Genji or the Lucio to get to the back line. False finds another one in Hardy, and Sparker to follow up. The point is theirs, but that was quite an effort to get that done. 2 minutes to get through to second point now.
I'm thinking about that second to last team fight a little bit more and why it looked so chaotic, and it had a lot to do with the fact that there's just so much mobility from all of these players. But the fact that False switched over to the Doomfist here really opened up the doors for Vancouver Titans to be able to finally capture that first objective and get the payload moving. London Spitfire, though, they're still sticking to this composition. They're gonna want to try to hold one of these corners, and it's still kind of the classic holds that you would remember from Overwatch 1 on this map. And so you can see that Hadi is definitely positioning himself by the bookstore, just a little bit behind it, but also making these nice rotations to try to get behind the Vancouver Titans in case there's a little bit of a sneaky flank coming through from False or Psycho.
Yeah, False can get out of there rather easily with that Meteor Strike. Wow, Backbone once again burning that ice block. False tried to get the execution, but didn't end up working out. That Immortality field was there and was good enough to save the rest of the team. A visor from Sparker as he noticed False had no cooldowns left, and Admiral finds the last killing blow onto Masa. And now once again, Titans find themselves in a rather familiar situation on second point. They have a minute to go. Not a crazy amount of ults. They've got that beat, I suppose, but they got to worry about Hardy. It's a very, very tight corridor, these streets, and Hardy can land a fat shatter if they're not careful. He goes for the charge in. False didn't even know he was there by the looks of it. Master ends up going down, and now Titans on their last legs.
Yeah, that's a huge, huge team wipe there coming through onto the Vancouver Titans, because as it stands right now, with so little time left on the clock, and Aspire going over to Genji, back to that. Masa with the sound barrier has a lot of weight on his shoulders right now to be able to provide enough sustain, and even if the Vancouver Titans win out this team fight here with how aggressive the London Spitfire are playing, spawns are close enough that the London Spitfire could probably come back and get a contest in if they do fall here.
Yeah, the Titans still have to push that payload all the way near to second point. There's the shadow. They try and block Master. What an unreal shield, but unfortunately it doesn't actually block the beat from getting on the rest of Master's team. Psycho has been nanoed and Backbone bites the dust. A nice duplicate onto the Rhine. However, only 300 HP isn't going to survive for too long. There you go. Instantly killed out of copy without earning a single ult. Sparker, however, manages to not only kill that copy, but Master too. And now False is back in the action. Was shattered earlier on, but it's overtime. Titans need to be able to continually touch the payload, or they fear to lose the point or the round, I suppose. False does end up going down, and this is a rather feeble attempt now at Titans touching the point. There you go, round one done, with the Titans making it halfway to second point.
You called out Hadi blocking Masa during that sound barrier, but it did in fact block Masa from being able to put that sound barrier onto False that got hit by the Earth Shatter. So that was a huge pickup from the London Spitfire to be able to take out False so quickly. And then Vancouver Titans were already down a player to have to go through the rest of that team fight. That was big brain. And this is not the first time that we've seen London Spitfire be able to deny some really important sound barriers coming through from Masa.
Man, if Hardy blocked another one of those sound barriers, that would have been unreal. And I think that's something that reminds me of way back in like Goat's era, where people used to try and section off the grab with the Reinhardt shield. Like, it's such a crazy bit of tech if you can kind of get it down yourself and like know where the Lucio's positioned and how the sound barrier actually comes out in the big wave it does. Like, you can just change a team fight with just a single right click of the Rein shield. It can be quite crazy. Now the Lone Spitfire, Rose, they're probably going to run out with the same thing again, and these kind of maps really do benefit the London Spitfire. They want to run Hardy on the Rhine almost permanently, and we've seen that time and time again. We only see Poco come in for these dive maps where he can play Zarya to help the rest of his team. The Titans, however, they're going to match them, Rhine for Rhine. False's Rhine versus Hardy's now.
Sparker gets so low. Gonna be sticking with the Hangzhou choice. The what?
Okay. The perfect pick, I would say. Nice work. That is not the person you want going down. Psycho is on the Mei, so that's not really a lot of damage coming out. Plus, Skyripper's Orbitality Field is already gone. Both the walls have gone out too, and now the London Spitfire have just so much space they can work with. They've already planted themselves firmly on the point, and it's up to the Vancouver Titans to get back in time. Aspire has changed over to the Hangzhou. As the Soldier, I don't think he wants to dice with Sparker again. And Scarippa's actually now in trouble, forced to use the lamp and back off down to the Mega Health Pack room, and it's just left False on the point alone versus 3 people. Sparker, he can hold the off angles on the Soldier, but even better in these instances, I think Hangzhou, who can also use that Storm Arrow to root round the corner. Oh, okay, well. Okay, what is the spam crouch counter we're currently on in 2022? Gotta be in the maybe triple digits at this point.
Yeah, I was like, it's definitely more than I can count on both of my hands. And so that's too high of a number for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave it to the experts behind the stats there. But this is big for the London Spitfire because they really just need to win out one team fight now. And they are going to have so much coming up online to be able to do so. And using Amplification Matrix first, that's great. That's a great start.
Pretty good start. They're having a fight in the pub. Who's going to win? Oh, looks like... Oh, Marsha was burlier than Hardy, apparently. God, come on. At least leave the Ryans in the pub to sort out their own messes alone. You've got to have the 1v1. At least a small honourable one. Shatter for False for this next fight. Hardy used his, so at least False has that advantage, because look at how close that payload is to that golden box of victory, Rose.
So close here, and Vancouver Titans don't really have a choice except to back up just a little bit, but also, oh my gosh, you wanted the Reinhardt 1v1, you almost got the Hangzhou 1v1 also.
Oh, whoa, where did False come from? It looked like he did a Doomfist rollout over the top and just slammed Sparker's head into the ground. Nice shatter. Bigger Dragons, though. Look at that, ripping through the entirety of London Spitfire. Not only kind of separating them all, but there's a lot of damage on the Batiste, forced to use the lamp, and Landon does go down. What a nice play from the Titans. But these are the plays they're going to have to make. 3 minutes to go, and the Titans have 2 meters or so to defend. Oh, he was right there. Okay, I thought he came from the heavens. I don't know. He just kind of appeared on Huddy's screen. I'm like, oh, okay. Well,
no, I thought maybe he like jumped down from the rafters or something with like a giant hammer swing. No, it's all good. Reinhardts are tricky now. But Huddy now walking back with potential Earth Shatter coming up here, and the last one left a lot to be desired, but this time for sure, especially with 3 minutes left on the clock, Vancouver Titans. Oh no.
Oh, what a disgusting Dragons. They used that wall perfectly, and now they can just use the window. Master lets go of the beat a little bit late, not enough to save False or himself, apparently. Psycho's in the corner, defrosting. He's dead. Sky Ripper, I don't think's long for this world either. There's the shatter. He does have a little bit of fancy feet jumps over it, but there you go. The London Spitfire, 2-0 in the series. What a dominant performance so far.
This has been incredibly dominant. And it was so tough for the Vancouver Titans in those final moments because they still had a 3-minute time bank that they had to work against. And so the London Spitfire failed at that attempt. They still had time to be able to build up to even more ultimates. So they were working against a mountain. And boy, oh boy, are London Spitfire delivering right now in this series.
They are. I'm going to have to check on my English muffin. It's still looking rather frozen, but I'll get back to that, and I'll get back to you guys after this break. I'll see you in a bit.
time for pulse-pounding action. It's time for gear-grinding gaming. It's time for Overwatch League Season 5. Come on down to youtube.com/Overwatch League for all of the brand spanking new Overwatch 2 action. And this time, it's a whole new way to play. 5 season, 5 fun, 5v5, only $5. Just kidding, it's free. You'll see Sojourn, Tank Doomfist, Bastion with a hat, Hey kids, do try this at home. And now, for a limited time only, you can get in on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta action yourself with beta codes, beta codes, beta codes. This season, on opening weekend and select matches, we're giving away 1,500 beta codes to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta per hour. Make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Battle.net account and glue your eyeballs to your screens so you don't miss out on all of the hard-hitting action. 5th season, Bastion with a hat, beta codes. Tune in to the Overwatch League for your chance to get access to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta.
London now one map away from taking the inaugural Red Bowl in the 2022 season. It's been a good time for London and London fans out there. They got 2-0 Rose, which is kind of a shock. I thought this would be a little bit closer, and I thought the whole community consensus felt not one way or the other, but you know, a 3-2 kind of prediction day.
Yeah, I was gonna call you out. Your pick'ems, your pick'ems might be boomed here. Jaws, not sure.
Yeah, they're not looking great. Neither is this English muffin. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't really want to eat it. It's still kind of frozen, very cold.
Ew.
The bowl's doing okay though, if anybody was wondering. I hope the butter that you took out the fridge is okay. Like, I don't want that melting on your desk.
I kind of forgot to put it away.
Well,
so I'll do that soon.
We'll do that in the break, I suppose. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. We do have a substitution for the Titans. We've got Shockwave coming in now.
Shockwave coming in, and when we saw Shockwave in the Titans' first series of the weekend, small sample size, but Jaws, Shockwave playing in the Titans roster does have a 100% map win rate. So maybe this is the Titans' secret weapon when it comes down to what kind of comps they're going to play.
Yeah, big dubs inbound maybe for Titans. This is the comeback. This is when they need to do it. We are going to Route 66 for the map. So Route 66, a lot of hit scans. So Aspire, Shockwave, Soldier, Tracer, maybe a little bit Genji, maybe a little bit Widow, maybe, probably not. I mean, that would be kind of nice though. Spark are obviously a fantastic Widow player. Shockwave too has been a player that, yeah, he played on Titans before, and then he was playing on Philadelphia Fusion, but he was always, in his inaugural season of the Overwatch League, he was always the player that was in the kill feed, like, most of the time. Like, he was very much the stone cold killer, the DPS player that was hard carrying or attempting to hard carry a team that just wasn't doing so hot, and then moved to Philadelphia Fusion and had some decent success on that team too. And now being back on the Titans must feel a little bit like home for him, which is, I can imagine, is a little bit nice for a player returning back to a team he played on once again. But he is surrounded by new players that he's potentially not played with before, even maybe before even Overwatch League. But he's also joined by another player that's had almost the same story in Aspire. Was late pickup onto the Toronto Defiant last year, who, let's be real, Toronto Defiant, they weren't doing so hot last year either. And then Aspire comes in and then starts dominating. Like, these two players have quite similar stories within the Overwatch League.
They absolutely do, and I like getting a chance to see how both Shockwave and Aspire really do help fill out the rest of the roster of the Vancouver Titans. Definitely a different flavor in terms of the players, and of course the fact that we are playing on Overwatch 2, so 5v5 comes with its own complications and just kind of ways that you need to adjust and adapt your gameplay. But so far, looking at Shockwave and Aspire both coming in to play those DPS roles on Route 66, I'm kind of expecting double hit scan here.
Yeah, let's have a look at some stats. Spark, damage per 10 looking at a mighty high. Of course, this is rather small sample size. This is this match, but you can already see the kind of impact he's having. 19 elims per 10. Does make sense because London have been winning a lot of these fights, so the stats are a little bit inflated in that regard, but still doing an incredible job. I think Sparker has always been a player that was destined for the league, but has been underage for a little while, and then finally now we're seeing him play like all the time. another hit scan prodigy. There's so many like hit scan players throughout the years that come into the league. We've seen some of them dip out as well. Like Sparker almost reminds me of a Lynxer in the way how Lynx's aim is very cracked. Same with Sparker. Like there's so many of these European players that have finally had their chance to fit into the league, fit into a team, and just really show everybody what they've got.
Sparker has definitely been living up to expectations, especially being one of those pickups that everybody had their eyes on of how well they were going to do in the Overwatch League. And today, Sparker seems to be in top form. That Soldier 76 play has been phenomenal, but Sparker has also played a lot of Cassidy, a lot of Hangzhou, a lot of these, you know, very click heads heavy types of characters, and Route 66 seems like the perfect opportunity to bring another one of those out and just continue to hit some really nice angles with those heroes.
Well, let's jump into the map then. Come on, let's be real. Spitfire, they're going to play the same thing. They're going to play
probably.
Hardy on the Rhine. I was hoping maybe we see a little bit of Poco here, set up the dives with the Zarya. Poco Zarya has been looking rather good, but Backbone, he's on the Mei. And the Mei, especially on the first point, can be quite devastating. You've got to think how that wall interacts with the rest of your team. You can just wall your Reinhardt up straight on top of Big Earls, and that just negates the entirety of that high ground from the opposition.
Well, it's not just the high ground, but also look at who you might have to be blocking on the Vancouver Titans. Shockwave going to be coming out to defend with that Widowmaker, and if you're able to get that Mei wall up in front of Shockwave, then you're also forcing out potential grapple out of the Widowmaker to be able to reposition around that wall, and that might leave Shockwave open to getting killed, just getting picked off. That could be a big thing there for the London Spitfire. Also, ooh, wait, Hadi's not on Reinhardt. What is this?
Okay. I like it. Another way to get up into the high ground is just to jump up there. Not the worst. A whole lot less protection, though, for the back line. As you already see Shockwave hitting heads. He has grappling in a couple of seconds. Should be okay to escape. False has been slept. Purpled. Oh, and the punch. It looked like someone actually tanked that. He tried to whip himself around the corner, but Backbone took most of that damage and they were able to finish False off. What a fantastic sleep from Landon.
Landon has been able to get so many good assists there, and then of course there's just been such a nice follow-up from whether it's Admiral, Hadi, any of the DPS, but Landon has definitely been a playmaker when it comes to the London Spitfire, being able to take out that Doomfist in particular. Pulse hasn't really been able to find a lot of success with this hero because of how quickly London Spitfire have been able to shut it down.
Nice double kill by Shockwave, Backbone and Landon. Heads mounted above his fireplace. That's what we want to see from Shockwave coming in. I mean, I guess there's a reason why it's 100% win rate, right?
Yeah.
When they does play for the Titans.
Yeah, it's just been 2 maps, but yeah, it is 100% win rate. So Shockwave looking to continue that winning streak and doing so to great success. Aspire as well, just working up to that pulse bomb that will be absolutely huge to be able to get a pick onto someone in the back line of the London Spitfire to just continue to reset them. But Shockwave right now is definitely keeping the London Spitfire at bay. That Widowmaker is being so oppressive right now.
Oh, Backbone getting chased down. Hit that Venom Mine. A little bit of tick damage, plus Shockwave can see him through cover. They trade False for Admiral. False has really been the punching bag of the Vancouver Titans to start off with, but now the London Spitfire have a whole lot of space. Hardy using that Primal Rage to boot Master near Backbone as he finishes him off with a reset dash, and now Shockwave in trouble too. So the London Spitfire, they once again managed to target False and bring him down. However, this time might be a little bit more difficult. Has got the Nano, but another fantastic sleep. Okay, who woke him? Okay, Sparker with the Nano Visor. False has to play a little bit more scared. Aspire just gets obliterated by Sparker's just raw aim, and Backbone will help the team finish the rest of Titans off. Shockwave does have the sights, but does not have the angles, and there's little help to his team that far away.
Yeah, he also just doesn't have his team, so no one's really going to be able to take too much use of those sites right now. Shockwave also has a really interesting time on the second point. Widowmaker angles are a little hard to come by, especially when London Spitfire have the mobility that they do, with Hadi playing on the Winston and also just Backbone being able to come in with that support from the Genji. Shockwave's best position is kind of towards that second objective. that might be very difficult to actually end up being effective with.
Oh, there's Backbone. He's got the blade, instant. What? Okay, he's looking for somebody. Oh.
Uh-oh.
He found. What? He found the Venom Mine, I suppose. He got one. He got the Venom Mine, everybody. It's all good. I think Backbone thought someone was in the old spawn. Maybe got a call out or a ping or something. Not entirely sure. The London Spitfire is still moving the payload a little bit, I suppose, but the Titans were able to fend off that blade rather easily.
Yeah, just run away from it. That's fine. It did force out the sound barrier from Masa, though, and okay. Look at this nasty angle that Shockwave has been able to find here. Just being able to sit on top of the building and also just kind of peek behind the wall. But yeah, wow, look at this. Quick flick. Oh, poor Landon. It's definitely going to set the Spitfire back just a little bit there, waiting for Landon to come back online.
Most definitely. It's quite close to spawn, so he can be thankful for that, I suppose. Nice little headshot on to Hardy. In fact, another one. Oh, okay. Hardy has to play around his bubble. B is coming out. Hardy receives that one a little bit late. I was worried for his life just then. But are they going to be able to make use of it? I don't think so. It looks like the rest of the Titans decided, nope, speed boost out with Master's ult. Or Master's... Another boostio. Another boostio! Admiral, you better be getting some kills, buddy. He's going in. I think that Nano was supposed to land on the monkey. I would be very surprised if it was aimed at the Lucio specifically. Hardy pops the primal range to find something, but he does end up getting slept. Faust using his 2 also ends up retreating to the rest of his team as Hardy's trying to bully them. London takes out Masa eventually, and the Spitfire are continuing to push the payload. Quite close to second point. The sights have been activated from Shockwave, who's now on the lower right angle, trying to find somebody. Can spot Lucio on the payload, but that is about it. A nice boop kill onto Aspire, who got naded as he tried to cause some disruption in the back line. So close to that blade too. He has to get back ASAP. The Vancouver Titans could hold on to this, but with False being antied, I don't think anything can really happen. Plus Hardy using that bubble to stop all that healing coming through. False does end up going down eventually as Shockwave has found himself on the other side of the map. Aspire used the blade but gets instantly killed as the Vancouver Titans a little bit too scattered to make anything work. Spitfire, they got second point. Now they're moving on to third. This is where Shockwave's Widow is going to come alive.
This is exactly where it's going to come alive. Second point, I think, can be very, very difficult to find value, but oh, the straightaways on this third point is where Widowmaker thrives, but unfortunately, we're going to see Shockwave switch off of the Widowmaker here and go to the Soldier 76 and also get slept and sent right back to spawn.
Yeah, he changed and he's dead. Unlucky. Spire playing the Reaper, burnt the shift. Nice deflect. That was close. Looked like he was going to be able to deflect the nade there, but not quite. Hardy's got yet another Primal Rage. Building these up so fast. And with this Nano Blade, Nano Visor combo for London Spitfire, this could be a clean sweep. For the Titans, they kill off Hardy, and it looks like London want to go again. They know if they just make this next fight explosive, they could just end up with a dub. Admiral's so close to that beat. Almost 4 ults online.
Big stuff from the London Spitfire, and Hardy using the Primal Rage there is not too big of a deal because of how much you have left in the bank, but also how you get a chance to save this Nano for Backbone Blade. Is he going to do something this time?
Nope. They did end up using Beat, so I think they decided we're going to back up real quick. So now we can go in with the Nano Visor. There it is, Nano
value.
and the Visor, and the Reaper is dead, and another one. Oh my god, Scarippa just dived in front of Marsa. Luckily enough, we did manage to absorb all of those bullets, but Marsa does end up going down anyway. There you go, that's exactly what they wanted. Bait out the beat with the blade and then go in with the Nano Visor. The payload a couple of meters away. A teleport from Aspire to push himself on the payload to cause OT, or at least attempt to cause OT. There is 30 seconds remaining after all, but the spawns are so close for the Titans with 2 meters and 70 centimeters to go. A nice nade onto Sparker will send him flying, but the Titans are in a good spot. They have this Visor online, and with 20 seconds and spawn advantage, they might be able to hold here.
Especially with Shockwave being able to take the high ground as well. Wow. It's going to be a huge zoning ultimate from Shockwave. Their only option is to send Hardy after that Soldier 76, but 5 seconds left, Jaws.
Huge zone. Death Blossom coming up. I like the Reaper guy. He's pretty good at close range. There's a big nade. Admiral and Hardy in a lot of trouble. Have to get out of there. Death Blossom online. Overtime ticking down. Someone from London has to touch, and no one is there. Backbone a couple of pixels away from touching. Oh, we didn't even see Reaper guy ult. I am very sad. But the London Spitfire, at least they get close to that 3rd point. The Titans, they have a big chance to come back in this series. Can Shockwave continue his 100% win rate run on the Titans? He's got 2 games under his belt. If he manages to find this one, I'm feeling pretty good if I was a Titans fan.
Also be feeling pretty good. Vancouver Titans also making some really smart adaptations to their composition just throughout the course of this map. I like that Shockwave decided to, you know, kind of put the Widowmaker away when he recognized that the Soldier 76 was going to provide so much value. And then also Aspire bringing out the Reaper just for those close quarters fights that you find yourself in that 3rd point of Route 66. It's a great place to be able to bring out that particular choice, but check out this replay. Garipa here on the Ana. Oh.
Oh. Well.
Oh, just the slightest, like, oh, it just like sliced through the door there. Oh my gosh, I don't think you could have ever expected that to be head your way.
Absolutely not. Though, luckily though, I mean, deflect and bubble rub, so he was able to survive. And a nice sleep on Shockwave, which is pretty sick too. Alright, same kind of comps here, Rose.
Definitely.
A little different.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of a different flavor, but the London Spitfire just kind of still sticking to this Winston, so you're going to end up seeing the dive defense come out here from the London Spitfire. Sparker just going to go ahead and sit on top of Big Earls to be able to take control of that high ground. But, ooh, Aspire getting real low. London does not want to allow that Tracer to find value.
Yeah, another nice anti-nade. Sends Hardy packing. And now the control of the high ground is exactly what the Titans need. You can't let the Genji sit up there and farm for free. Plus getting a soldier up there would be perfect. Nice dash in. Oh, that was so close. That reflect almost hitting Skyripper there, and he definitely would have gone down if that was the case. False does end up falling, and the Titans are going to have to go again.
Could have been a big stagger, but the pick on the false, enough value that it kind of makes up for that. And the big reset from Vancouver Titans. At this point, Vancouver Titans are just trying to get some amount of value from their ultimates. They want those ultimates to come online and then hopefully get something done with this Pulse Bomb, but also...
That was a big nano. Save Sparker's life, plus he was able to kill Skyripper with the Helix rockets. However, he does get cleaned up. Still London with control of the point. London's been very, very good on this Ana, I will say. Not only the antis have been good, but these clutch nanos to save a lot of his teammates have also been on point.
That's the one thing that I really love about Landon's playstyle is that, you know, a lot of times we see Ana players just kind of save that nano for a big play. But also sometimes that big play can just be allowing one of your teammates to survive. So, good stuff.
Very early beat here from the Vancouver Titans as Bolge just gets burned down. So close to that Primal Rage, I'm assuming he thought he would have it online. Shockwave just taking a beating in the front line. Skyripper Nano, Shockwave once again to try and stop him from going down. It's just about nanoing these soldiers. These are the targets that the players are jumping on. I mean, seeing Skyripper and Landon doing the same thing, just nanoing the soldier to keep them alive as soon as they get jumped on. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. False has that Primal, but the Admiral beat is going to put London Spitfire in a very good position if they can actually use a lot of this overhealth for something. Backbone has the blade, but is now getting bullied, not only by Aspire, but by False. Meanwhile, Shockwave is just making a nuisance of himself on the high ground. Use that visor to quite good effect. A nice little defect there from Backbone stops him falling, but that anti-nade will make sure he doesn't get the double kill onto Shockwave. Shockwave, meanwhile, just runs away and just kills the backline of the London Spitfire. And now with 60 seconds to go, the Vancouver Titans are a couple of meters away. Admiral is cleaned up. Aspire in the kill feed. And they should be getting this second point. There it is. It took a little while, but they finally got it in.
Now, on to the second point. And London Spitfire went down early enough that they might just be able to go ahead and take some of this high ground away from the Vancouver Titans. Also, Sparker can sit so far back just to be able to keep up the pressure from that long-range damage. But what's this? Shockwave doesn't want to... Shockwave doesn't want to give away his location. For good reason.
Yeah. You could sit there for an extended period of time. You see there, he's just kind of throwing some Helix rockets out. Landon hitting the nano on Hardy. Hardy was purple, so he doesn't receive that extra HP. Pushing the rest of the Titans back. Scarippa can answer, in fact, with a nano of their own. The visor is almost ready, but Shockwave, you're not getting this one, buddy, unfortunately. We're just going to send it onto False to try and cause some havoc. He does just that, but not really much else to be said. Oh, I say that, London does end up going down. The fight on the stairs was good enough. Admiral falls. And London Spitfire going a little bit AWOL here. Well, speaking about going AWOL, Hardy pulls the Primal Rage. Maybe trying to 1v5. Sparkle finds one kill, but Hardy just content with staying up on this high ground, waiting for the rest of his team to come back. But False just doing this, just putting himself in between two people. Not going to be what Hardy wants to see. Nice sleep onto False. He is going to lay dormant for a little while, but eventually wakes up.
Landon also loses his life there in the process just because of that pulse bomb that came out from Aspire. So a little bit of a trade, but this trade seems to be going in the way of the Vancouver Titans. Now it's kind of just desperation mode for the London Spitfire to get back out of spawn and defend from Vancouver, touching this point.
That was a nice visor, but another nice nade set up from Landon. It hit False and Skyripper, so they weren't able to do all too much. Big resets, big resets. Okay, Shockwave jumps off, and there you go. Couple of meters to go, though. Titans still very winnable, still could get it to this second point, but I've got to be rather nervous. If I look at that ult bank, and luckily we can, Titans can't. Landon close that nano, that blade is so close.
Even if Backbone uses the blade to get out the sound barrier again from Masa, that's major value.
That's a super late beat from Masa. Like, way too late, that feels like. Skyripper and Aspire already died, and now I guess they make a little bit of space, but not really much else. False doesn't even get out alive, and now they don't need to worry about the beat for this final fight, and they have Nanoblade.
That was exactly what the London Spitfire wanted. Nothing now to stop that Nano Blade. And even the Nano from Skyrippa, well, it can only save one. Is it going to be the Nano Tac Visor? Are we just going to see that powerful combination of ultimates come together?
There's
there it is.
There's Nano, there's Visor. It kills Landon before. Oh, no. Oh, he's trying to get back on. Get him. Get him. Don't dice with him, though. You dare, he'll boop you off. The payload is still moving, by the way. Titans are on it. They are contesting. However, Aspire is so low. Has to hit the recall. Pulse bomb so close. They know they need to wait for London to come back. So London Spitfire have to play a little bit more passive. Sparker not quite so lucky, but Hardy pops the Primal Rage. There's the survivability and the damage that they need. Aspire and Masa fall. Shockwave trying to enter that new spawn, but unfortunately you haven't unlocked it yet, buddy. A big sleep onto False as he pops the Primal and a wave goodbye. Landon sleeps the monkey, no contest, and the London Spitfire 3-0 the Titans.
Good stuff. If you are a London Spitfire fan, Hopium. The Hopium is here, Jaws.
They're more than ready for this. London, this is your year. Titans, unfortunately, they've lost their 100% win rate Shockwave, which is a little bit disappointing, but there's still chances later in the season to claim some W's. What a fantastic play from Landon, just time and time again. He got that nano off onto Backbone before he went down. His anti-nades have also been very good, but someone we talked a little bit about in King's Row, in fact, the majority of it felt like, was Hardy. His Reinhardt has been looking so clean, and you can see why they want to put him in for these close quarters maps.
Absolutely, and Reinhardt once again just finds so much value from being able to help the team to rotate. That was something that we were missing a lot of when we saw the early days of Overwatch 2, and we saw a lot more Reinhardt. But we've got to shout out Hottie, because it's not only just the Reinhardt, but just the way that he leads the team and also comes up with some kind of cracked plays. Like, remember that little replay that we did? Oh my goodness, the charges have just been so good from this player.
Yeah, Hardy's been looking super clean on the Rhine. A lot of depth in the tank role for London this season. Of course, they have Poco on the bench, but Hardy's sticking in on the Reinhardt. And on the Winston is Primal Rages. Fairly excellent too. There you go. Hitting the tactical crouch. And also hitting the pose. You'll love to see it. Yeah, Hardy's Reinhardt was always been one of his best heroes, and you can see the kind of steady improvement from this player over the years within the Overwatch League. So congratulations, Hardy. You get our player of the match. Average time alive, 2 minutes. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Overwatch 2, how quickly these fights go, and quick resets and go again. Like 2 minutes, that's actually quite a long time, especially for an average live. Like, it's pretty good.
Pretty good stuff. I think that also says a lot about just the support lineup of the London Spitfire, and obviously when we think about players of the match, yeah, okay, Landon's also a pretty big shout out there, but Hottie, just like, you can't really get anything done if you don't have your tank.
Yeah, that is the problem. You use your tank, your only tank, and you lose a lot of that space and that control of the battlefield more often than not. I will give you an update. It's still frozen, so not going to eat it. But the bread bowl didn't go to 5 games, so is it still a bread bowl? Not sure. I'll let you decide, and maybe a little bit of the English muffin too. I don't know. We're going to go to break. We'll see you in a bit. Goodbye.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post-match interview, everybody. We're joined here now by the Giga Chad. We got Hadi from London Spitfire. Hadi, congratulations on the big win, and also congratulations on getting the player of the match. I said post-match interview. I'm sorry. Yes, player of the match, and also yeah. Congratulations on getting the chance to do an interview. I'm sorry. Okay, I shouldn't say that. Anyways, yes. Before I start the interview, Hadi, I do want to tell you this. I was the only person that picked London over Vancouver. What are your thoughts?
I really appreciate it, but I also think it's kind of weird to not vote London when we're playing versus Vancouver, putting us below Titans. It's kind of weird move, but I love Danny. I love Danny for that.
Yeah. I love you guys too. I am a official London Spitfire fan now. Costa said that on Twitter as well. So yes, I root for you guys. All right. So my first question for you guys is actually, I'm gonna be honest. Your first match against the San Francisco Shock didn't really go as planned, right? It was a tough battle. But today against the Vancouver Titans, you guys seemed so dominant. So I want to ask you, were there any adjustments that you guys made after your San Francisco Shock match?
To be honest, I think the San Francisco Shock match, it didn't go as well as we planned it to, but it was mainly like the first map we weren't happy with. The second and third map, we could have played better, we could have made adjustments, but it was a lot that we have a lot of rookies this season. It was our first game, our first map. We didn't perform on Legion at all, but the other maps, we were a bit pleased with our performance, and it was also a shock. They played like a play style we really didn't expect them to play, and kind of caught us off guard.
Okay. How about today's match against the Vancouver Titans? Because you guys seemed so dominant. How did you guys prepare for this match?
I mean, we knew if we're able to play our game versus Vancouver, like how we played the last two maps versus Shock, we're gonna win easy. Because it's just we are confident in ourselves that we're better than them,
Okay, so confidence and just playing to your strength. I mean, my last question was sort of on the same page as well. I wanted to ask you about your London Spitfire's Ryan Rush comp, because you guys are probably one of the only teams that really rely heavily on that Ryan Rush comp. Are you guys just playing to your strength, or is there something about the Ryan Rush comp that I don't know that I'm not seeing or the fans are not seeing?
I mean, it's kind of both. It's kind of both. We're playing to our strength, I like to play Rhine. I'm pretty good at Rhine, so we try to play around that. But it's also that we think the comp is pretty good. We think it's a bit slept on. To be honest, the meta started to be Rhine at the start, in scrims, and then it shifted to what you guys seeing now in Owl. But we think we can still make Rhine work on a lot of situations, and that's why we keep playing it.
Interesting. All right. Well, Hadi, that's all we got for today. Thank you so much. And again, big congratulations on the win. And good luck on the next match, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right. Let's go back.
Thank you so much, Danny, who happens to sit right next to me. And of course, thanks a lot to Hadi. Never realized how super cool his last name is, actually.
What's his name?
Blynagel. Bly, like lead, the metal, lead. Lead.
Yeah, lead.
And Nagel means nail, so lead nail.
Lead nail?
Isn't that Hadi?
Of course he's a Ryan
so
player.
Cool? I know, right? This was meant to be. So fantastic. Thank you so much for getting us that inside scoop. And of course, London Spitfire winning. And you know why they did? Because it's your birthday, and you predicted
You're welcome,
them to
London.
win.
That's my
That is There we go. Cake.
Oh, wow.
That one for you.
Oh, man. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right.
Is
all
that
right.
a red velvet cake?
And listen, I really like the look of that cake, and I also want to get a piece of it. So
Okay.
due to COVID safety, we didn't put any candles
Oh,
in
good,
here.
good.
You can put your spit in this muffin.
I will do
Throw
that.
one out.
Whoa.
Thank
Stay
you,
away from that
everybody.
cake, though.
Happy birthday, Daddy!
Hey!
I'm not going to sing for you
Do the
because...
thing. Whee!
Whoa! All right. Let's talk about this match.
Yeah. Enough of that.
Yeah.
Enough of that.
fun.
But that looks
Thank
like
you,
a good
thank you.
cake. Either way, yeah, we were wrong. You were right.
Of
So
course.
we got that one out of the way. But we have to really dissect that match because, quite frankly, London looked the best we've ever seen that team look in the last few years. Kasta, why is that?
I think Hardy gave a really good post-game interview of, like, we're confident in our ability to play. Like, even the 3-0 against the San Francisco Shock, he gave feedback of, like, we didn't play how we wanted to in the first map, but they're aware enough that it's like, it's the San Francisco Shock. We need to be realistic. We played well, and we knew if we came into this match and played that style, we can take down the Vancouver Titans. And they did that. On that Reinhardt, Hardy pinned false. I asked to see if we could get a stat to know how many times Hardy pinned false. It was a crazy number of times. Here's one for you right here. But Hardy was very good on the Reinhardt, playing that aggressive style. And, you know, on the other side of the coin, Foles had a really tough game. He was really struggling to get anything done, be able to deal with anything to do with the Rhine comp. And as soon as you saw the London Spitfire switch to this Rhine comp to counter the Vancouver Titans switch to the Rhine comp to counter the London Spitfire, it's pretty much over at that point. As soon as you're mirroring the opposition, it's done. So big plays. And I want to give a special shout out to Landon.
As well, yeah. He had some amazing sweeps onto all of Vancouver Titans, and I think he had a huge impact on this match as well. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's fantastic to see the team coming together like that and actually having a dominant performance, and it must be really good boost for their morale as well, of course, after having quite a crushing defeat against the San Francisco Shock. But I love to see them playing to their strength and making it work for them. Now, once again, because it's your birthday, I
feel a little uncomfortable now.
I want to get it out of the way.
This is too much.
So you don't have to do it.
I get a cake, I get a muffin, and okay, all
That's
right.
right.
Get to laugh at us.
Day.
London pick.
Let's go, London! Yeah!
Chat was wrong too, just like throwing that out there.
Yeah.
You know, before they coming at us.
Yeah, no more coming at Danny. You know, he's...
Exactly.
Leave me alone today, guys.
That
Leave me
also
alone.
means that you're currently the leader of our...
That is true.
Yeah,
That is true.
You are just the biggest brain of all of us, and that is a fact. Well, let's see if we can keep that streak going, because we have another match, of course, coming up. It's going to be the Paris Eternal taking on the Florida Mayhem. We already discussed the match a little bit heading into this, but still, Costa, what does each of those teams have to do to get the W?
It's going to be interesting because I think both teams played against stronger performance against them. So it's very hard to understand where both of these teams stand. And I think if you were, you know, sort of roughly putting these teams together going into the season, I would put them around the same spot. Obviously, people have been high on the Florida Mayhem, and they did show some good performances in their previous match. I want to see them both play to their strengths, and I said to the Florida Mayhem, just play normal. Like, don't play Roadhog. If I see them walk out on Roadhog, I'm going to be very upset. But for the Paris Eternal, they just need to put it together. It felt like they were very all over the place, and they weren't playing a very solid teamwork-oriented style, which we know from them from last season. So I want to see them go back to their roots, play their way, and I think this could be a banger of a match.
How do you feel about your prediction?
Well, I think we all
Coming
picked
up with a
Florida
high
Mayhem,
here,
right?
so,
Yeah.
I do feel like Florida Mayhem will probably come back to their senses and, you know, do what they're supposed to do. But maybe one map, they'll maybe probably go with the Roadhog. I kind of want to see it, you know?
I mean, maybe they go Roadhog all along, like all the way, and it works out for them. Like, you never know.
We only saw it once.
Has said that he's not going to do it anymore.
Maybe second time's a charm. You never know.
Or third, or fourth.
Well, you sound like every tank player in my ranked game now. It's like, it didn't work the last few games, but maybe this time it's going to work.
Oh, well, either way, we will be finding out what they're going to come out of the gates with in just a few seconds as the players are getting ready. And that means it is time for us to say goodbye from our desk. We will be back again with the next game break. Meanwhile, we will be enjoying cake and Overwatch. You get to enjoy just Overwatch, but you get to do so with the lovely Necra and Jaws.
Thanks, guys. Happy birthday, Danny.
Happy birthday!
The cake looked good. I hope, please, just one slice, just one.
I just
Not going
want
to come down to Irvine, but
I'll take a strawberry. Like that's it. Like I just need just a little bit.
We'll package it up for you and send it in the post.
Perfect. One slice of strawberry.
It won't go bad.
please.
I don't think. Yeah, it'll be fine, right? Okay, let's. I want to touch on Scott's point. Don't play Hog, right? I mean, come on, dude. Like, every tank player at some point in their livelihood of playing a tank in the rank queue or quick player, whatever you play, like, has decided, you know what? Nothing else is working. I'm just going to lock the Hog. Like,
listen.
It's a pick that can work, Rose. Can. But we're not seeing a whole bunch, and there's a few good reasons why.
No, I respect the Roadhog choice that the Florida Mayhem went with in that series. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite find the value because you weren't getting those nice hook combos that you really want to see from the Roadhog. But maybe we'll see it again. Second time's the charm, right? Or third?
Yeah, second time is the charm. I mean, the Paris Eternal, like, they probably expect the Roadhog to some degree.
Maybe.
Right? Just some degree. I mean, look, we know you put it in your back pocket. We saw it on Watchpoint Gibraltar last time around. We're not going there today, so maybe it's just the secret Mayhem Watchpoint strat. I don't know. Let's have a look at the roster. Glister, Naga, Dan, Tridro, and Khan. I've always loved that we have Dan and Khan in the league on the same team. Doesn't make it a little bit confusing at all. I think Khan has been the standout player for the Eternal for quite a while now, and just his time in the Overwatch League in general. Like, his honor is just so clean. But then Naga, we talked about the other day, Rose, has also been kind of insane, especially his breakout period within the Overwatch League. He was just dominating on things like Fire and Echo.
Exactly. I still think that the Echo is a little bit hard to navigate in this particular meta right now, because if you're not able to get behind the shields and really find value with that Echo and, you know, of course, that duplicate, it's not really as powerful as what we've seen in Overwatch 1, so that might be a little tough to be able to play a hero like that. But we've also got to take a look at the Florida Mayhem, because we've got some really big names down here too. And Chad, someone is like an actual player, okay? You're gonna hear us say someone is doing something.
Something,
but
somewhere.
We are talking about actually someone, the tank player for the Florida Mayhem.
I know. I'm always curious where players or just anybody really gets their like gamer name from, their gamer tag, the handle, or whatever you want to call it. I wonder where someone got his from. Like, I'm really curious. I'll have to get Danny to ask him or something, because I can imagine it. A little bit trolling, maybe. A little bit trolling.
Maybe.
Sure. Hydron's been really impressive to me, Rose. When we've seen him last. His Soldier's been looking really good. And seeing Checkmate back on a DPS role has also been fantastic. Right, we're going to get into game in just a moment. We're going to Oasis once more. So, really? This does feel like the wheelhouse of teams like Paris Eternal. This is where Naga made his name for himself on this Pharah pick. If we end up going to Gardens, I don't think we'll see too much Pharah, but the Echo, it's still there for him to pick up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there are a lot of different places that you could find some of those projectile heroes to have a lot of value. Don't think University is one of them. Yeah,
but you could still play a little bit Echo, a little ground Echo. It's not the worst.
Okay, sure, yeah, maybe. We'll see if that actually ends up sticking. But something that looks a little bit more normal, I'll say, is the Florida Mayhem isn't looking to run Roadhog, at least as of right now. Someone trying to lock in that Winston, and then of course just kind of seeing a classic dive to be able to support a tank choice like that.
There you go. I'll quickly point out the stat on the bottom of the screen. All-time highest, the final blows there by Naga on Oasis, tied with Striker. Pretty sick, and that was what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Farah's been looking good, but oh wow, we're actually seeing Glister on the Cassidy. Okay. Cassidy may Ryan. A little bit of speed up, or speed away, I think, from the Florida Mayhem comp. Keep Glister at range.
Yeah, just be able to kind of keep taking those angles, but Florida Mayhem kind of waiting for Animo to really get that speed boost up and online, and of course Hydron to get into position before hitting the go button here.
So unlucky. Hydron has to actually reload. Someone and Animo are dead. Glista and Cassidy in general still pretty decent in the 1v1s. You don't have the flashbang, like the stun anymore. But if you hit that magnetic grenade, then shoot someone once, maybe twice if they receive a little bit of healing. That's an insta-kill if the grenade ends up latching on.
That's huge. And Glister also has already done so much damage that they're close to ult already, Jaws. That could be massive going into this next fight where Florida Mayhem are trying to take a quick rotation, but Checkmate also just got so low that the Mayhem are going to have to wait for Checkmate to get completely healed back up before looking to engage.
Oh, Naga is asleep. That window could be quite deadly. Oh, nice little ice block. Window goes down, so does the lamp. And now Glista can just dominate if he can get someone lined up. Someone going pretty low. 50 HP remains. Not quite enough to get away, though. He did try and leap, but it wasn't quite quick enough. So much here to use that nano as well for the sustain, but Checkmate in the back. Oh, my word. Everybody trapped in that small room. Getting a dash in that situation, you just get so much damage down. It's hard to lock down the Genji without those stuns. And there you go, the Florida Mayhem off the back of Checkmate's blade managed to take the point.
Well, it's a little dicey there for the Florida Mayhem because Surmaja did donate over the nano to someone, and someone went down before being able to get that Primal Rage online. So at least someone does have that to try to keep control of this point, but Paris Eternal, they executed a lot of patience there after Florida Mayhem used so many ults.
Oh, another lamp going down, and then it dying instantly, and then a beat being used. So much gets just run over as Dreja and the rest of the squad do just press on forward. Very good spot for the Paris Eternal to be. However, they've used their beat already. The Florida Mayhem to contest might have to use the beat of their own. They can still with the Primal Rage. I think that's just really all they need to do. There was the magnetic grenade. Did actually force out someone's Primal Rage. High Noon looking, scouting, spying, trying to find the skulls. Not quite. Checkmate does fall on the sidelines as Naga uses the block to hail his HP right back up to full. A nice shatter from Dan. Finishes off someone with the help of Naga. And now the Florida Mayhem are just desperately trying to maintain control of this point. Halfway through the fight, though, Eternal did manage to find that flip. Samajed and Hydron are still taking up a fair bit of real estate on the high ground. Paris Eternal might not be out of the woods just yet. They're in fact getting forced away.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I mean, Hydron does have to step back just a little bit to be able to put down the heal station and grab some heals from Surmajid, but with the amplification matrix, at least Paris Eternal can create some space.
Oh man, yeah, they just ran headfirst into that bubble. That anti-grenade from Surmajid plus the nano damage was a little bit too much to bear. That window, I will say, from Paris Eternal, Khan used the window super early and the rest of his team already pushed past it. Oh, here you go. Nano, nade.
Yeah.
Boom. Nice couple of kills.
Now we're entering into last fight territory for the Florida Mayhem, and they're looking pretty good right now, Jaws. They've got the Dragon Blade. They're just going to go ahead and get aggressive here.
The lamp's dead, so is Khan. The rest of the team sure to follow. Checkmate and the rest of the team might as well play straight on up to the spawn. Glista didn't expect Checkmate to be there, not at all. 96%, the tactical visor's been used. Dreja has to use that beat to touch the point. 99 turns to 100. Dreja and Dan so close to making it, but even if they did, their health bars were dwindling. End up falling over, and the Mayhem, they take University.
Trying to look forward to the next round.
Ready for battle.
I feel like Paris Eternal is going to make some changes. Don't agree with the Baptiste. I just don't. I don't think the Baptiste actually ended up finding the value it needed to. The Immortality fields felt kind of useless, particularly because of how easily the Florida Mayhem were able to just take those out. So I really like the choice of the Ana here for Paris Eternal. Just look at how much Surmajid was finding value from that Ana. Paris Eternal could benefit a lot from having the same.
Yeah, there you go. You spoke it into reality, I think there. Rose Khan picking up the Ana this time. So we're actually seeing shades of last series, in fact. One team playing the Rhine on the high ground, other team playing the Winston. Hydron. Bit of Splinter Cell, maybe. Oh, there's three people there. This almost dies. Oh my god. They end up getting Dokon. Nice pin on to someone. has got the leap, gets away just in time. However, now without leap, has to be a little bit more careful. A speed boost from Dredro sends Marjed to the spawn, and now the Mayhem lacking a main healer. And they do forego the point. Nothing really more to be said, apart from a kill onto Glister. Somehow, even with healing station down, Animo finds that kill. And now the Paris Eternal just have to play all the way back. They lack so much damage. Without that soldier, you're relying on Naga hitting right-click, right-click, right-click to get anything meaningful done. And a big nade from Khan keeps the team propped up, but Checkmate with the dashes and the resets. He's going to find the kill onto Khan, maybe the kill onto Lucio. There you go. All said and done. The Mayhem, they did lose the point first, but they're able to take firm control rather quickly away from the Paris Eternal. But the only problem is, I guess, for Mayhem is that the Paris Eternal can stall for a long time because of the May. So there was a lot more percent than I originally thought. Oh, here you go. Here's the kill. Animo just trying to escape the Paris Eternal, finds Glister playing over aggro. So there you go. That's what led to the fight win there.
Oh, right from behind the head, too. Just never saw it coming either as Glister tries to get away. But look at this. Paris Eternal already back. I mean, Dredro does allow Paris to get back into the fight very quickly.
Pin onto someone is Nano to survives it. Leap over the roof. That Blizzard used so defensively. Paris Eternal are not going to be able to use that one on point. Nanofighter available. Khan looking to set this one up. They've got to make it to high ground first, though. Visor is nanoed. Beat comes through. There is a blade for the Florida Mayhem as soon as the Paris Eternal stop this unrelenting aggression. Dredro needs to play safe. If he dies, this could just be Mayhem fighting yet another fight. The beat comes out. It hits 5. Animo, I think his beat was interrupted, in fact. Checkmate with the blade still was also low. Hydron creating a lot of space, and the Shatter goes wide, but the Paris Eternal still cleaning up. Hydron may have found 2, but with Dan existing on the point, Giant Rectangle Man is going to be able to claim it and protect Glister.
That beat from Dredro was so good. Paris Eternal had so many players purple because of a huge biotic grenade that came in from Sturmaged. That extra overhealth was so important for the Paris Eternal to be able to survive the onslaught from the Florida Mayhem. And now they have control of the point back and still trying to build up some ultimates, but oh no, Checkmate. No, not like this.
Blade. Oh, get dumpstered. He did not. The rest of Paris Eternal didn't see that coming, but Checkmate didn't see that damage on his way. Like, you need the nano in those situations. They were 5% away. They could have just hit that nano blade from behind. Nano onto someone now as the Paris Eternal claim the point. They're 65% and counting. Someone gets antied. Even if you're nanoed in that situation, because you're not receiving those heals, you can't stay in the fight all too long.
Florida Mayhem just have to go for a quick reset here. But all the while, that big kill onto Checkmate. Ooh, wait, did this buy them some time? Getting rid of Khan?
Did get the nano out fairly early, though. There's the Visor, hits 2, maybe a 3rd. They're trying to run away, deflect, use. Checkmate in trouble. Dan from downtown manages to get a double kill with the charge. A pin and then just a side swipe. Someone pops the ult to try and get back to the point. He's got one more leap. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Oh, the look on someone's face at the very end. Thought he had the touch. Didn't quite get there. Oasis tied up. 1 each. And now we go to City Center.
That's such a feels bad. Such a feels bad for the Florida Mayhem because someone might have been able to trigger the overtime, but it still felt over. Paris Eternal still had ultimates in the bank, and because they got that massive pick onto Checkmate, then, oh wait, hold on, wait, we gotta watch this. Dawn, oh no.
So he just kills 3 here, I suppose. Gets the charge, because it's not a pin kill, this one just boop. Just runs him over.
Oh no. Oh,
I mean, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, you can't deflect that. That'd be a little overpowered if you could just, like, if the Reinhardt's charging at you and you deflect the Rein, just send him
backwards. Send him 180. I smell a April Fool's patch with that being in it.
I do
just
too,
saying.
actually.
Wow.
Free idea.
Winston's dead. By both Genjis.
Huh.
Traded. Woohoo! But the Florida Mayhem do have the high ground. These bio nades are so easy to hit. If you're Sermajed. All Ana play, especially rookie Ana play recently, has been so good. Hydra in trouble, getting pressured out nicely. They're just trying to chunk Dan out once again. Falls first. It's not good. Even with your very resist, you're still very vulnerable when an Ana does sleep you.
That's happened to a lot of the tanks this weekend. You get slept, you're probably gonna get taken out as well because a bio grenade certainly headed your direction. Paris Eternal, though, they've swapped off of the Reinhardt comp. Dawn is gonna be playing the Winston, and a little bit more dive heavy coming out from the Paris Eternal, just completely matching that of the Florida Mayhem. So we're gonna see some really fast fights here from both of these teams. It's really gonna come down to who gets those first picks.
Dawn trapped. Has managed to get out with the lead, but has to go for that big reset. Hydron's been doing so much damage. He's already got himself a visor. No chance to run away from that one, especially when you're nanoed. Yeah, goodbye, Paris Eternal. Reset, maybe. Ooh. Oh no! Okay, now Dorijo has to make a choice. Run into 3 people, or just the Winston or the cars. Choice is yours, Dorijo. Okay, wow, okay, they let him escape.
Wow.
The rest of the team weren't coming back, but that is some survivability in action. Good job, Dorijo. Would have been an even bigger stagger if he died super late there, so nice work. Early engage for the Paris Eternal, maybe on the cards. The nano boost from Khan, either on Dan or Glister, potentially. There's the nano. Glister is asleep, does get woken up eventually by his own means. Dan finds the kill onto Sermajed, or Dridro does, and he helps with the damage, but still someone just causing pandemonium in the back. And the Florida Mayhem with a beat online. Arnamo hits the ground, hits 3, and it just sends them all the way to Paris Eternal spawn. And Paris Eternal, they've been really struggling to keep afloat, especially in these early engages. They've got 4 ults online now. They've just not been able to get something done without losing someone early on.
Yeah, the takedown of Khan as well was just spelled disaster for the Paris Eternal. Drijo's gonna have to come in here and use the sound barrier aggressively to give Paris Eternal a fighting chance to actually take this point back.
Checkmate's got played. Visor from Glister. A lot of that deflected or shielded up. Sermajed in the side. What? Okay, Glister was not expecting that. A beat from the Paris Eternal. There's the blade. Sermajed dead. Checkmate to follow. Hydra does follow up with a kill onto Naga, but the Florida Mayhem looking like they want to back off. They know Paris Eternal invested an absolute ton of ults in that fight. So waiting for the next one is their choice.
It is imperative that Paris Eternal not lose anybody. The comeback potential for any of these team fights, if you're down a player, is pretty small. And unless you take out a big key target like somebody that's ulting or one of the supports, you don't necessarily stand too much of a chance if you do have a player that goes down. So Paris Eternal, they have to play this flawlessly. And they also can't let Hydron get away with this angle. Come on, Naga.
There. Okay, yeah. Naga was up on the high ground, so you have to be a little bit careful. There's the checkmate blade once again. Has got a reset to his name and finds the kill onto Dridro. That's both Khan and Dridro now dead. Paris Eternal, very little heals. Dan has primal rage. But this is going to have to be huge. Luckily, though, Glister is still alive, using that healing station to keep himself topped up. Kills Arnamo. Another reason why Soldier is so good currently. That healing station, you don't need supports. You just put that down, stand in it, and then continue that onslaught of damage.
Well, that's why we've seen so many teams start going after the Soldier now, because if you're able to take away that piece of the puzzle and you just remove the healing station, that is so much survivability gone from the team, and also a huge source of damage.
Nano onto Dan again. However, Nano... Oh, another boostio! Let's go. Okay, Sermajed looking to the left. Whoops-a-daisy, Nandalucio. Arnamo gets some kills, will you, buddy? He's got... You know what? He's actually getting a lot of old charge. Earned himself a beat off of that Nano. Definitely worth. Sermajed and Arnamo getting the most kills in that fight. The Florida Mayhem now have control of the point. OT ticking down, and the Eternal need to make it back in time, which they won't. The Florida Mayhem off the back of a boostio plus some support or combat end up taking Oasis.
That boostio was so smart. If they needed it, then the sound barrier was there, but also that's just so much fun to watch. Oh my gosh. That's gotta feel good as a boostio player
fun. That's all we need.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's I feel this happens a lot now, where the Arnas are just looking at the Winston and then they just get funny Astro that comes in front of them and it steals it and then runs away. But it ended up working out, so it's all good. Florida Mayhem up a map. We've got Midtown up next. We'll see you in a bit. Hey, yo, we are back.
What's up?
Hitting up Midtown. What's up? What's up? Hope you're having a good day, bros. I hope everybody else out there is having a good day too. Hope you slept well. Hope you're drinking lots of water. We're going to Midtown. I'm excited. This map, it's got good music. Let's be real ourselves here. And the Paris Eternal and the Florida Mayhem looking rather mean right now. Looking rather even too. Both these teams need to find a win. They've not yet found that in the 2022 season. We're of course only in their second game, so plenty of dubs to come. Mayhem are starting out strong with a 2-1 on Oasis. Now, let's talk a little bit about these DPS lines, Rose, because I mentioned Hydron's been doing very well on the Tracer, but we're seeing Checkmate too. His blades looking rather good, even without these nanos. Hey, they're pretty sick.
They've been looking very good, whether it's just even getting some value from maybe 1 or 2 kills, maybe you're just able to zone away some of the members of the Paris Eternal. Checkmate came here to play, and I love that we get a chance to see Checkmate DPS as well. That's a new flavor this season, and it's a welcome one.
Yeah, it's pretty pog. Pretty pog. I think with Checkmate Rhine, I was happy, you know?
Yeah.
I was happy, I was content. But now with Checkmate DPS, I'm ecstatic, I'm excited.
Elated.
I'm very happy to see this guy in his natural habitat, and especially playing something like Genji. And I think everybody, I think I can speak for everybody who can say this. I love seeing Genji in meta, because seeing nano blades or just like normal blades is just so fun. Just see them dash around all over the place, fill the kill feed. Like, it's one of my well, it was one of my things I was most excited for about in 2022 was the fact that we get to see these more wacky heroes that we wouldn't necessarily have seen back in Overwatch 1.
Yeah, like, what year is this? Jaws, I don't remember. Did we go back in time or did we go forward into a new era? I'm not really sure. But we have been seeing quite a bit of Genji from lots of these teams because Dive is back in full force, and sure enough, both Paris Eternal and the Florida Mayhem are going to be running that dive to try to defend and attack Midtown.
It's all about those antis, though. These Ana's been carrying these fights. I really love playing Ana on this point of the map, too. You can hold the high ground here. You can rain nades down. You have to be slightly careful, because that might happen, however. There is a miniature health pack in there, though, so you should be okay. Dan, unfortunately, falls, but they do trade. But with the defense, especially with heroes that can get back to the point so quickly, Rose, it feels pretty matched. The spawn distance, or at least your distance where you can actually be active in a fight, is pretty short for the defense.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, Hydron could just run back. So that's really not that big of a problem. And then you also just have Dawn, who went down, be able to jump back very, very quickly. It still comes down to those Anas, though. The Bionades, they dictate so much of the pace of the fight. If Sir Magic or Khan can land one of those and get a giant purple, and then you just capitalize on that, that's a fight over.
Oh, no. I think that nano was supposed to go onto the soldier. Could have been wrong, but Glissa activates the visor as soon as that nano went out, but he's dead already. Oh my word, that's a lot of pink in the kill feed. Florida Mayhem only used the nano in that fight. Eternal had to use nano and the visor, and they get little to nothing. 2 minutes to go. Oh, here you go, here's the replay. That visor gets activated. Oh no, he barely touched the visor pie. He lifted his hand up, hit the button, and yeah, unfortunately was cut some quite a bit too short. There's the big nade. There's the blade from Checkmate. You gotta go in, son. Mega health pack. Beautiful deflect. Hits the sleep right back at the Ana. Khan didn't stand a chance. Naga doing a fair bit of work too. He's got 2 kills. And with the Winston being alive, you can't deflect that, I'm afraid. In fact, Dan, using the Primal Rage to just stay alive on this point. Someone did exactly the same thing and they kind of traded places. But with that spawn position for the Mayhem being so close, you can see Hydron's already back and he's activated the visor, zoning away the rest of the team. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, and the Mayhem, they still have firm control of this point.
So tough to find an opening as well, because no matter where the Eternal go, Florida Mayhem has their number. Glister can't even get away. Someone is just gonna chase them down and away from the point. Paris Eternal can't even touch. What are they gonna do here except use this sound barrier to go in aggressively, and even then, oh no, Jaws.
It's rougher than sandpaper is what this game is right now. 50 seconds to go in the Paris Eternal. are getting dominated near their spawn. I mean, they have Visor. They have Nano, maybe. Naga dies a little bit late. But still, you got 30 seconds, and we're doing Touch the Spawn Door challenge, and at least a couple of the Mayhem have that achievement already.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be the whole team at the end of this 30 seconds. If the Paris Eternal can't get out there and do something with this Nano. This is the second shot. Khan has got to land this Nano onto Glister or use it to save the team. There it goes. What can this Nano Visor do?
On the Visor. Oh, what a sleep by Sir Marchet. Someone woke him up, though. And the damage. Oh, it's just too much. Even with the Visor being blocked by the shield, the Paris Eternal have done it. They've cracked point A, but for how long? Florida Mayhem could still go for a recontest. They have a Lucio, they have the legs, they have the Winston who can also leap. Oh, not quite. Hydron actually goes down to Glister, who picked him up before he could touch spawn. Looks like a close hold for the Mayhem instead.
Ooh. Paris Eternal, by the skin of their teeth, able to unlock that first point for someone. Oh no!
Oh, run! Oh, please. Someone is chasing you with Primal Rage. Oh, Dreech, wow. Dreech just dies to a random Shark.
It's fine.
God, it's like being a pigeon in New York. Quite apt. Just up on the rafters before they come in.
Oh my goodness. I love City Chickens. They're my favorite.
City Chickens.
Yeah.
Never heard that one. Oh, you've never heard about Checkmate's blades, though.
No.
Nice double kill with one slash for Checkmate. Holding him so close. I love the aggression from the Florida Mayhem right now. Just playing right up into the spawn of the Paris Eternal.
It's been so tough for the Paris Eternal to get out of that vice grip that the Florida Mayhem do have. With this aggressive playstyle, Paris Eternal doesn't really have many options in terms of how to attack the Florida Mayhem, and even still, Florida Mayhem have so many mobility cooldowns to use to get away. Paris Eternal finally cracked the code, but Hydron might have something to say about that.
Yep, there's the Visor on the flank. Oh, you wait until the patch comes through. That Visor can headshot if you can aim well enough. Another Visor, this time Glister, responded to with a beat. Someone has the Nano, but Glister's Visor does still find Sir Marjed somehow. They trade Ana for Ana, but still Hydron and someone just doing so much work. Naga's blade thwarted. There's someone on Hydron chase him down. Well, at least they kill a couple there, but still, spawns are in favor. Unfortunately for Mayhem, not for them this time around. The Paris Eternal finally touches that payload. They're going to get it under this car wash. It's a bit more of a precarious situation though, Rose. If the Florida Mayhem can come back in time, they might be able to control this high ground.
They're approaching. Enter the car wash, see what can happen. Florida Mayhem do get back in time to be able to fight on the high ground, but Paris Eternal not going to let that happen so easily.
Nano on the non-blading Genji. Missed a couple of right clicks, but didn't miss that one. Naga with the triple. That's what you love to see. 45% towards that blade. 5 seconds to go, but the Paris Eternal are winning this fight. Now the spawn points are flipping in Mayhem's favor. They're pretty close. We've seen crazier things. Holds are very apparent at this point. Again, the point where you're actually effective for the Florida Mayhem is very, very short. You don't need to move that far. Naga's already dead. Wow, that was quick. There's a nade onto Checkmate, so they do trade Genjis. But holding this choke point is very easy for the Florida Mayhem, in theory. Oh, the Glister. Hydron 1v1. Does Glister? No, yes he does! Oh my word, there's no way. He just flanks and kills two right there. The Paris Eternal is still moving this payload, but look how close these spawn points are. Checkmate's already back, and he's close to a blade. Someone can get out with 69 HP. It's pretty nice, but needs heals. They're so close to delivering the payload. 1 meter to go. Don't step off. They did. Oh dear. Okay. We've seen a few too many C9s in the last couple of days. Still willing to fight this, by the way. Dan pops the Primal Rage, spotting everybody in that small corridor.
I think you have to. You absolutely have to. If you're done and you see this opportunity, you take it. And fortunately for Florida Mayhem, they're giving an inch and Paris Eternal is taking a mile. They've gotten away with a lot of things in this map that probably shouldn't have happened. But now Paris Eternal are entering into the third and final point on Midtown. They don't have much time though, Jaws. It's really 50 seconds left.
Huge nade. That beat doesn't hit checkmate, but it don't matter. It hit the right people. The Nano's coming out. It's on Naga. Does he want to pull the blade? Not sure. He's still got it in his back pocket. There's a lot for him to do with very little time and very little HP. The Florida Mayhem only invest the beat. The Eternal, on the other hand, invest the Nano. The payload's got a little while to go. And with 20 seconds on the clock, the Eternal, they need these DPS ults to land.
Look at how much space Dawn created, though. Paris Eternal should be able to just walk in here.
Nano, Visor, Glister, dead. There's the blade from Naga. He's still doing a lot of damage, but Hydron's doing more. He kills one with the Visor, one with just the regular left click. The Eternal, they've got a Visor of their own, but they're forced off of the payload. The Florida Mayhem are going to halt them here. Overtime is over. 2 points on the board for the Eternal. The Florida Mayhem with a clear victory in their minds, and maybe, just maybe, that match point.
Florida Mayhem definitely looking to get their first victory of the season. Both of these teams want to do that. They're both sitting at 0-1 in match score right now and really don't want to make that into a 0-2. But Paris has their work cut out for them, as they now are up to defend the point. Florida Mayhem just played such an aggressive game that I'm worried that Florida Mayhem's not going to really allow Paris Eternal to set up. And if that's the case, this might be a super quick steamroll for the Florida Mayhem once they get that cart going.
It was very tough for Eternal to crack that first point. Oh, let's have a look at this beat from Arnamo. He is anti.
Oh!
So nice. So nice. That 3-man anti from Khan should have been it.
Yeah, but
Mayhem were able to draw that fight out.
Yeah, but the boot backwards as well. That actually saved Animo to be able to get that beat off. So that's huge. Absolutely huge there. And
nice little lineup.
Yeah, you see that nade from downtown?
Quite literally.
Yeah, quite clean, Khan.
So we're watching Kaki videos, I think.
Good stuff.
This is what I want to see from soldiers, like a lot more. Like, this flank is just huge. Getting up onto the high ground or just having control of that miniature health pack there is very, very nice. And the angle around the fire truck's super good. Plus legs is legs, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you're running fast. If anybody chases after you, you're good.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can even just try to take the high ground now and...
Nice track.
Oh my goodness.
That was nice. Oh, Naga's caught out completely. This is trying to make the rotate. But unfortunately, the rest of his team, Potatoes on the point. Oh no, I say that. Arnamo and someone are dead, however. 3 on 3. Wait, are they foregoing the point just for kills? The KDA play maybe? Yes, they are. They got a checkpoint at least. I mean, hey, 2 more of those and you will have actually had the point. They know, of course, the Paris Eternal spawns are fairly close, so getting back is going to be pretty easy.
Have to just give up a little bit. At least they did capture a point. But...
Oh, that visor is so sad.
Oh, no.
That damage resistance on Khan worked out in his favor. That's a triple kill for the normal Genji. Oh, see ya. Yeah, Majed knows he's going back to spawn, let's be real.
Yeah, he kind of has to sit there and let it happen. But Sir Majed does have the nano. Could use it to just save somebody. Checkmate is not too far away from the Dragon Blade though, so that could be a really nice ultimate combo. One that we've seen a lot of this weekend. But, ooh, what's this? Blister just kind of peeking out of a window, waiting for somebody to walk through for that tack visor.
Oh, that bubble used super early. Glister's getting sped forwards with that visor in hand, however getting booted back by someone. They kill Darn? They killed Darn of all people in that situation? Darn was trying to create as much space as possible. As human or monkeyly possible. he almost had that primal rage. I'm expecting he thought he'd get that online and then he could use that to boot people into the sites. Not sure. 2 ticks on the board for the Mayhem. The Mayhem also used the beat to run on forward. And Nano onto checkmate as he finishes off Khan and Glister. A double reset on the dash. Naga ends up going down, used that blade, a checkmate, a cleaning house and writing his own check at this point.
Stop the payload.
As those fire bells ring, the payload comes out and yeah, Florida Mayhem, they've got 3 minutes and they've got a lot of space to work with. That fight was pretty clean, so they can move up quite a distance, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, Paris Eternal do get up to the high ground first before that fire truck is able to round this first corner to enter into the car wash. But look at this. You know, Dawn playing just a little bit of peekaboo around this corner as checkmate lies ready and waiting.
There's the blade. No, Nano doesn't want to get booped. Finds the soldier healing station. No way near enough healing. Naga Glister fall, so does Dawn. Sayonara, Paris Eternal. The Florida Mayhem continuing their streak of win fights here, and getting it under the car wash is the hardest bit on this map. Paris Eternal will be able to contest before it reaches the other side, but with that high ground advantage plus the visor, scary.
Very scary indeed. Hydron can create so much space with this tactical visor. Dawn just jumps in, maybe unknowing that that might come through, and big trade.
Very, very good trade. But they're still very unwilling to fight this fight, even though Sir Majed is down. Wow, okay. Oh, there you go. Okay, they're finally forcing someone back.
Well, that works out really well because look at how much healing Sir Majid's going to be able to get off of all of that chunk that came down onto someone. Nano's going to be up for a Nano tac visor or something. 2 minutes left as well. If this doesn't work, then you always have other ultimates to cycle through.
Nano, visor, Sir Majed dead. Hydron's got one of his own, but Glister's is better, especially when he's coated in that Winston bubble. Nice play from Dawn to enable Glister to get that kill on Hydron. It was like for like with the Nano visors, but that shield won the fight.
This is now looking to be much more in Paris Eternal's favor. Naga's gonna have this Dragon Blade online, unless... yeah, okay, never mind. Maybe try to farm for the Blade here, but Hydron sniffed that out so fast. And now that Dragon Blade isn't available for Paris Eternal. The script has already flipped again.
They're so close. Anti was massive. Drujo and Khan forced her back all the way into the train station. Dawn using the Primal Rage. Naga has his blade, no Nano to boot, but could use that beat for the sustainability. There's the beat, the blade, this time from Anamo, but look at this. It's getting completely denied. Naga's either getting booped back or can't go in because there's too much health and he can't get the reset. Drujo also used his beat in that fight, so it's up to Florida Mayhem now to find kills with their blade. Checkmate, he's done it once, twice, 3 times. Can he do it a 4th? He's got it online, he's used it to deflect and his dash, so just holding back for just a moment might be worth. Glister somehow, though, manages to find that kill. The Florida Mayhem and Paris Eternal down onto a 4v4. Glister going low is antied with 25 seconds to go. They have to up the ante. Florida Mayhem with the blade still online in a fantastic sleep by Khan. Naga has nothing more to say in this fight, has to get out, but Glister's there to save the day. The Eternal are defending. Glister finds the visor, finds yet another kill with the Helix Rockets. Somehow, some way, the Florida Mayhem whiff using their ults. Time is ticking down, it is depleted, and the Paris Eternal will hold them just before second and claim Midtown.
Such a good hold from Paris Eternal. Oh my goodness. We're tied. Jaws, we've got a match on our hands right now going 1-1.
God, that was so clean. Whew. The one thing that they needed, Rose, was that Nano Blade, or just the blade to go off. Like, you gotta hit Q, but man, Naga even getting slept. Like, it felt like the Florida Mayhem in that situation had done everything correct. They slept Naga, they pushed him off when he had Nano, but Glister just comes out from the back, hitting that visor. There you go. Midtown is over. We won a piece in the series. We got beautiful Circuit Royale up next. We'll see you after these. Hey up, welcome back. Do you want to be correct, like Mr. Danny Lim? Well, you can head over to the Overwatch League Pick'ems website or now mobile app, and it's better than ever. Who doesn't want to take their phone on the go and do their Pick'ems while on the train? Like, come on now. Be sure to make your picks every single week. During the kickoff clash qualifiers to win some sweet moolah and some prizes like Overwatch League tokens. Go on the app. It's the easiest thing to do, and now you don't have to miss it because you're not at your PC. Like, it's potentially the best thing they've ever done. Let's be real with ourselves here, because I'm going to be real with you, Rose. I forget. Every single morning I wake up, I'm like, okay, me on phone now. Now I can do pick'ems, and I don't have to forget when I jump on the cast, So good stuff all around. I did my pick'ems today. Maybe ruined.
You might be
just maybe.
Yeah, you might be a little boomed. I feel like Danny's the only one that has gotten any of them right so far. But honestly, this entire weekend, I feel like there have just been so many surprises I don't know if anybody had the Houston Outlaws winning that first match of the season either, but they sure did.
Let's have a look who we've got in. Would you look at that? Bestola coming in for the Paris Eternal. So that really signals to me
Sigma.
we're going to get a little bit of Sigma gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Sigma, almost 100%. I'm not going to say 100% because then I'm booming myself.
Just in case.
Just in case. But honestly, Circuit Royal is such a good map for Sigma, especially when you know that it's also a pretty good map for Widowmaker. That movable shield is so impactful to be able to keep your team safe, especially because those corridors are mighty tight. Jaws, that shield keeps so much damage off your team.
It's extremely good. Plus, you get the accretion, also really nice. And those spheres, they rack up quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
You're hitting those round corners, or just like in the general vicinity of everybody grouping up and hugging the corners. Can be quite nasty to deal with.
Wait. Please don't tell me this is real. I feel like this
trolling.
is a troll. This has to be a troll.
Troll face, maybe? Troll face? Someone on Hog? He's
I'm
on
not
defense. He's on offense. Come on now. Come on. Let's not get baited. That's like,
yeah, all right.
that's really
Paris
missing.
Eternal. They walked out of spawn. We're gonna talk about that. Glister on the Widowmaker. You can definitely find some great angles here, and there are also some really nice nesting spots for that Widowmaker. So love to see that, especially because Glister is super proficient with that Widowmaker as well. But pretty standard across the board. Khan's gonna really help out with that, sticking to the Zenyatta choice. And
oh my god! What is this? Oh my god! Right over the roof! Okay, there's no way Paris Eternal were expecting this level. This is EU ranked in a nutshell right here. Bestola doesn't know where to look. Do I look up high? Do I look at their spawn? I don't know. Wall, TP, over the top. Thank you very much. See you in spawn.
oh my god. What? Whoa. Okay, we're seeing such a big swap up too. From the Paris Eternal. Naga now gonna go over to the May. Dredro on the Baptiste. Oh my god.
Well,
Jaws, this is like 5 head from the Florida Mayhem right now.
Oh man. You know, I trust them if they pick Hog at some point now. Just judging on that. You know? It's like, okay, so maybe they are big brain. I don't know.
Yeah.
Teleport forward. There's the wall. They don't do anything just yet. That May wall from the Mayhem stops Paris Eternal doing anything either, so they're good. A little bit of a trade just to cool downs. They do have to wait for their speed boost, so that's why they're backing up around that corner. Festola ult charge, by the way. Ooh, 75%.
It's a lot. Yeah, I mean those spheres they do be adding up here. But Florida Mayhem just continuing to put on the pressure. Paris Eternal has no choice but to back off from this coalescence.
Yeah, nice little wall there to try and stop the Paris Eternal from touching the payload. Ice block used from Naga, a lamp to save his life. However, taken down rather quickly. Hydron finds his head missing on his body, but doesn't matter because the Mayhem have claimed the point. Callista going off though. Come on, take the turret down, let's go. We'll count that as a 5k because the turret was definitely an extra kill. They're annoying to kill most of the time.
Yeah. I don't like him.
No.
I don't think anybody likes him. Unless you're like
annoying.
playing this Symmetra?
Yeah. That's
I guess.
the only time where they're not annoying. Teleport.
Your team.
Wall available. Oh, okay. It was destroyed. He's throwing the turrets at them now. I'm not sure if they're going to do too much. I'm not sure that even they're attacking the shield, but could have been spicy. There's the sights from Glister. He's on the flank, knows exactly what's good. Didn't expect those turrets. 4-man flux. Can they do anything about it? They got a lot of healing. However, Hydron still ends up going down. Blizzard available from the Paris Eternal, so they're good to take the space. A nice ice block will stop anybody from going down. Naga protecting the rest of his team. We don't need no shield. A beat sends them forward, and a rock to the back. Someone did not expect Bestola to be there. There's the Blizzards that I was talking about. And now the Florida Mayhem are going again. A minute burnt off of the time bank, but a whole lot invested from the Eternal there.
They had to use everything to be able to stop the Florida Mayhem, but this is a really nice position in the map to do so. This hill can be quite mighty to overcome in certain situations, and especially when you're going to be rolling out with the Sigma, that puts so much pressure on Hydron, because where else can you really find the angle to attack the team? Paris Eternal have the high ground here.
Yeah, you can see they were trying to take the stairs.
That's
So
dangerous.
taking the main here, I think, is a little bit better. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Checkmate. Blizzard from the back. They still have the lamp. Will they be able to get it down in time? Yes, they do. But the wall secures the kill onto the Batiste. That coalescence is going to be a pain for Vestola to deal with. However, the Flux does end up finding two. And in fact, Checkmate and Arnabo end up going down. There is no Batiste on the side of the Mayhem, so surviving that Flux is incredibly hard. Vestola's Sigma looking so good so far for the Paris Eternal.
It has been charging up so fast, too. Vestola basically has the Flux online every other fight. And without that Immortality field, Florida Mayhem really don't stand a chance against that, except to just not get caught in the Flux. Forehead.
Oh no! Quick, kill the wall. Okay, they're good. That's like horror movie-esque stuff. Just the wall appears in front of you.
Oh no.
And you look around, there's 17 people trying to run it here with Lucio speed boost.
Yeah, especially as a Zenyatta, right?
They want to speed Naga forward here. If Naga can get that Blizzard online, it's going to be incredibly hard for someone to do much. Khan has the Transcendence in his back pocket. The Mayhem just waiting, biding their time, trying to set something up. The wall has been laid down, but someone is staying alive. Naga used the Blizzard for a little bit of zone, but Vestola's already dead. Sights for Glister available, but doesn't need to pop them just yet as he finds a cheeky angle to try and snipe the supports. He doesn't find all too much and pops the sights to reveal everybody. He's going to back up, knowing that they could approach in any moment. Window's going to provide a lot of additional covering fire from Dredro. And Gliss is on a nice little flank, but just go in, Smork level gameplay from the Florida Mayhem is just sending everybody flying. I mean, the Paris Eternal are so split. Dredro was on his own against Orion with a Shatter. That ain't going to work out. Now the Transcendence invested to keep everybody topped up. Khan now on the flank. Can he get the kills? No, he cannot. A little over-ambitious Zen flank from the Eternal. Does lose them the fights. And the Mayhem, they claim point B, checkpoint 2, checkpoint B, and they have 2 minutes to get it through this last section. Incredibly tough to assail, though.
It absolutely is. I feel like someone, though, has been just packing on the pressure to the Paris Eternal. And something that I really like about that last play by someone is that they removed Dredro's healing. It wasn't even just, let me go, you know, aggro that Batiste. It was just kind of like, well, not only that, just to be able to get Dredro out of the fight, but Zenyatta's not going to be able to heal the whole team. That's going to be really tough, and then you force out all of those extra support cooldowns from Glister and Naga, and that's just fight. Like, point set match here. Florida Mayhem working so close to this final destination.
There's the Flux. Just going to get matched with a beat. Vestola's had good fluxes, but unfortunately that time there was a beat to save the rest of them. Ice Block already used. Oh, no way. I mean, that is just pain in a nutshell. Naga Ice Block, then Blizzard right on top. Visor from the high ground. Hydron on the flank. A minute to go. The Florida Mayhem looking to send it home. There is just Dredro on the high ground. He popped the window, tried the 1v1, but the Mayhem had already put the payload in. Man, with 1 minute exactly, that is a frustrating time bank for the Eternal there.
Especially when this third point is super tough to capture. Florida Mayhem made that look easy. And again, it's consistently been off of the back of removing Dredro's healing. Whether it is, you know, Hydron, keeping him busy, someone just gonna go ahead and solo shatter. Yikes, I feel bad. I feel bad, and that's definitely not a situation that you want to find yourself in as the main support for the Paris Eternal. But let's see what Florida Mayhem's gonna roll out with. So it's not Roadhog, but let's check out.
Oh, okay, let's have a look at this replay of the Wall TP. Look at the way in the bottom left, you can see how the Paris Eternal are positioned.
Yeah.
They just have no idea. Clueless. Straight over the top. I mean, that reminds me of the Gladiators flank on Kings.
God, it was
man.
it was so smart too because Paris Eternal didn't have much mobility either. It's like Florida Mayhem knew that. They couldn't get away.
Wait a sec. Wait a sec.
Oh no.
What, are they posing?
No.
Are they posing for a boy band photo or something? Like, what are they doing up there? Oh, they're still there too. Okay, so they're going to hold height. That is a slippery roof, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's not. Okay, I thought it was a slippery roof. And Hydron has already claimed one. Ooh, reflected. Oh, Glister, not when you want to shoot. Tried to time, it didn't work. But they do end up trading rather favorably, considering the defense.
Oh my gosh.
Punch by someone.
This is so painful to watch. At some point, this has to fail, right?
Okay, all I'm saying is Florida Mayhem potentially 4,000 hours scrimming this exact map. Like, that's how you come up with these strats.
Oh,
I like it.
God.
I thought that roof was a roof with a slidey, you know,
yeah.
that you kind of slide off, but apparently not. So rather interesting. I don't think people will start to fall for that. I think,
I don't think so.
It's going to be quite common courtesy to check from now on. We will see. It almost worked. It would have been cool if it did. Hydron getting rid of Naga. Khan ends up going down too. All on the Widowmakers. Hydron's aim. I said how much he's impressed me on the Soldier. His Widow's looking good too. Oh, missing that grapple though. Oh. Yeah, okay, there you go. Not the fairest duel in the world, but looked pretty good.
Let's see. Let's get that replay. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
Just sniping. Oh boy.
That was a good shot on the Ana. Wow.
Ah, that was some clean shots. Yeah, sniper do be sniping though. Florida Mayhem just completely set up on this corner too, and that's another thing that close hold actually provided. Not only was it entertaining, but it did provide Florida Mayhem with two chances, like an extra chance to defend this payload.
Free ult charge. Oh, not for long. Into the outcome. Nice defense from the Mayhem so far. They're really punishing the Paris Eternal. Someone needs to stay alive. Okay, good. He gets needed. Extra healing. And the Florida Mayhem have, what, 5 ults coming up? That's really good. I mean, Vestola's Graviton Surge here, it's got to hit 5. Like, otherwise, I don't think they win this next fight, especially against the Blade and the Beat.
Well, with Hydron as well, just going to go ahead and pop sights. There's not really any surprises that the Paris Eternal come up with.
They're going to grab Checkmate. There's the Beat. He's still swinging, but they're not getting anywhere close. Vestola goes low. Checkmate doesn't want to go in for another slash, and he gets cleaned up. Vestola with a nice grab in response. They draw out 4 of the 5 ultimates Mayhem had, and now they've got a Nano Blade of their own. The perfect situation for them to be in. I said the grab had to be big, and it was. Hydron just hugging coastline. Is going to have to get back. They know they've used a lot in this fight, and they have to know that that Beat and the Blade, Nano Blade at that, is available. Primal Rage is going to get used. There's the Beat. The Nano doesn't come out. He's chasing the Lucio, but he gets knocked away. He dashes in, but knocked up again. Naga, his Blade does absolutely nothing, but Glister still picking up the pieces of this fight, finds Sir Marget. Animo was alone, and Naga chased him down. Took him a while, but he got there in the end, and so did the payload. Paris Eternal, they lock in checkpoint A. They got 3 minutes to work their way up this hill.
It took a lot of time for the Paris Eternal to do that, though. Florida Mayhem had a pretty stalwart defense, but changing things up a little bit here. Got Hydron now off the Widowmaker onto the Soldier 76. So extra sustain now going into the team, and also just consistent damage.
Speaking of consistency, oh, nice attempt at reflect. Oh, he hits the main and the sleep, no way. Oh, so much Jed, so clean. This guy's been scrimming on ping, mind you, too, before he did reach the state, so I can imagine this feels like just hot knife through butter level gameplay. Oh my goodness, good cleanup. The Eternal, they're obviously assailing this hill, but we saw how difficult it was the other way around. Let's have a look at Sir Marget's. Look how far he's playing up. Like, come on, man.
Oh, the melee also, just to punch the Lucio. It's fine. It'll work out. Florida Mayhem, though, in a similar position to what the Paris Eternal were on their defense, which is just take the high ground, control the stairwell, control main. Paris Eternal don't really have any other options except to just try to go mid and press W.
They do indeed. Hydron running away. Nano onto someone as he leaps into the front. However, Sir Majed has been aggressive before, maybe too aggressive. That fight. Speed boost from Lucio is going to make sure they get back to the fight in time. Paris Eternal, they have the visor, they have the grab. The perfect combo, some would say. Wow.
Yeah.
Tactical visor grab. You love to see it.
Pretty good. Let's see how big the grab can be, though.
Well, there it is. It does land on nobody. So, Zero Man, maybe Necro cursed just a little bit.
What?
There's the Primal Rage. The Vice is still available from Glista as Checkmate does fall. Naga 2. Genji's out of the fight. Someone bullying the backline. Khan stays alive. There's a mini pack in there too, so a nade and the mini pack sends Khan to full HP. Wastes a lot of that Primal Rage from someone, and now he's going pretty low. Festola gets B-hopped on as the Florida Mayhem do manage to once again hold the payload where it is. 30 seconds remains for the Paris Eternal now.
Wait, look where Checkmate is. Oh no. See, someone went back so Sir Majid could get the healing, but like...
Oh, foiled. Absolutely foiled. They're going to go in, though. The visor from Hydron from high ground does get slept, but it still finds Dredro. Glista buys the dust, too. There's a nice kill from Naga, but this blade's going to have to be massive. It finds one. It finds another. Naga keeping this team fight alive. There are 7 seconds to go. Paris Eternal will be in OT before they reach that second point. Naga with the savior kills, not only on to Checkmate, but that blade killing 3. And now overtime is here. The Florida Mayhem are coming back and going to be able to touch.
Well, that's the big though. But Khan went down. Khan's gonna have to come back from spawn with the nano and hope it lands on somebody before Florida Mayhem just take out the Eternal.
Well, Checkmate's going in with the blade. He spots the bubble uses. Vestola going pretty low, but he can't find the reset. He dashes in, gets one, deflect, doesn't find the second one, but someone helps him to it. A nade on 2 Checkmate doesn't matter because the Florida Mayhem punch their ticket home on Circuit Royale. And they managed to get 2 points in the series. Match point now as the Paris Eternal need to find a comeback.
Such good stuff from the Florida Mayhem. I mean, their defense there, it really didn't leave Paris Eternal with too much time. Checkmate though, that little cheeky Genji play just kind of waiting in the wings. That actually might have bought some time for the Mayhem. I don't know. I'm gonna call it 5-head because what Florida Mayhem did that map was pretty 5-head.
Yeah, I believe we've got a small update for you. Okay, as a small update for you. Florida are actually going to re-attack after this break. Potentially something wrong going on. We'll fill you in with all of the details. Oh, there you go. There you go. It's on the screen. Due to an illegal maneuver. We'll see you right after this break. Yeah, see you in a bit.
What's up, y'all? It's Mr. X, and I'm going to walk you through everything you need to know about two new maps we're going to have in the Overwatch League this season. The addition of Coliseum and New Queen Street aren't the only new locales we'll be seeing this year. The league will still be playing the classic modes of Escort and Hybrid on two brand new maps, the Ritz and Glitz of Monaco on Circuit Royal, but let's kick things off with my hometown, the mean streets of New York City, Midtown. Now, you've all seen the cool features of this map, the iconic yellow taxis, the fire truck, the pizza parlors, but let's see how this map will be played in the Overwatch League and of course by you guys once you get your hands on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta. As this is a hybrid map, point A must be captured first in order to unlock the payload. Attackers leaving spawn will have a bit of asphalt to cover before they'll encounter the first choke and are left of the choice. Try to take high ground by pushing up through the subway car on top, or push underneath the train car to reach point A. Defenders, on the other hand, can play up on the spawn side of the subway platform, or they can wait near the point and wait to see if the teams will push underneath or come through the subway car. Ultimately, if the attackers can push past the fire truck and capture point A, they'll be ready to start cruising. Even if they've lost point A, here's where it gets fun for the defending team. As soon as this giant door opens, the defense can play really close to the attackers, much like we've seen Overwatch League pros do playing on Eichenwald after point A. They can utilize high ground effectively to really try and keep attackers from pushing the payload any further. As well, even if they do manage to gain some ground, it's another tough underpass for the attackers to push through, but also for the defense to hold as a choke. You'll definitely see defenders scrambling to take the high ground here, and attackers will have trouble pushing through. The defenders have a lot of open space to work with to defend point B, much like we've seen on maps like Blizzard World. If the attackers can capture point B, they can then enter the train station for the final push. Inside Grand Central Station, there are still lots of high ground positions for the defense, but if the attackers can get around that first corner, they can flip the advantage in terms of their positioning. Once the attackers get around that final corner, there are really only two alleyways for the defenders to get out of spawn, so the offense can do a nice job locking them in there and completing the map. And in a New York minute, that's Midtown. Let's hop across the pond to Circuit Royal, home of fancy cars, shopping, and more high ground. Now, of course, with Escort, there's no first point to capture, so our race car payload can hit the gas immediately, but this first corner is really tight, a feature unique to Circuit Royal as compared to other maps. The defenders have an initial high ground position to try and hold close around that first corner, but if they lose that spot, it's all offense as it's a straightaway with not a lot of cover for the defense. As the payload gets closer to point A, the defense has a huge high ground advantage, one unlike in any other Overwatch map, and that will make it difficult for the offense to cap point A and advance uphill to point B. Once the race car makes its way up the hill into the hotel entrance at point B, here's where things start to even out, literally. There doesn't seem to be any real advantage here, as the defense has some high ground options, but the attackers have the same access to that high ground. The payload pushes through the hotel lobby, and flankers can find lots of different covers to try and create havoc in the mezzanine. And on the final push, finishing the map might be tough for attackers because there are many points from the spawn the defense can use to their advantage. We'll be sure to see some final team fights come down to the wire on this map's final push. So those are your brand new hybrid and escort maps for this season. Who do you guys think is going to be the master of these maps coming into the year? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned to the Overwatch League YouTube channel for more PvP beta news and tips and tricks.
What's up and welcome back to the Overwatch League YouTube channel. I'm Reinforced and I'm back here with Costa for another video to talk about the top 5 DPS players we're most excited about going into the 2022 season. They have some really exciting players coming up this year, and hopefully if a 5 versus 5 format allows for some of those damage players to have even more impact than they did in Overwatch 1, that's obviously going to be a big boon for some variance in results and giving some of these weaker teams a chance. So something to look out for. Now, we picked up our 5 most exciting players, and these are not necessarily the best players in the league, not necessarily the stars of the league. There are a blend of rookies, experienced veterans, but some, players in an exciting situation that we're looking forward to see what they can do this year in Overwatch 2. So, Costa, why don't you kick things off with the first player we got picked out here?
All right, first player has to be the one that Avril has been spouting from the rooftops for the last 6 months. Oh, we all have. Okay, let's say it. And deservedly so, Proper is coming into the league. He is coming from O2 Blast and he has joined the San Francisco Shock. And if you aren't excited for Proper just yet, you should be, because he is absolutely incredible. A lot of us are saying he is going to be on that same level as your Fletters, as your Prophets. He has that same depth in hero pool. He has that same dominance when he enters the server. And I'm interested to see if he can elevate Shock back to that #1 status.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to sort of meet that standard right away, because you mentioned some of the best damage players in the league. But I totally agree with you. This is arguably the most exciting contenders talent we have getting promoted to Overwatch League and the history of the Overwatch League. I'd put him up there with the likes of Huxel. When Huxel joined the league in Season 2 in 2019, that was a big signing that year, which obviously made a massive difference for the Vancouver Titans. I would put Proper on that same kind of pedestal going into this season. Immediately a favorite to win Rookie of the Year. He can play on multiple different heroes, but the impact he has specifically on the Tracer, he can pick that up and just get 2 kills, get 3 kills, and suddenly the teams he plays for, I mean, they just find themselves in a mad advantage with him just going deep into the backline himself. An amazing talent to watch Proper from San Francisco Shock this year.
Yeah, and I've heard people being like, oh, maybe Proper's overrated. Maybe he's not going to be as good in the league. Well, we will find out, but I can tell you, if you have watched this guy, he is dominant on literally everything he touches. So keep an eye on him. He's definitely the #1 rookie. But I want to move us along. Let's talk about a more known quantity. And I think this is an important season for this player, Dante from the Houston Outlaws, because he's been, I don't know, in my eyes, he's been incredible for the last 3 years, but it doesn't feel like he's ever had that breakout season, mainly because he has been on the Houston Outlaws. Sorry, Houston Outlaws fans, you guys haven't been great over the last few seasons. So they've finally bolstered their roster. They finally have good support staff around him. He's playing alongside Pelican. He's playing alongside Merit. I'm really excited to see Dante really step into this role of being that flexible Tracer, Sombra sort of flex DPS and sort of getting that success into the 5v5 format.
Absolutely. And now he finds himself in a Houston Outlaws situation where they have a really stacked core, especially in that damage department. Pelican is coming in from the Atlanta Reign, all-star level player who can play so many different heroes. And also, you got Merit coming in, who's another exciting contenders talent who provides more of the long-range hit scan kind of heroes, whether that's the Ashe, the Cassidy, the Widowmaker, stuff like that. Even Sojourn, we'll see more of that later this season. So with 2 players that already are flexible and provide their kind of hero pool to this Outlaws team, how does Dante, who historically we know for being an amazing star player for this team, how can he provide for this team? How can he be able to use his skills for the best of the Houston Outlaws? So I'm very much looking forward to see that as well. Obviously, one of our star players in the league. Now, moving things along, it's Dia coming back into the league. Obviously, was part of the infamous Shanghai Dragons roster in 2018 that went 0-40. Not the finest mark to leave on your resume, but he did provide quite a lot to that team. He had some moments. He even got player of the match one match, I think, even if they didn't win. That just tells you how much he contributed to that team, even though they couldn't find a win that season. Obviously, he was part of some later iterations of the Shanghai Dragons, but he took a year out in contenders, of course, took a year off playing, competing in the contender scene for entirety of 2021 almost. So, but he's back now with the LA Valiant, and this is a very interesting pickup, Costa, because we do think that he can contribute to this team despite taking a bit of a break.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone has ever really doubted Dia's ability. Like, even as you said in 2018, he was one of the standout players of that team. It just everything around him kind of collapsed. He went to contenders. He proved that he does have that sort of star power in him, had a lot of success. The question mark around him is, as you said, he has not played that much in the last year. He hasn't played officially for a Korean or a Chinese contenders team. He's sort of been in limbo. Apparently, there are rumors that he was offered a position for LA Valiant last year, but he didn't want to join another team that, was going to potentially struggle. But the Los Angeles Valiant are putting forward a very good team. Very solid off of the back of a lot of great contenders talent. It is not the most cohesive team we have in the league, and it probably isn't going to be the best, but Dia is a great piece of that. And on the back of knowing his great coaching, I think they can get a lot of success. So you should keep an eye on Dia and sort of, I guess, the redemption arc. Like, so many of us saw him struggle in that 2018 season. I think we're all really excited to see him be able to prove actually what he's made of in this upcoming season.
For our final pairing here in this video, Costa, we got a duo, and it's a duo of the LA Gladiators.
Yeah, and this is really the make or break of this Los Angeles Gladiators. They've finally put together, I would say, a championship caliber roster. They have all roles absolutely stacked. But the big question mark around this team is the DPS players that they're bringing in. So we have Arns, who was incredible in 2020 for the San Francisco Shock. Very, very narrowly not an MVP, had one of the best hit scan performances we've ever seen. There's a lot of questions around Arns on, is he going to be able to perform at the level that he historically hit on that hit scan role? An even bigger question mark of a DPS player for them is Paddypan, because he's had a pretty, I guess, storied career through early Overwatch, but then he's gone and played in a different title, and now coming back, is he going to be able to sort of hit that, once again, that former glory that we know he has in him? He's a very talented player and person, but he's playing with the big boys now. Can he hit that sort of massive peak that he needs to get to? And there's some concerns about that right now. I don't know, Johnny. Do you think the Arns Paddypan alongside Kevster can sort of play with the big boys? Can they win the league?
I'm not ruling it out, Kasa. I'm not ruling it out, and I certainly think there is a possibility now that we have Ans and Paddypan joining Kevster, who I think is going to be the primary damage player for the LA Gladiators. Kevster obviously coming off the back of an amazing season, and he was in the Role Star conversation and all that alongside Pelican and the like. So can they hang with the teams of Shanghai Dragons, Dallas Fuel? I do think that both of us think there is a possibility, but they are question marks heading into this season. Is that about right, Kosa?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's like, I don't think anyone doubts the players individually, but the game is evolving so fast, and it's impossible to tell if just be like, oh yeah, by default, these guys are going to be just as good as they once were. And that is what everyone should be worried about, but you should be excited about it for it as well, because the Gladiators, they had a great 2021 season. Obviously, they would have liked it to go better, but I think they've patched a lot of those holes, and they have pretty much a very solid roster all round. But this is the really concerning factor, and if this pays off, FaZe looks like a genius. Like, we just got to be honest. FaZe looks like a genius because not a lot of people were looking at these, I guess, relics of the past almost a little bit. And if they do hit that potential, they could be the best DPS players in the league.
Absolutely. That's it for the top 5 damage players we're most excited to watch going into the 2022 season with Overwatch 2. So make sure you subscribe to the Overwatch League YouTube channel, like the video, leave a comment down below. Which is the damage player in the league you're most excited to watch out for this season? We want to know. And of course, stay tuned, and we'll be back next week with another top 5 support videos we're most excited to watch. Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back. Apologies for the extended pause there. And I do have to be a bearer of bad news. If you've only just joined us, well, welcome. It's a bit of a weird time to jump in, but we saw Florida Mayhem on the attack, and we'll show a little clip of that in just a moment. Unfortunately, that play was an illegal move to start the round. I know, it was pretty cool, but unfortunately that does count as an illegal maneuver at the start of the round. So what will happen is that Mayhem is just going to redo their attacking round on this map, and Paris will be keeping their percentage, or sorry, their meters gained, I suppose, which, if you have only just joined us, that was just before the second point on Circuit Royale. So we are about to get into game. as you can see, all the players are ready to go. So yeah, again, sorry about that. It's all sorted. We should be unpausing and getting in. There you go.
Yeah.
Unpaused. Bam. We have the Mayhem on attack and Eternal on the defense.
All right, well, Florida Mayhem going to be rolling out with maybe the same composition, but let's talk about the Paris Eternal first. We did get a chance to see Vestola on this Sigma towards the start of the series, and I love it, or this map, excuse me, and I love it. You know, I think that Sigma plays fantastically on this map. Glister as well, absolutely popping off with the Widowmaker. So if you're able to just kind of click ahead, remove somebody from the Florida Mayhem, then you buy yourself so much time if you are the Paris Eternal.
All right, well, they're running with the same comp on attack, but this time not jumping over the roof there. I can imagine just TP to height from this stairwell. Get a wall off from Vestola, seems like a great plan. There you go, there's the wall. TP, Vestola, the target, already going low. Druja and Khan struggling to keep him alive. That Zenyatta and Brig combo. You can pocket someone to high heaven, but the damage is eventually going to start hitting. And it does in the form of someone's hammer. Checkmate finishes the kill on to Naga, and they will end up taking this first corner quite quickly.
Rounding that first corner is a pretty big milestone to achieve as well, because you're basically forcing Paris Eternal to go up to the high ground or taking this corner. And so you can see that Vestola is going to just go ahead and do that, but the Symmetra right now going behind
TP's like, wait, no, that's not the wall you want to hit. Okay, Hydron was stuck, but he's okay. Glister, though, he's just shooting ducks right now. Look at that. He's just sat up on the high ground, not a care in the world. He takes two with him, maybe a third. Oh, flick of the wrist, ends up going wide. That teleporter was good from Hydron, getting behind Vestola, but Checkmate walled him off.
Yeah, let's see Glister's POV from this as well, though. Oh my goodness! Naga set him up and Glister knocked him down. Good stuff to see from that Widowmaker, but yeah, a little unlucky here from the Florida Mayhem. They still have some time, though. 2 minutes left in the bank, as they're also looking at this Coalescence from Sir Majid, and that could be absolutely huge to just push Paris Eternal away.
Double wall. Vestola in the skies using the Flux. Nothing to interrupt that. Doesn't do a crazy amount of damage, as someone had his shield up and two healers just spamming heals towards him. Double wall again. It's just trading wall for wall at this point, Rose.
Yeah, you have to play around that, though, and I think whoever uses the wall first has a bit of an advantage.
Transcendence there, used to counteract that Blizzard. Nice little body block there on to Naga, so Khan could absorb all of that damage. The beat and the speed rushing forward. Naga on his back, the rally's coming out. Brig rally still pretty good, but it's only the Zen and the Brig on the payload to try and stop that cap coming through. And it does. Glister trying to find a couple of little exit kills. Ain't gonna happen.
Now that Florida Mayhem have captured this first checkpoint, they don't have too much farther to go in order to take this map. And looking at as well the barrier available from Hydron here, Glister might have just popped the sights, but Glister has a very short amount of time where he will be effective, as we do see the barrier get popped.
Even less effective now, that photon barrier. See the HP is so high, it's 4,000 HP. It's quite large. But now we're still switching over to the Doomfist. A little bit easier to execute into this comp if you want to run those TPs. Oh, the teleport bait. Vestola doesn't fall for it. That payload's so close to the exit. Oh, Vestola getting chunked down so much, and Sir Majid is just going to rain that coalescence through the entire team. But unfortunately, once again, Naga's walls have stopped Florida Mayhem in their tracks.
Naga has been able to set up some massive plays with those May walls, and that's what you want to see if you're a Paris Eternal fan. Glister, though, instead of using those walls to his advantage to be able to get those Widowmaker picks, has switched over to the Soldier 76. Allows her to get back to the point a little bit faster and also find a bit more value. That healing station can be super useful with the rest of the team, and also just that consistent damage.
A speed boost and a blizzard. That's the main course. Block already used by Naga. He's in trouble. However, Khan uses the Transcendence, trying to body block as many shots as he possibly can. On top of that extra healing, Checkmate falls, and the Mayhem struggling to push this payload to this point. A sleep onto Vestola is good, but he still manages to kill Somajed somehow. He is 1 HP as he escapes.
Oh my gosh. Vestola cutting it really close there. But still, a minute 40 for the Florida Mayhem to be able to just inch that payload forward to that checkpoint. Someone working up to the Earth Shatter. The sound barrier as well coming online for Onimo, and this could be really, really nice to use here now that Vestola has also switched over to Sigma and does not have that ultimate available. It won't be for a long time.
That's an easy S key to press if you're the Mayhem. You don't want to run up on that wall, or that window even.
Save the sound barrier too. So when Naga hits
Sound
the
barrier
blizzard...
and Shatter. There it is. Shatter available. That wall comes in. That freeze not quite hitting someone. He's lining up. He's trying to knock him down. Vestola gets antied, instantly killed by Hydron and the rest of the team. The Shatter, 180, hits Glister. Can they finish him off? No, they cannot, but there's still very little presence for the Paris Eternal on the point. Glister's using the visor, but gets walled off completely. He jumps around it, but is not quite there in time to stop that payload. The Florida Mayhem, they take Circuit Royale for the second time. 2-1 in the series. Match point for the Mayhem.
2-1, and now on match point. All they need is to win the next one, which is another new map for Overwatch 2. It's also push. So that might prove to be interesting. Chaotic.
Coliseum is the next map. Let's jump to a break, though. We want to get into that game ASAP. Florida Mayhem 2-1 up in the series. Match point. Let's go. We'll see you in a sec. Hey, what's back? Well, we're back. I messed that English.
What's back? What's good?
Back? We're back. Anyway, I was going to say what's up, but whatever.
Yes.
Paris Eternal, Florida Mayhem. 2-1. The Mayhem. We're going into our push map, New Queen Street. Next, a slight substitution. As you can see, we have Dan back in. So, Vestola, Sigma, makes sense. With Dan coming in, Rose, probably Ryan Winston.
Yep. That's probably expected. I think especially looking at New Queen Street, I think either of those options work really well, whether you want to take high ground or play a little bit more aggressively with the Winston, or just brawl up. Reinhardt works pretty great for that. Yeah,
That's
brawl up.
I like that. Brawl up. It's like shields up, but
Yeah.
brawl up. I like it. I can get behind that one. Yeah, it makes the most sense. New Queen Street is quite an interesting map when you think of the layout. It's like, it's got where the robot actually spawns.
Yeah.
It's got two long walkways down, like this, almost the center of the map, and then you have the raised middle section, which goes down to the coast, like coastline. But at the other end, there's a mega health pack, and you can sit up there as a soldier, as a Cassidy, like a hit scan, or even supports, to be fair, and overlook where the robot goes. And then it starts to get really difficult when you push up the hill into near the spawn. And that's where a lot of teams we've seen get stuck, is just after that first checkpoint, because that incline is so steep and there's so many easy bits of high ground the defenders in that situation can get to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough, and especially because it's a push map as well. I don't think many teams have really had time to come up with the strategies that they want to. I mean, fights just happen so fast, and you'll see one team take control of the robot, and then the next team will take it back, and it's not always a great indicator of who's actually winning those fights, you know? It could just be for a brief millisecond that one team takes control. Definitely tough.
Definitely tough.
But what a beautiful
Nice looking map, that's for sure. I hope we get some sort of, you know, when the workshop mode came out, everybody was in different parts of the map that you never knew you could get to, like Havana, for example. That's a very, like on top of the castle at the very end, like the third point, and there's like a 1v1 arena there. You can play Connect 4 as well. Shout out to my community who did a little Connect 4 tournament. It was pretty epic. There's like a Connect 4 there. I wonder if we can get to the ice hockey rink at the other end, or there is something like that available in this map. I think that'd be pretty cool for like a little game mode.
That would be really cool. I feel like it's like Lucio Ball, but like Lucio hockey.
Giant puck, I guess, just like kick it around, I suppose. I don't know what. I guess you'd boop it or like just kick it kind of thing. That'd be kind of cool. They did do that version of that, I believe, of Lucio Ball, but it was a puck. I could be wrong.
Yeah, well, free idea.
All these years of Overwatch, my brain melting, thinking of all the different game modes in Workshop, to be fair. All right, let's have a look. Let's get into game. No more messing around. Nice little bit of offense from the Florida Mayhem, taking this fight rather quickly. It's not really where you want to be. Yeah, Hydron just gets danced upon by Naga. That was close. Dana will set himself off the edge. He is incredibly low, but with Glista just sitting all the way at the back, pocketing his supports pretty much with that healing station. Pretty easy to go from there. And see what I mean? This high ground is just so easy to clamber up on if you're someone like a Soldier. It can be rather hard to Glista go. Woo!
Sheesh.
So tough. So tough to take out with the Lucio Amp and your station. Yeah, GL.
It's going to be so hard to be able to hit those shots too, absolutely. And then healing station on top of that, you're just unkillable.
Oh, no way. Someone again goes super low, dive straight in. They do trade tanks. Naga, very aggressive flank, holding the stairs to make sure he can't get shot in the back. Sleep onto Glista. Florida Mayhem getting the barricade on its way. You can see Paris Eternal didn't push it much, Rose, because they were down players when they did win the fight.
Yeah, I feel like you have to just kind of let the push bot alone, leave it alone sometimes. You gotta win the fight first, and then you have to go actually look after the objective. And a lot of these fights are happening away from the objective. Mostly just so you can try to find a little bit of a better angle, try to push the fight in your favor a little bit more, and... Whew.
Well, there's the Nano. Onto Naga. He's trying to find someone to insta-kill. Oh, he lands a Shuriken headshot. Hasn't got the dash to reset, though. He's got one now. Can he get more done? The Lucio's dead. Naga does dash away. Earns himself a blade. Glister cleans up the mess. Naga with the damage. Glister with the clean. Nice sleep on someone who was using the Primal Rage. Now Paris in control once more.
Someone popped the Primal Rage to leave. To, like, get away. Which was smart, but now you also don't have the Primal Rage, hoping that you can rely on the other ultimates coming up in the bank to be able to take this next fight.
Yeah, they've got Nano Blade or Nano Visor. Look at Sermager wants to activate the Visor. There you go. Or activate the Nano for the Visor. Beat used. Perfect situation, though. Florida Mayhem. They used that Nano and the Visor to draw out the beat. They've got the Blade and the beat for next fight. They just have to be careful of Nagas. Straight in onto the back line. A Blade for Blade. Beat's going to be good, though. That's what you need. Naga, 21 HP. Looking for support, looking for sustain. Sermager somehow claims 3. Jeez, this guy's finding himself in the kill feed so often.
Yeah.
I can imagine their cleanups from checkmates, but still, Sermager finding the final blows. He hit, wow, so he hit Naga twice in that instance.
Yeah.
To stop Naga from doing anything. That was all Sermager getting the kills and sending Naga low.
Big stuff coming out from that support, and unfortunately, someone gonna be a big pick for the Paris Eternal.
Oh, no way!
Oh, what?
Wow, that was so nice. Hydron found the flank. Those Helix rockets sent Khan low, and a quick cleanup from Checkmate. That's how fast these fights can flip, bros. And it's normal. You're normally thinking it's like Control, where you go for these resets, then quick engage again. But that was a two-man job to wipe the Paris Eternal.
There's so many different ways that you can approach the objective on this map as well. And that's what we were saying. You can't really judge who is winning these team fights based on who has control of the objective, because look at how fast that flips back and forth. It's just because people are touching.
Oh, no! No, no, no. Oh.
Oh, no.
That was rough for Khan. Nerves getting to him, maybe. Dies to Sermager too. Another beautiful bio grenade. That was 3 from Sermager. Not only did it kill Khan, Dan, and Dredro were antied. Wow. Sermager having a field day. You can see why he was so hyped up to come in from EU contenders and the European region. Like, man, this guy is crazy.
So good, and he's playing against so many people that he should be familiar with. Khan, Don, Naga.
Nanovisor, nice deflect. Anti-nade ain't gonna do nothing against that. Don has slept in the back line. Meteor Strike used to get out of there. Does he use it offensively or defensively? Looks like a defensive use to get back to the rest of his team. There's another Visor, no Nano this time. A lot of that damage blocked out by the bubble, and now the Primal Rage is batting him around. He's got perfect aim, but he hasn't got enough damage to finish off someone. Checkmate finds the kill onto Dan as the Florida Mayhem are running away with this game. They've got 95 meters and now have control of the push bot plus the high ground.
Oh, they are looking so good right now. They might just finish. They might just finish the map.
Yeah.
They're 1 fight away.
Well, they've got a blade. Dredro needs to speed and fast. And dead. Sermager once again setting up these kills and the Mayhem for success. Checkmate going fairly low. They don't need to use anything, knowing that Paris Eternal are down a player. This is their final stand. Dredro with the beat. The blade from Naga's close. Dredro hits it, and 4 others, so Naga can play a little bit more safe, knowing that he doesn't have to run for his life. The Nano onto someone pushes people back as Naga pops the blade in the back line. Sermager eventually falls, carried down, and that'll be the Florida Mayhem foregoing the payload for once in this map, it feels like. The push bot rolling back, but because of the speed, Rose, The Florida Mayhem with the Lucio, they're going to be able to contest before that barricade gets moving for the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, wow. Look at these punches coming in from Dawn. Just some really nice damage onto the Florida Mayhem and just being able to kind of pick up those spicy kills.
Oh, Nanovisor, Khan's dead. Nice kill from Hydron, and everybody's running for the hills. Lucio, yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to chase that down. Good flick of the wrist, though, with the little micro missiles, finishes off one support and then the other. Nice work. Okay, so that's what the Paris Eternal needed. They need 2 fight wins here in order to take control, but not before Florida Mayhem have something to say about it. They lost 2 supports so early, but someone with a Primal Rage and Hydron zoning people away with a Tactical Visor is more than enough for them to surge on forward. Glister gets stuck on a mailbox, but still kills someone.
They do kill someone.
Yep, somebody.
Yep. Somebody, somewhere. Who knows? Naga, though, posturing right now to be able to find some picks, maybe work up to that Dragon Blade, as Dreidro also trying to get this sound barrier aligned, but Hydron!
Can't let that happen, Rose.
No!
There's 10 seconds to go as the Paris Eternal have lost control of the push bot, and Dan is getting body blocked. Can he get out in time? No, he cannot. Time's ticking down. Someone needs to touch. Beautiful sleep onto Dreidro. The little bag from Hydron as he collects a bigger one after today's game. A 3-1 for the Mayhem to round it all out. They collect the dub, and they finish in style.
Dang. Florida Mayhem, though, looking extra clean. Also, almost just completed no Queen Street just outright. Very much had the pick of these team fights and a lot of really nice strategies coming through to be able to have each pop off.
It feels like there was a lot of solo play there too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you didn't see it, but the play of the game was Checkmate, following up on Hydron's his missiles to then turn the fight completely. Those small flanks from Hydron have been working out so well to then enable Checkmate to get these resets and kills. Sermaged had a heck of a game too.
Yeah.
And he is going to be our player of the match. What a surprise. This guy's anti-nades, his sleeps, they're looking so good. Anas this season are looking the best they've ever been, and a lot of the Anas are rookies. Ultraviolet has been looking great. Sermaged now. Anas just being enabled and enabling the rest of their team. I thought Moira was going to be the main support a lot of these players were playing because of the survivability aspect without that off-tank to peel, or like the other tank to peel. But Ana, with the amount of utility, is in incredible support right now. And if it's piloted like this, Rose, unstoppable.
Well, when you're this good, you don't really need the survivability now, do you? Like, yeah, Lucio is fine, and Ana even better. I mean, holy moly, 45%!
Are you seeing that?
Yeah!
45% sleep burst success rate. That is pretty high.
40 bios!
And that's in this match. You're like, wow, that's pretty good for like a week. No, that this match. Yeah, crazy. I mean, this is the guy you got to watch out for if you're playing against the Florida Mayhem. A lot of teams, of course, you want to kill the backline first. And Sermaged is #1 on the list, most wanted on Florida Mayhem right now. What a good start to the year. They picked up some really, really solid talent. And it was basically a complete rebuild before Checkmate. So the Florida Mayhem and the fans, I think, are going to be very, very happy. Let's have a look at what we got coming up next. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got some bangers. We've got Justice and Dallas up next. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here joined by someone, not just someone, but Florida's main take someone. Someone, hello, how are you doing? 자, 서먼 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. Congratulations on the win. Now, you know, this was, I don't know if this was a long week for you, but you had a match that you lost, but also you had a match that you won. So if you could summarize the first ever Overwatch League, how would you summarize it for yourself? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 이제 벌써 플로리다 팀의 첫 주 경기들이 끝나는데요. 서먼 선수가 어떻게 보면 이제 이번 첫 주, 오버워치 리그의 첫 주를 좀 요약을 하자면 어떻게 할 수 있을까요?
저희가 처음에 애틀랜타 경기를 했었는데 저희는 연습 과정이나 이제 팀원들끼리 이제 합도 많이 맞춰서 자신 있게 들어갔지만 애틀랜타에 지고 나가지고 좀 아쉬웠던 모습을 보여주기 싫어서 그 3일 동안 더 연습해서 이번에 파리에서 좋은 성적을 얻었고요. 근데 이번 한 주는 솔직히 말해서 저는 아쉽다고 생각합니다. 왜냐하면 저희는 2승을 생각했는데 대회 때 한 판이라도 저는 만족하지 않은 경기가 나오면 좀 내적으로 마음에 안 들기 때문에 그래도 아직은 아쉬운 한 주였던 것 같습니다.
Alright, so coming into the first match against the Atlanta Reign, we put a lot of practice and we had a really nice comp going in. So we were really confident, but of course, unfortunately, we did take the L for that one. So after that, coming into today against the Paris Eternal, we had 3 days of really nice practice. We were feeling super confident and we just played how we practiced and we got the win today against the Paris Eternal. Overall though, for my first week of Overwatch League, if I could summarize it, I would say I'm a bit happy, but also I'm a bit sad as well. Because of course I'm a person that really wants to just win it all, and it would have been really nice if we could have won both matches, but that didn't come true. But we really tried our best, so you know I'm a little bit sad about the fact that we lost one of the 2 matches that we had. You know, I think you did say that you lost first one of the matches and won another one, but I think that's still a great feat for the Florida Mayhem. 말씀하셨다시피 2개를 이겼다, 2개 다 승리를 거두셨으면 좋겠지만 그래도 하나라도 이긴 게 어딥니까? 정말 좋은 모습 보여줬다 생각을 하면서요. I'm gonna go into my second question. Your team actually consists of an international roster. You guys have Korean players and non-Korean players as well. So when things get a little hectic and crazy in-game, how do you guys communicate? 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 이번 년 플로리다 팀이 한국 선수들만 있는 게 아니라 좀 다국적인 팀이기 때문에 이제 인게임에서 좀 이게 좀 이렇게 많은 것들이 생겨나고 좀 이런 해프닝들이 있을 때 어떻게 소통을 하시나요?
저희도 아직 그 소통에 대해서 완벽하진 않지만 그래도 완전 이렇게 극적이거나 흥분되지 않을 때는 웬만하면 영어로 소통이 됩니다. 왜냐하면 아나모 형도 외국 팀 생활이 없었긴 했지만 그 형도 영어를 좀 하고 그리고 저랑 체크메이트 물론이고 그래도 기본적인 영어를 해줘도 저희 외국인들이 잘 알아들어줘서 원활한 소통이 되는 것 같습니다.
Right, for communications, you know, if things are like not going really crazily, we try our best to speak English. Like everyone knows that Anamo speaks pretty good English, and also Checkmate and myself do speak a little bit of English as well. So if we can, then we try our best to speak English, and that is how we communicate. All right, that is it for the question. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 또 다시 한번 우리 승리 너무나 축하드립니다.
네, 감사합니다. 바이바이.
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 Bye.
I like someone.
That was adorable. Yeah, I like someone too.
I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of
His answer went on for a long time. I saw you scribbling down. I was like, oh boy, like here we go. But yeah, no, it's such a hard thing to do, to translate conversations like that and still get the entire gist of what has been communicated. So nothing but respect to you, Danny, for all the work. And we couldn't be more grateful because getting that inside scoop, like we obviously couldn't do it. So yeah, love to have you here. Not just for that, of course, you also bring so much more to the table. And it's your birthday.
Can we say this?
Well, you have until the end of the day.
A little too much.
The next segment is going to have balloons, a little baby pony. Like, it's going to be great. Either way, first off, we want to talk about the match which just transpired, which got dragged on for a little longer than it should have. Mayhem, you could have done the same thing without some little wall sides there.
It wouldn't have looked as cool doing it, though.
True. And we do love a good controversy, don't we? But let's summarize what happened in that game. I feel like both of those teams stepped up today. Florida Mayhem had a lot of individual absolute standout performance. Surmajed was definitely someone we pointed out already heading into this as a rookie to keep your eyes on, and he proved once again why that is. He was kind of fragging out alongside Checkmate and Hydron.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good look by both of these teams. You know, the Florida Mayhem have to throw a curveball at us every single match, but it was cool to see them go toe-to-toe on very similar heroes. It seemed like they both wanted to stick towards that sort of Soldier Genji style for the most part in this series. But yeah, as you said, Surmajed absolutely bonkers on that Ana, and someone you can really see the leadership and the I guess, the aggressive nature of the way he likes to play the game and how he drives that team forward. We even got to see brawl from both of these teams, and it seems like these teams are starting to integrate more and more brawl, and it's having a lot of effect on certain maps. So I think we'll see more of this diversity from match to match between not just these two teams, but other teams as well.
Yeah, also, we saw something kind of funny. It was a nice little joke from
yeah, I mean,
Mayhem, right?
sick play.
Sick play, man.
But
obviously against the rules.
Yeah, definitely against the rules.
But it was cool.
I thought it was pretty funny.
I did love the little photo pose after the illegal play as well. Just like, look what we've done with the bad boys.
It's like when you're getting sent to jail and people like taking pictures in front of the jail.
It was like their mugshots, basically. Which I love that.
I even enjoyed Florida Mayhem's tweets after that. It was so good.
Yeah, I mean, well, they got it done one way or another, but Paris Eternal, as you say, Tessa, they did, they did put up a valiant fight. I think Naga had a lot of great plays in this game, especially.
Honestly, everyone. I think you could hit every single player in the series. I don't think this is a bad look from Paris Eternal either. I think they overall looked a lot more improved than we saw in their first day. Naga had a great match, as you said. So I think the Paris Eternal, as much as they went 0-2 in this weekend, you shouldn't count them out and you shouldn't discredit them because they put up some good performances.
Absolutely. Now, our next match coming up is going to be fought between the Washington Justice and the Dallas Fuel. Now, this one, I still feel bad about my prediction. I mean, Washington Justice did everything they could and then some to win us over, and not a single person took the bait.
And Dallas threw their last match.
I know. We're all like, no, we're still on the day. It's tough, you know. Like the wounds, they sit deep, and we need some time to heal. Why do you think this may have been a bad pick for us?
Why it might have been a bad pick is because there's no reason this pick should exist. The only reason that everyone, us and the fans went for the Dallas Fuel is because of their storied history. We know they have a great roster. The way that they played in their first match against the Houston Outlaws, that is not the Dallas Fuel that we know. We know they're better than that. We know they're more talented, and this meta should suit them. So I think if they go back to the drawing board, if they sort of calm themselves down, maybe there was just first match jitters, they'll be able to play at a high standard. While the Washington Justice, there's no reason we should discredit them. There's no reason. They played a great match against the Toronto Defiant. They deserve that win, and they look good all around.
So, if they win again convincingly,
I will.
Will you pick them in your next
I don't want to put myself in a corner here, so I'm going to say...
Well, I'm trying to put you in a corner here, so...
Sure. If Washington Justice beat the Dallas Fuel here, I will predict them for the foreseeable future. Yeah.
Okay. For the foreseeable future.
I'm keeping some leeway there.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that. Playing it safe. Why not? Well, let's see what both those teams got for us. So for all the action, we're going to hand it over to our casters, Matthew Morello and Mitchell Leslie.
She went with my full name and name, yeah. Okay, wow, it's like that. Foreseeable future,
today, though. How was Griffin doing after the Mayhem match?
I mean, he turned to me with tears in his eyes and said, "Dad, how could they let these people abuse these exploits in our Christian Overwatch League?" And I looked at him and my heart broke because I had to tell him that sometimes people do bad things. You know what I mean?
Hugo really started barking at the TV. He was so distraught.
Just a really tough lesson as a parent to sort of teach. But I like what Scott did there. The foreseeable future. It really depends on how good your eyesight is. So give himself a little bit of wriggle room. My eyesight, I couldn't believe my eyes really when I saw how Dallas sort of started off their season. Not a great beginning from them, but I am not certain that it was a one-off. Houston looked incredible. Dallas trudged all the way home from San Antonio with their tails between their legs here. But the question is, can they figure themselves out now, or have they had enough time before they go up against a team like Washington, who's looking like a top 4 team in North America?
I expected Dallas to be much better than what we saw the other day. If you take a look at the Justice lineup, coming out to kick this one off is Decay and Happy. We know what they're capable of. We get a good old Mag versus Fearless duel in this match, where it's kind of the same thing as last season with the Justice, right? You were just kind of like, well, what happens at the support role, right? And, can the supports kind of keep up with some of these other top teams in the league? Obviously, still really early on in the season, so not able to tell just yet.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. That being said, now, we have a roster here with the Washington Justice. They maintain that strong core from last year, right, where Decay and Mag are on this team. And Happy adds an element that, I'm just going to say it, they just didn't have last year, right? Assassin was patchy at best at times, and there was still a little bit of weird overlap between the hero pools of the DPS on this particular team, right? Obviously, they weren't the only two DPS players on this Washington roster last year, but still, they were the primarily used ones. The Dallas Fuel, we have to ask ourselves, how Edison and Spark will put together sort of the DPS performances that can handle their opponents. This is... Oh, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but it might be David versus Goliath. Screw the Scrimbucks.
Stock Exchange. I mean, it is. It's looking.
Do you remember the rumor? Do you remember the rumor how everybody was following the lead of the Dallas Fuel? I heard that one come out of the Scrimbucks exchange. It blew my mind. Bear in mind, this team had a bit of a base. Don't doubt yourself, mate. You're in trouble. Be careful. But I know that Dallas's preseason was actually a little disrupted because, as we sort of know, there are a few players that fell ill with COVID, which, threw their plans up in the air a little bit. Only for like 4 or 5 days, though. Like, we're not talking like weeks and weeks of issues. But Dallas just need to get it sorted now. All right? We need to see that Edison is a world-class, especially hit-scan player, and that Sparkle can continue to produce those carry-level performances that we've seen in the past. Also, Fearless, what's going on with him? Is he a Doomfist player? Do they have to bring Harmbin in to do that?
Quite frankly, I just think there's too much talent on this Dallas Fuel team for them to flounder for long. I know we can take a look at some of the maps in this series. To be Lijiang Tower, Eichenwald, Route 66 are guaranteed maps in this set. Potentially, Coliseum and Ilios to round things off. But I think Dallas just has too much talent to just be a team that's middling throughout the season. Now, they may not kind of have it together right here at this moment. Maybe the Justice are able to take this one off of them. But I expect Dallas to put together a better performance than the other day, and then also throughout the season, obviously, improve.
All I'm saying is that blue looking kind of sussy right now. I'm a little bit unsure about whether Dallas can sort of thrive in the kind of one game that we have now.
You've seen one game. And I think the Outlaws, I mean, we'll see them, after this. I think the Outlaws are looking really good. I mean, the Outlaws, they acquire, Pelican, right? Barrett Dante. I mean, they have a sick team. So it's not like they kind of, lost the cast to Masters off the street. I mean, they play a good team.
Well, and Decay and Happy just don't hold a candle to that. I mean, we're talking like a similar caliber DPS line here. Decay's on the trash mouse.
Kick things off. All right.
Love to see a bit of that. Eddie's like, how am I going to work around this? Also, Cassidy for Happy here.
This is a really defensive composition coming out from Washington. Junkrat, Cassidy, Batiste with the Reinhardt. You could not play any more of kind of just kind of almost bunker-esque, right?
These are polar opposite game styles, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have Reaper and Genji on the other side.
All right, Eddie TP to the backside. Happy wasn't ready for it. Spark was also able to make short work of Decay. So Dallas Fuels, the DPS, diverge, find their individual marks, and dispatch them. Very clean start to that fight. And they're way ahead.
You see, Cassidy loses the flashbang, right? It gets kind of like a homing grenade here.
The mag grenade is filthy!
Yeah, but when you have
when
you have the Reaper TP in, and let's say you hit him with it, he can Wraith form, and then now you're in a up-close battle with a Reaper, and it's not one that the Cassidy's going to win. And you have on the other side, Krillin's trying to keep Decay and Mag up and use the Immortality Field on that side because there's so much pressure coming in from Sparkle and Fearless that there's nothing there to protect the Reaper. But here we go, we got a flanking Junkrat.
Yep, Edison's remains will probably get found in the asteroid belt in a few millennia. Happy also going to go down here, though. Dallas have the numbers. Krillin's Immortality Field's been dealt with now as the Justice with 4 make the way to the point, but here's a blade coming in from above. Sparkle going to get stunned up there instantly. Huge stuff there from Mag, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be a tough one for Dallas now as Mag will move take point on the point. He'll get slept here by Fielder and Chio, who don't really have any backup.
Yeah, there you see the grenade in the kill feed from Happy. Like you mentioned, it does a ton of damage. It's just you have to get some of those abilities out of the way, like a recall or a raid swap.
Homing grenade. It seeks its target. The only thing about Cassidy that would weird now is that Fan the Hammer, right, is in a weird spot because your target's not stationary. You can't just like flash Fan. So getting value out of that ability, it's a bit more of a nuanced question now. Sound barrier for Chio trying to make sure everybody benefited from that. Fearless is going to land right on top of Decay. Sound barrier also for the Justice here. So Fearless looks to take a sidebar. Washington is still in control of the point though, so he needs to get his hands dirty again, Matt.
You also have this Deadeye. Deadeye becomes a little bit better now, not much. As able to think about. Well, you know, he gets the damage reduction in Deadeye now. Makes him a little bit, tankier, able to actually get it off. There in a room full of the entire Dallas Fuel, not able to though.
Well, he was headshot by a Hellfire shotgun, so even with a bit of damage reduction, that one is going to be a little bit hard to just shrug off and go about your business again. So Dallas are back in control. With a Death Blossom here, no less, and Fielder very quickly going to be charged out towards, and Nano Edison's going to let it go here, and that's beautiful. He gets 2, plus an Immortality Field's removed. Stunning stuff from Dallas.
Ain't nothing you can do there. You don't have the Immortality Fields. You don't really have anything to kind of burst that Reaper down or disengage or just kind of live through it, right? No sound barrier or anything like that. So easy fight win there for the Dallas Fuel. One fight win away from taking this first point.
Decay picks up the Tracer here. Happy's Cassidy after having switched to that one. It's a good start. Decay's been able to find his mark. Edison, again, the Reaper guy takes so much damage as he appears in the front line, but Edison is able to deal with Decay. Phil will have the numbers, and Happy's gone down. It's going to be Amp Matrix thrown up here, but Fearless is going to be able to work on either side of it, and there's no chance for the Justice to touch. Great disruption there from Fearless on the Doomfist, because there was a question raised about just how deadly he could be on that pick, and we thought maybe Matt Harmbin would be called in for most of those duties, but Fearless has potentially round 4 and 1.
I think you just need to give Fearless time. Obviously, Doomfist as a tank is a completely new thing. Plays completely differently. A lot of tank players weren't playing Doomfist, right? Because obviously he was a DPS. Where you need to give Fearless some time because you want to keep him in for these type of situations if you want to play the Winston.
Meteor strike here. Decay obviously unable to act. So perfect scenario there for Fearless. Not a whole lot Decay can do. We're going to head over now towards Garden. We have the Winston.
Both teams going to play the sides. 76. Yeah, both teams going to play the Soldier here as well. No, Soldier obviously been playing a ton so far this weekend. Just great damage at range, consistent damage, and then here on a map like this, just able to flank and take so much space.
Bionic Grenade's duration's been decreased sort of on live, but unfortunately for Fearless, not so much here. He couldn't quite get to that health pack. He's going to get removed, and that's a big advantage for Washington now as they maintain that early position they had on point.
And we'll see if they're able to hold it. And you get Mag on Winston and Winston on Winston matchup. We saw this at the beginning of last season, I believe. It was like that sick Fearless versus Mag matchup. You have Happy on the hit scan, which he's like legendary for, but does not matter. It'll be the Dallas Fuel comes in, wipes up the Justice, they'll flip the point.
That awareness from Fearless there, very quickly responding to the fact that Edison was getting dove by Decay. Edison, he already used his Bionic Field, so he didn't really have a lot of support. Fortunately, his tank turned around, came back, and helped him get rid of the Genji. Fielder already trending quickly as Krillin is also towards those first round of nano boosts, which won't likely accompany ultimates. And the Justice is going to look for a way just to sort of crack the fuel open here.
Yeah, we'll see what they decide to do with these nanos. Do you nano the Genji? Do you nano try and go for the attack fires nano? This time you have to use it on Fearless to keep him alive, but he actually uses the jump pack to go back towards the health pack, so might not get a lot out of this.
No, they just give up the point entirely as a result of that. So, unfortunate for Dallas. Fielder was actually able to sneak in. Looks like Decay got hit with a Bionic Grenade, and now with Mag asleep, it's essentially a 5v3 situation favoring the Fuel. Sparkle goes over the edge. Looks like he was probably booped to environmental kill, and Fearless is trying to do the same thing here. Krillin able to get over to safety, or is he? Fearless pursues doggedly. And the Fuel unable to flip back.
Yeah, both nanos kind of went for nothing, right? Dallas, they nanoed Fearless, and he was jumping back, so didn't have a jump to get back into the fight, and then Mag kind of never really pushed around the corner with his nano. Once he jumped around the corner, he ended up getting slept. Fortunate for Washington, though, they just don't really have to invest anything else into it to hold on to the point. You know, they have everything to use here.
All right, here's the blade. He's going to force a Sour a bit. Happy's also going to go for the tactical visor now, so the Fuel also needs to use their Lucio ultimate. Mirrored ultimates across the map so far, but K's removed. Fearless, it's landed on by the looks of things by Mag, who in that Primal Rage now is definitely going to be a threat to Edison, playing a little bit conservatively back to the point, but he sees his Ana put in the firing line and hopes to try and do something about it. Mag and Opener, though, all over this like moss on a rock, and it's going to be the Justice. Maintain control.
And it looked like Dallas may have been able to fight that, but it was a really nice biotic grenade from Krillin there, able to connect on the 2. I believe he gets Edison in Geo, so able to connect with the biotic grenade on those 2 players, get finished off rather quickly as the Justice looking to tie it up.
Edison's on the flank here in White Room. He might even try and pull people back to the point and... Yep, okay, set Fearless up here with a Nano, trying to go in. Maybe even baiting a sleep from Krillin there. It's unclear if he was really trying to fully commit. Maybe knock the Justice away from that biotic field, deployed there by Happy, chase him onto the bridge. This is where it gets dangerous. He's close to a Primal Rage. The environmental kill potential's definitely there. Decay is removed by more conventional means, though, and Mag was again slept under the effect of Nano Boost. Here's that Primal, though. Mag, glad to have a good cooldown, of course, to get back onto the map, but he's removed by Edison. And the Fuel come up with the goods.
All right, so they end up taking that by much better use of the Nano Boost there from Dallas onto Fearless, and he's able to do lots of work with that. As Mag will come back, he'll have a Primal Rage, and you still have probably about like 2 fights more for the Justice. They don't need to kind of look at this one as an all-out scenario.
Can the Justice force some positioning for Dallas before the Primal Rage comes in and Mag can get some high-value kills? He's actually slept right now. Edison's removed it. It's a trade of Soldier 76ers now as the anime battle commences in White Room. Chio going to get involved, though, interrupting the Gentleman's duel. Decay's removed, and that's no more DPS for the Justice. And Mag still goes for the Primal Rage. Briefly hit with a biotic grenade, but he's able to shrug that off, and still the Justice have this point now. Opener going to be trying to ward Fearless away as the Fuel need to get themselves sorted. The problem for them is Field is so far away. It's only the Lucio healing that Dallas has right now, and Sparkle has to pull the blade. He's got to go for it. 2 with 1 slash. That might be the answer Dallas were looking for. He's trying to lay low, but Opener's going to chase him down. Dallas able to flip the point back in the meantime, though.
Oh, and I thought that was going to be one the Justice were able to turn niche. They were going to have the Sound Barrier. You're going to have Tac Visor. Big blade, though, from Sparkle. That ends up turning the tide in the Fuel's favor, and now they look like in a good position to close this out with a Nano Boost, Sound Barrier, and Tac Visor of their own.
Tactical visor here from Edison. Opener going for the Sound Barrier, even if most of his teammates actually aren't in the line of sight of the Soldier right now. Edison takes Opener very, very low. So low, in fact, that Opener can't even touch. It is the Justice, though, that are trying to draw Fuel back to the point, but they do eventually lose Opener, and this is essentially Mag on his own. Sparkle now needs to deal with the cave, but he's got a Nano Blade coming out. Can he actually find the kill? No, he's forced to back away, and he cannot touch the point. The Dallas Fuel look like they're in a position to straight up lose that round there, Matt, but Decay couldn't get enough done with the blade after that. It was Sparkle, 2 kills for 1 slash. Puts the Fuel up, 1 map to 0.
Awesome stuff from the Dallas Fuel, specifically Sparkle there. I mean, you mentioned that blade was massive, able to get in, pick up 2 players, really turn the tides where it looked like maybe the Washington Justice are going to flip it.
Well, expectations sky high for the Washington Justice after their first outing in the Overwatch League, but Dallas have other plans. Let's see how they unfold as we head to map number 2 on the other side of the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the match that pretty much has it all. High-flying DPS lines, incredible main tanks, just two cohesive units. And in fairness, the Fuel looking far more cohesive than they did in San Antonio. The break, excuse me, Matthew, definitely seems to have helped them. A very close first map, though, and that second round could have gone either way. And I'm sure the Justice are fuming to have missed that opportunity.
Yeah, Justice started to battle back a bit, and Dallas came up clutch there. I think they realize, obviously crazy to say like second game of the season is super important, but not to start off 0-2, put a ton of pressure on yourselves, whether it's internally or from the community. Getting a win here would be huge. We'll see Hanbin come in for Fearless.
And these matches, I'm getting a throwback to when we had we play the fourth map and we'd have to sort of copium ourselves into saying that they did matter.
Every map matters. Every map matters.
But there aren't that many opportunities to get wins here qualifying for this this kickoff clash, right? You don't want to go 0-2 in week one. It just puts an unreal amount of pressure on you. A sense of pressure that you're already feeling because, frankly, you've had a limited number of reps on Overwatch 2 as it is. So trying to bang these wins out in week one can allow you to be a little bit more exploratory, maybe, over the rest of this particular tournament. So Dallas would love to chalk one up there and keep their head above water. Going 500 after week one, considering the caliber of their opposition, Matt, is definitely it just should put a spring in their step.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of a buffer, right? Every team we see kind of deals, and really every player, right, deals with like tons of pressure, whether it's from their own team and like coaching, or just by the community and fans that follow them, right? Because they really want to see them do well, but you don't want to deal with that pressure. Starting off 0-2. Dallas's next game next week is against the Gladiators. We know how good they've looked. I mean, you kind of look down the wire here. They don't have the easiest kind of road. They need to get this this win here because the Gladiators, they've looked like a very strong team thus far.
Krillin looking to serve up a little Destructo disc at the start of the round here. Nice. Okay, 8% ult charge. And Dallas with a furrow in their brow.
They basically won. That's about it. And then, that's that 8%. Yep, you're good.
All right, we'll take those. Oh my, Hanbin.
Oh, he got crushed with something.
Yeah. Flattened there. A lot of damage came in from a lot of angles, and I'm pretty sure we had a second bubble there, but didn't have an opportunity to use it. The Justice to turn up the heat to 11, and yet it's a trade. A scrappy fight here. Mag needs to double down and make sure he can clean this one off because Chio is able to find Krillin here, and then Justice had to be careful. Their spawns come in from a long way off.
I believe it was Boston we saw run a composition trying to run. You can take a look. Happy's POV, I mean, that is just silly. I mean, we know how good he is just tracking, right? We've seen, like, in the past, the Widow and the Hangzhou, like, you get him on a hero like 76. I mean, he is going to just melt players.
Now, watching Hanbin in scrims, he really doesn't like having to bubble himself if possible. Would always rather use it on his teammates, but he had no choice there. Again, huge amount of damage coming in from the Justice. They actually had to give a bit of ground. They gave a tick even to get 5 players back in position to defend, but it pays off. They return to the point, and now some of those huge ultimates are coming online.
And I feel like these Zarya comps are tough to run. You really need to pull it off well. As you see right there, the Biotic Grenade connects with 3 players. So, Hanbin's got to be perfect with his bubbles. You got to kind of pick up some of these kills while you have those bubbles active. The Biotic Grenades start to come in, and you can see he doesn't want to use one on himself, and he just takes so much damage through the choke.
Mag Nano immediately heading over towards the back line. Oh, Spark a little bit low here. Got to be a defensive Biotic Grenade to keep him up. Fielder, an admirable job at doing just that. Chia may be lost, but Krillin on the other side is also felt. So in a 4v4, Dallas have the lion's share of the healing still, and Mag is out of the fight.
It'll be attack visor from Happy, but he gets dropped by Hanbin. Decay does have a blade. Do you consider, maybe if you can get Krillin back in the fold, maybe you can end up using it, as looks like they're going to back up just a little bit. Maybe opting here to not recontest. If you're Washington, you're going to give up point A and you're going to play that door.
All right, my eyes are definitely now on Opener, or at least on the Lucios, to see how they try and contest for this high ground. Dallas, obviously you're not playing Winston here, so they essentially do have to walk up on this, and the Justice want to try and deny that. Play fairly far forward and actually use this choke to pressure them out a little bit. Plus that Dragon Blade of Decay is definitely going to be a wrinkle in this plan for Dallas, but they've got ults of their own to spend. Blade onto the high ground here. Decay might pull this in just a moment. Sparkle's trying to go to work, gets rid of Krillin. High ground is claimed, but the cart still needs to be moved. Happy being accosted by 2 DBS can't be a great situation for him, and the Graviton Surge catches Decay. The Justice get snarled up just as they try and take the initiative, Matt. They're brought low.
Yeah, you still have this Death Blossom from Edison. So this is where we've seen teams that play this Zarya, they kind of struggle a little bit trying to get this high ground. Dallas deals with it pretty quick. Now they end up having a ton of ultimates coming on in, and this Death Blossom from the high ground could be huge, man.
Hanbin playing close. He wants a bit of charge. He knows they're going to start brawling in a moment. Edison has to use Wraithwalk already, so he's committed. He's got to go for the Blossom here, and it's perfect. Yeah, it's Bloom season, no doubt about it. 4 kills for Edison. The backup of Hanbin's bubble goes a long way.
Yeah, I think maybe that Nano is actually meant for Edison. It doesn't really matter, though, as Hanbin's going to switch to the Doom, just trying to get back, as he knows the Justice are going to be able to put together one last defense here.
Oh, the Doomfist, nasty in that position. God, it would have been even worse if he had Power Block enabled. Krillin knocked back here. Mag removed from the fight, and there's not much the Justice can do. The Dallas fuel hall. There's a fire in their belly, Matthew. And they've taken their second checkpoint here with a lot of time on the bank.
I mean, they are looking much better today. I mean, like a completely different team. Also makes you wonder just like how good Houston is, right? Seeing Dallas play this well.
That crowd as well. I mean,
yeah, true.
That's
first time playing in front of a crowd in ages, right? Especially one that is not kind of like your hometown crowd.
And, I mean, it was like about as loud as a crowd 5 times the size, as far as I could tell. So, very impressive stuff here. Nanovice are happy. Can he stop Sparkle? Yes, he catches him mid-air, clips his wings. 3 for him. Obviously, a nice little bit of Helix Rocket flare there, but what a way to shut down Sparkle's Blade. In fairness, Dallas didn't back it up with a nano boost, but they were definitely hoping to continue that momentum.
And they just want to play in this space a little bit more, because if you have the 76, you want to be able to put down that damage, like as players are coming in. Not really let the Dallas Fuel get inside of the castle and then trying to have to put down the damage, because you've already kind of lost the objective. What you're trying to do, you're trying to keep them away and just not be able to barrel in with that Reaper.
Mag to the skies here in a great position to get good value out of this Primal Rage, though. Hanbin is sleeping. I mean, Zarya doesn't have any vertical mobility, so she has to walk back. Mag is going to follow Sparkle to the ends of the earth there. Managed to get him before he threw the ring into the pit of Mordor, but he'll get caught by Fielder. He'll be in a lot of trouble himself. Oh, dear.
So Fielder not able to defend himself there towards the end. Is Edison's still up. They're going to back out, though, here. Justice don't want to fight that. Going to wait for everybody to come back full strength, as Dallas will have both support ults coming into this fight. Maybe you're actually able to get that Nano onto Edison. Nano with a Death Blossom. We're going to see Sparkle play the Echo. Interesting.
You might Nano the Echo here? So Sparkle has the durability to get in and find that sort of insta-kill. Ooh, okay, Sound Barrier going to be used by both teams here. Edison is holding on to the Death Blossom for the time being. He has enough pressure to work down Mag. The Focusing Beam works a treat against such a big body. And Edison's hardly taking any damage. This is where that Reaper really wants to be, man. No one paying him any attention because the Justice are busy just trying to get out in one piece.
Yeah, now he can try and get up to a high ground, a little bit of a perch here, be a little sneaky, try and get that Death Blossom off. You can have a Graviton Surge as well. So, you know, Decay maybe pulls out that blade, you just kind of grab to keep him in place.
Oh! I mean, you've got to get up early in the morning. Dude. I mean, I would be absolutely fuming. Look at this Decay, of all people. You just yeeted at him from 10 paces. Oh, dear.
Looked like Hanbin's eyes just lit up as soon as the grabs started to fly back at him. You know, obviously they don't win that fight, but they know maybe they do if the grab comes through, right? You never know.
You see Zarya running, you're like, oh! I mean, no, that was just reaction. He sort of projected. That's just ungodly. All right, Eddie with the Death Blossom here. He's got to get cleansed away from that Bionic Grenade. In a position to pick up Decay there, who I think was just careening overhead at the time. Mag limping away from Edison, who can't quite catch him, but that card now is on the move in a big way. Happy tries to pop the Tac Visor before he gets out of spawn. Edison going to remove Decay, though, in the Soldier 76 plate from the Justice. Doesn't give them much breathing room here. Mag has to go for the Primal Rage, even though he's hit with the Bionic Grenade, he still gets all that health. Looking for Fielder in the back line here, as the rest of the Justice just trying to run out and stall if they can. Edison, that's exactly what he's trying to prevent here.
You're gonna have Decay come back on Reaper just for the extra survivability on the point, but you have Sparkle now on the Echo, and now using the duplicate to copy the Ana. Right, a little bit more healing as they'll finish the map with some time in the bank. So Dallas Fuel completes the map. That's huge for them. We'll see what they decide to play on defense here. If they decide to go with the Zarya comp yet again.
I mean, it's a win there for Dallas, right? I think they have over 3 minutes to sort of attack this last part of the map, and they really get slowed down. It's where the Justice are able to start to cycle some of those key ultimates. And the Tac Visor, I think, to shut down Sparkle's, Blade was really what put Dallas in a bit of a compromising position. What do you make of the Echo switch? Especially given that you're dealing with like a Soldier 76 in close quarters, it doesn't seem intuitive on the face of it.
No, but just with 2 bubbles from a Zarya, it's a little bit easier, right? You kind of get right into the soldier's face. Good mobility to kind of get in and get some of that high ground around the corner. Be able to finish some players off. I believe, take a look at this is Edison's first Death Blossom.
And you can see, obviously there's a deflect there from Decay, but the entire time Fielder is just pumping heals into the Reaper, so it's not a set and forget for the Ana after you throw the nano boost in. You're making sure that Reaper can actually stick and get the job done there. So we do have a defense Zarya here, Matthew. Probably going up against the Winston.
Yeah, they're going to play that Zarya, Genji, Reaper yet again. Very brawling. Want to play a little bit closer together than some of these other comps that we've seen. So the Justice will come out of spawn. We'll see what they decide to do. Looks like they'll probably just stay on with this. You can think like, hey, maybe this would be a good spot for like an Echo or something like that, right? If you were the Justice, maybe you play something that's a little bit more verticality, but not the case, as you're going to lose Krillin right off the bat.
Great response there from Edison. Dallas have put on a real clock with Harbin getting pressured and only having 1 bubble available. But Dallas are so well oiled and so used to playing together, these guys, that they've been together as a squad for ages, that they immediately respond when Harbin is dove on. And Edison is able to get that value. They're getting dove inside close quarters. That's exactly where Edison wants to be.
Yeah, and you see the Han been able to get so high charged right off the rip. Then he becomes pretty strong damage dealer in his own right on the Zarya, and just the insane survivability of these extra bubbles.
I mean, he is absolutely using Edison as a bait there to build up that charge. Okay, Body Grenade does come in, and Hanbin, you'll notice, just has a bubble now. He'll be able to hold onto it and again give it to Edison. Mag has to slow down and stop. He can't really approach this, but there's no supports left for Dallas, so eventually they'll just be able to go in full commit and have this point.
Is finally get a break. I think that Biotic Grenade that kind of forced Hanbin back was huge because it broke him out of the line of sight, wasn't able to kind of bubble some of his DPS who were already in there. They get finished on off. So Chio when that Biotic Grenade happens,
Obviously, Lucio has had his healing penalty increase now. Obviously the ambient healing plus the sort of passive. But if you hit him with a Bionade, and if you know you can sort of pick him up like that, if you're high mobility as well, you can chase him down, absolutely go for it. No doubt about it. Grab here. Hanbin hopes this one actually goes to its intended location. Looks much better this time. Defensive body grenade, and then an offensive one to deny the healing.
Sparkle gets a dash on through. He'll have a blade. He'll have a nano blade for this next fight. If you're the Dallas Fuel team kill, you can play really close up to the spawn here, and no real fear here if you're the Dallas Fuel.
You're playing a brawl composition, right? This is exactly
what they want to play, right? Yeah.
Yep. Fielder has line of sight as well to get some devastating biotic grenades, so it's going to be speed for the Justice when they try to take the more circuitous route. Mac with the primal now, maybe disperse this harrying force of the Dallas Fuel. Edison respects the pressure from Happy out in an open sight line, so he sort of backs away, and Mag realizes, hang on, it's kind of just me here. I might be a bit more conservative. Oh, Blade for Sparkle. Trying to make a play, I guess. Sound barrier for both teams here, and Sparkle says, I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a Death Blossom coming in here for Edison. Is a deflect and then a slot dash through there from Decay. But yeah, Fielder picking up 2 here.
And they're both huge ones as well. One on Krillin, another one on the offending Genji with the Dragon Blade out. Decay gets shut down midway through. And yes, I mean, Dallas it's not a fight win, but they do have now the ability to get back in position, and because they're going to be fighting Happy for this high ground in a big way here. And all right, able to force him down, and they definitely want height against his Winston comp.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really even kind of contest the high ground. Happy is you see Hanbin and Co. They see where the supports are. They want to dive on them straight away.
I mean, if you see an Ana drop off the high ground, you kind of know that their team is committing. That they would give up that advantageous position. But great rotations from the Justice. They actually try and get around Dallas. They've lost Mag, though, so a key part of their sort of impetus is removed in all Oh, okay. All right, happy to the rescue, though. Fielder was like, okay, he was getting ready for a bit of a pose, maybe starting to limber up a little bit, but help came just in time for Decay. Now he's back on his feet, doing what he does best.
Ooh, he gets a little bit low, and he sees how charged up that Hanbin is. Doesn't want to fight that just straight up, as Dallas, he'll be able to come out of the spawn with a nano. Probably build up a grab during this, as the Justice, they could have used everything to get this payload. Keep moving around the corner.
All right, so the Justice just taxied Krillin back into the fight. They do have 5 people here, even though they're so far away from their spawn. Sparkle. Nano on here, but unsure how to proceed. Okay, grab is wayward, but they get rid of Krillin and Mag either way, and that's definitely the heart and soul of the Justice setup here. And it's Decay heading for the hills.
Yeah, I mean, you get 2 players with that grab. It's like not the biggest grab in the world, but what, you get the main support. Yeah, I mean, you get the main support and you end up getting the, yeah, that's true now. You get the main support and you get the tank. So you get like the, obviously, front line to the team, then the speed utility of Lucio. So these are pretty high value targets that you're able to take out there. As Dallas will have their sound barrier. When Happy uses the tack fight before they get save it for the K. Yeah, that is not a fight you want to take.
Yeah, do they force some of the high ground here with like a nano visor? No, Happy just pops the tag. The deflex aren't there, but the sleep here is unfortunately it's just not enough. The Justice overwhelm the Dallas Fuel as they are really adamant about trying to hold that high ground against the Winston setup.
The Dallas Fuel probably get another fight though. As Hanbin, it's going to take him a little bit to die here, so maybe without him for the beginning, maybe we see him switch like a Doomfist to get back and touch. But you can get another fight here though. You didn't use your sound barrier. So you still have the sound barrier to counteract this blade that's going to come down.
Opener's trying to get Q here, hoping that someone gives him an environmental kill opportunity. Krillin in a good spot with the Bionate. This could be pretty devastating. Hits both supports. Both supports are hit by that. Mag, though, disciplined. Doesn't want to try and follow up on it for the time being. It's going to be Decay with the nano blade, and he slept again. Fielder once more shuts down this superstar. Decay has to be fuming. Fielder, though, goes off the edges. Mag to find him with the Primal Rage. Another environmental kill for Mag. So the Justice still get what they came for, even if it didn't quite start the way they would have liked.
Oh, man. Dude, seeing some of the Anas in the league right now just makes you think about like how far the game has come as obviously a game, but just like players, right? Remember like Overwatch 1, you kind of think back to like, you know, the Jayhongs, right? And it was like, oh, he's able to sleep like all these players, like, and now you see every Ana in the league just being able to get out there and landed all these sleeps like consistently. It's bonkers, man, how good the players have gotten over the last
Sir Majid with like 45% sleep accuracy, just disgusting numbers. All right, Edison, he gets a nano boost this time, but he slept as well again. Wow, you would have thought that with less hard CC available to support, this would be less frequent, but I think it might be more frequent.
Yeah, you'd think, oh man, he gets 6 sleep darts in a game. That's crazy, like for a whole series. Yeah, it happens in a half.
The standard has changed, no doubt about it. Okay, Sparkle got a bubble there as he goes in. Mag, excellent use of his Winston shield here. Eventually that's broken, but the Fuel only get the 1 kill, and Happy still wants to commit. This is actually pretty insane stuff here. They lose their Winston, but Happy's going to find himself 3 with the visor and the nano boost. 4, in fact. Hanbin goes down, and that is a clean fight for Happy.
He's ready for the CDL. This guy's aim assist, his Call of Duty gun out. He's ready to go. Dallas still going to be able to defend this though, right? You have the Death Blossom in his close quarters, and you'll have a sound barrier. That's just the nano with the tech fights are just so massive there, especially with no shields.
Again, a bit scary having to play into a Death Blossom here. It's going to be a sound barrier preemptively now as they start the fight again. Decay with a Dragon Blade, but of course that overshield going to keep Dallas in the fight for the time being. Okay, Spark was able to skitter away, but Krillin actually snipes him out of the air. And Edison needs to make something happen now. He has to make the play. Here's the bubble. Here's the Blossom. It's good. Finds 2, and Krillin and Happy are out of the mix. Now Edison should be able to fend Opener up pretty comfortably, and Dallas hold up. There's 9 seconds left in the round, Matt.
The bubbles have been perfect from Hanbin onto Edison there towards the end. But you also just see how strong that Zarya plus Reaper combo can be. when the bubbles come in and you have the Death Blossom, you have to play in that kind of close quarter scenario. If you're the Justice, there's nothing you can do against it. And Edison able to pick up 2 with that Death Blossom, but also get another week, turn around, finish him off. You had spawners coming back for Dallas. They take a 2-0 lead.
Incredibly volatile matchup so far, Matt. A lot of close fights and a lot of team wipes going either way, but it's incrementally that the field find advantages enough that they can put a stop to the Justice. Nice work from Edison, making the Reaper look much better today, and the Dallas field go up 2-0. The Justice need to dig deep. They've got to find something or they're going to get swept. Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Overwatch League Fan Art Gallery is back. Share your fan art celebrating the teams you want to take home the win during opening weekend to be featured on the Fan Art Gallery. I mean, last year we had some unreal submissions. We also, there were some great commissions sort of done earlier this year as well that I really enjoyed. I think sort of really impressed me just what our fans out there can do. So yeah, if you're loving the games, you're loving your favorite players, or maybe your favorite team is doing really well, feel free to immortalize that and show the world. Get involved, and maybe Carl might have some friends, something else to hang up beside that distinguished mug.
Yeah, otherwise I'm going to start drawing more. Nobody wants that.
Matt, if you drew more, you might improve though, you see? That's just it. Practice makes perfect. What are your hobbies right now? You know what I mean? How are you filling up your time? You're laying in, you're taking a bath too? Sports?
Yeah. Sports.
Not you playing, usually.
Yeah, playing games. That's about it.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm not playing any sports. I've watched a ton of fighting. I am not fighting. I imagine I would be terrible at that.
Well, it's fuel fighting right now. Matt, 2-0 in this series, and our substitution comes in for the Washington Justice. Kalios in for Mag. Definitely gives us the impression that they might fancy a little bit of that Zarya look themselves, maybe even Sigma. I know Kalios is a bit of a fixer when it comes to those flex tank picks.
Yeah, you're looking at maybe some of those flex tanks, right? We haven't seen a ton of like Diva, so you're looking at probably like Sigma, Zarya, heroes in that kind of wheelhouse, and maybe even like a Doomfist pick coming in for Kalios. So it'll be interesting what they decide to do here for the Justice, but I know they got to come up with something here. As I think Dallas, they've really kind of proved that, maybe the other day in Houston, in San Antonio against Houston was just like nerves in the sense that they haven't been able to they haven't played in front of a crowd in ages. The crowd's going crazy. I mean, it is a huge shift in terms of you've been playing at home for a few years now, and all of a sudden now you're in a crowd of thousands of people. They're all screaming. You're traveling to games, right? It's a way different feel.
Yeah, I mean, and that's just the risk of us dealing with a small sample size or with our games. I think a lot of people were reconsidering the Dallas Fuel pick. I think our desk sort of still wanted to stick with them there, which is fair enough. But, Scott admitted, right? It was really had a lot to do, more to do with their storied history than their performances so far. Happy hopes to take over the game here on the Widowmaker. It's a good start, giving Harmon a free haircut.
Yeah, you were much picking, kind of giving Dallas Fuel the benefit of the doubt for their game the other day. Is Happy's got to come out with the good hero on Widowmaker, because he's going to have Sparkle kind of down his throat here in a second. He's going to have the bubbles from Hanbin to be able to go in, make a big play.
Pressuring Sparkle now. Happy's aware that he's off in his periphery a little bit, but doesn't want to allow that to consume too much of his attention. Sparkle just running interference right now, keeping Happy busy.
It's really low.
He managed to survive. That's the crazy part. A 3-player bionic grenade, though. I don't think the Justice are going to be nearly as lucky. They get run into, but Open are happy in finding a key kill on Sparkle. They're finally felling the Genji. Eddie playing with fire, but he comes out unburned.
And that's the type of situation where, in their close range, the Soldier 76 just dominates Widowmaker as Lichino going back to the spawn to go get Sparkle, bring him back into the fight, as you lost him a little bit earlier on. Is Justice there coming back pretty fast. They want to try and take advantage of that.
Yeah, this DPS matchup feels like, all those players looking for their optimal ranges and trying to play sort of solely inside those. Eddie will try and close the gap on the Widow if he can, and you better believe Sparkle wants to get up in Happy's space. Did you forget about Dre, Happy?
And we see how hard it is to kind of keep some of these DPS alive. Even when they're kind of grouped together, having the Widowmaker play out on an island alone, if you're not getting those picks, it's going to be tough to keep the Widow up. So see how long they commit to this. There's going to be a grab that comes in, and they're going to land it on the Sparkle, but a nice biotic grenade, you're going to be able to keep him up, and then the Nano comes in.
Wow, I mean, 2 bubbles committed there to Sparkle, but Harvard, you better believe he got 80 charge off that, and he responds with a grab of his own. Kalios clinging to life only just. Decay is able to sneak a kill away. But Dallas winning, they're trading up in many of these fights now. And yeah, they lose Sparkle, but he's quite mobile. He'll be back soon.
Yeah, and you can engage so fast if you're the Dallas Fuel. With the speed boost, obviously, we talk about how fast Soldier 76 is. That if Happy doesn't nail the shots and he doesn't have grapple up, they can just run him down. There's nothing he can do to defend himself. You're going to have to dedicate so many resources to try to keep him up.
See, Dallas playing passive for the last 5 seconds because Chigo was AWOL, taxiing the Genji back into the fight just for this moment. Decay able to find Sparkle there just as Sparkle was thinking about the blade, and a perfect sleep to stop Edison in his tracks. Sound barrier, though, will mean that there's no capitalization possible on that form of crowd control, and Hanbin is causing all sorts of mayhem in that front line. Decay's not going to be able to get away. The Fuel laser locked on the Genji.
So now, I mean, for Dallas, you don't have a sound barrier to deal with this blade that comes in from Decay, but you can spread out pretty far on this map, as we can take a look from Hanbin's POVs. He gets all that overhealing from Sound Barrier. So, you know, that's changed from overhealing. As this will be the blade that comes in from Sparkle. He's going to try and hunt down beautiful bubbles there onto Happy, but not enough.
You see Hanbin, this is why he doesn't want to bubble himself. It's always for his teammates. Another one from Field of the Sleeps are insane in this matchup. We are getting treated to a masterclass, ladies and gentlemen. And Sparkle now looks to try and clean up. Happy will not get away alive. This is an utter drubbing.
And you're coming back now. I mean, Washington, I feel like you've just committed to this Widow for so long. I mean, talk about how long it takes to like get ultimates in Overwatch 2, like compared to Overwatch 1, because you know, the tank reduction in terms of ult generation, and then obviously one less player. You know, staying on a hero and committing to it for a little bit longer, you know, it definitely hurts even more in this game.
Oh my. Okay, Hanbin gets nanoed here. He only has 30 charge, 2 bubbles by the way.
He's in the Widow down.
Yep. This is a bit of disrespect, I'm not going to lie. You're right, Opener actually got picked up there. I thought he was just going to be pocketed the whole time by Krillin, but that's just too many resources getting tied up, I guess. Bionade attempt there, but Hanbin takes over the game here in the front line. What a commanding defense from the Dallas Fuel. And the Justice are about to get blown the heck out.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens here on defense. I mean, they still got a shot, right? Ain't looking too good, though. I mean, the Justice, you see where the card gets to. That's tough, man. I think Dallas just looks like a completely different team today. I also think Washington, you kind of play that game, right? If you're going to pick that Widowmaker, you got to get the picks. It's got to really pay off. And if you're not able to do so, you miss out on so much damage, right, that the 76 puts down. Like Widowmaker, you're going for those flat-out kills, right? Whereas 76 is just a consistent damage, able to, you know, pepper players down, let the Genji go in, finish them off. That if you're not able to get those picks, it's going to be tough.
We talked about how these two teams were wanting to play their optimal ranges.
This sleep is insane, by the way.
Builder backs up, gets bubbled here, still hits that sleep. Even without the bubble, yeah, he would have survived that. And then Decay gets...
I love the
ragdoll fish. That's how the Justice fans feel, sliding down in their chairs like, bruh. That is real bruh hours here at Route 66. All right.
It is tough out here today. And we're going to see the Roadhog, little Roadhog offense action.
3, 2,
Not the case here. Hanbin on the Zaya.
Opener on the Brig.
Yeah, they want to play close here.
Brawly, yeah.
I mean, you want to deny Edison these sight lines as much as possible, but if Edison kills the enemy Widowmaker...
If Edison kills Happy,
he's done his job, right? So Happy needs to play like Victoria did yesterday, like really passive sight lines, maybe not opt into Widow. Yep, he's pieced it out. He wasn't any of that.
I mean, if Edison kills Happy, you're looking at the map essentially being over, right?
All right, some body shots here. Good pressure on Decay, though. Fielder, the bionic grenade.
It's so big.
Oh, man, another headshot there from Edison Delay. Kalios low. He has a bubble, but it's going to be burst, and so does the Justice bubble get burst here in general.
Look at them go on the hunt. Yeah, for Happy. You got Chio and Sparkle trying to hunt him down before he can get back to any help. See how far back they pushed him.
Yep, again, denying Happy the sight lines that would allow him to sort of be effective. Edison now gets to rule the roost for a time. He sort of spots Decay over there, who's tentatively heading towards him. No key ultimates in this fight, so this will have to happen without them. Happy gets caught by Sparkle there again, shutting down the Widowmaker with expert precision, and Edison is pretty sharp as well. Krillin had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The Dallas Fuel really coming ablaze here, silencing the doubters after a slow start to the season. A 3-0 win against the Washington Justice, I'd say, is a strong statement.
Yeah, maybe the exchange is going back up. Gotta check what's going on there now. Is, man, that is the Dallas Fuel we had heard about, you know, in terms of like how their performance was in, you know, scrimmages and, you know, just kind of seeing them play the game in general, like how good they could be. And man, they just looked on a completely another level than the Justice today. I tell you what though, I mean, Dallas is gonna have to play in front of crowds again, right? Like they're gonna have to figure out a way. You know, maybe it was good that they kind of get the nerves out early.
I mean, they've been there, man.
Battle of Texas, yeah. I mean, they've been there, right? It's just kind of getting back into it. But man, you see those type of performances, they're gonna be tough to beat. I mean, that Gladiators Fuel match next week just got way more interesting now that we've seen this Fuel today.
Let's talk player of the match here, Matthew, because there were a number of candidates on this Dallas Fuel roster here. I mean, we were sort of blown away by what Hanbin can show in that previously round. But there's going to be one player crowned with that particular honor, and today it is going to be Edison. I would say he was a little quieter in their debut, right? This is the kind of player that I would almost say, like, you know, we didn't always get to see much of him when he was on that Reign roster, right? We thought, well, you know, what is Edison bringing? What is he capable of? This guy is a DPS dynamo on the hit scan.
He's had just like a really weird career this far, right?
Yes, yes.
Came in really, played really well. Then kind of ends up on the bench for Atlanta. Ends up, I believe he was like on the bench for Shanghai for a little bit. I believe there was another team that he was on, but didn't really get to play that much at all. And now, I mean, maybe he finds a home here on Dallas, and they definitely need a hit scan player who can play it at a high level. He comes in today, plays the Reaper, and looks fantastic.
Absolutely. Again, Hanbin's playstyle really complements him. We talked about Hanbin being very conservative about how he uses bubbles. Hanbin almost never sort of bubbles himself in many of those fights unless he has to cleanse off a biotic grenade or something similar. So that really enables Edison to play aggressively. Obviously enabled them to get Sparkle right in Happy's face here. That's that Zarya playstyle. The more defensive, the more supportive, actually, I should say, tank setup that sets Zarya right now apart from the rest of the roster and really enables your DPS to play a little bit more aggressively, to go for those huge moments. Dallas, who had plenty of them. Shout out to the Justice, though, because this is not a one-sided series. I think there were some really volatile, very close fights. They're stacked with talent, but this is an unsightly stumble for them. They're going to hope to remediate this in the coming weeks, Matt. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we've got one more match here for your Sunday of Overwatch League action. So don't go too far. We're not quite done here on week 1 of the kickoff Clash qualifiers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm here joined by Sparkle from Dallas Fuel. Hi, Sparkle. Sparkle 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
He just said hello to everybody with a lot of excitement. I honestly really missed you, Sparkle. It's really good to have you back. So I just want to start off this interview with asking about your previous match against the Houston Outlaws. I think the outcome was very unexpected. It caught me off guard. I think it caught everyone off guard. So can you briefly explain how you guys lost to the Houston Outlaws? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 이거를 꼭 한번 질문을 해주고 싶었어요. 이게 왜냐면 그 결과가 휴스턴과의 경기에서 결과가 저뿐만이 아니라 많은 오버워치 팬분들이 좀 굉장히 좀 놀랐기 때문에 좀 아픈 곳을 찌르는 것 같아서 좀 죄송하긴 하지만은 그래도 경기를 어떻게 해서 패배가 됐는지에 대해서 여쭤보고 싶습니다. I'm sorry.
일단은 휴스턴 경기전에서 저희가 또 경기를 오랜만에 하고 또 이제 오프라인 경기잖아요. 그래가지고 저희 팀이 좀 많이 긴장을 한 것 같아요. 그래가지고 좀 많이 쫄아가지고 저희가 해야 될 플레이를 안 하고 그냥 가만히 있다 진 것 같습니다. 원래 저희가 매우 공격적인 팀인데 가만히 있다 지고 네.
All right. So, I mean, the first thing, to be really honest, you know, it's been a while since we played on stage, and not only that, it was LAN, it was offline. We had a lot of fans watching, so I think nerves was a big factor. I think all of our players were a bit nervous. So our play sort of has been affected of that. You know, we are a very usually aggressive team. We like to go in and get those aggressive play styles and play that way. But on that day, for some reason, we couldn't do that. Maybe because it was the nerves, but we just stood there and just died. All right, but here's my second question. But even if, you know, the first match wasn't favorable, second match today against the Washington Justice, you guys were fantastic. It was the Dallas Fuel that I knew and loved. So how were you guys able to make that adjustment so fast? 두 번째 질문은 첫 번째 경기 방금 말씀하셨던 대로 좀 패배였지만은 아쉽게도 패배를 했지만은 오늘 경기 단 이틀 만에 굉장히 좋은 모습으로 워싱턴과의 경기에서 승리를 거두시게 되셨는데요. 어떻게 해서 이렇게 빨리 이렇게 재조정을 해서 오늘 승리라는 이렇게 결과를 낼 수 있었나요?
일단 뭐 그 휴스턴 경기 지고 나서 저희가 좀 다들 많이 독심을 푼 것도 있고 또 이제 그냥 쫄지 말고 우리가 할 거 하자라는 생각으로 이제 휴스턴 그냥 죽여버려 그냥 죽였습니다.
All right. So, you know, after the Houston's match, after that loss, you know, we really were ready for this match. We really wanted to get this W for our second match. So we were just really ready to win against the Washington Justice. We prepared well, and we just wanted to not be scared. Just don't play scared, and we just wanted to go in and dominate, and that's what we did against the Washington Justice. All right, Sparkle, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on the win. Bye. All right.
Everyone's still adjusting things. Bye, Sparkle. What a guy. Like,
Yeah.
I actually didn't realize how much I missed him.
Yeah.
Yeah, seeing those faces again, and I realized like I haven't seen any of those for like 6 months, but never changed, and they didn't, which is fantastic. But we do want to break down all of the action we just got to witness. I mean, this was a very different Dallas Fuel we just got to see on the server versus the first one. You had to bring it back, huh? That really
I did.
Had to just stab him in the heart a little bit there, Danny.
I mean, as a Dallas fan, I wanted to know. I wanted to know what happened.
We needed to know.
I wanted to know why you guys lost, and you know, it made sense.
Yeah, now we have closure. Now we can, you know, trust in their abilities again.
Yeah.
Exactly. We can all move on and trust in their abilities, and quite a few abilities there were. So let's talk about who really stood out. For me personally, it has to be Hanbin. I think Hanbin on that Zarya, like he put in so much work. His bubbles were just spot on, and that combined with Edison on that Reaper, that was just beautiful.
I think Mitch did a great job of like highlighting that throughout the entirety of the match, because like you see Hanbin when they put him on his POV and he's walking around, you're like, you got 2 bubbles. I would have used both of those to try and get 80 energy. I would end up with 12 energy and not be able to help anyone ever. the discipline that he has to move around the map on that Xayah and just save those bubbles for the crucial moments. And they came in clutch so much throughout the series. But it was good to see that everyone else on the Dallas Fuel roster popping up.
Yeah.
Edison really making his name
too,
known on this Reaper, and Sparkle looked back in form on the Genji. I completely understand the nerves playing on that stage. I lost to Dallas Fuel in Texas with the same issues, so I understand it, but it's good to see the Dallas Fuel that we know and love back.
I'm just happy that they're back. It's just watching this match, I think every single player from Dallas Fuel, I could, like Sparkle said, they looked like they were ready. They were ready to dominate, and they did.
Absolutely. If we're looking at the composition, though, initially heading into this week, we didn't expect to see too much Reaper. Zarya initially hailed as very strong, then wasn't really picked very much. What do you make of the composition we just saw from the Dallas Fuel?
I like the Reaper, especially if you're going to play that Xayah. One of Reaper's biggest weaknesses is that you need to get close, and then if you use that Wraith form, you're kind of useless for the next until your Wraith form's back up again. So the Xayah bubbles, I don't know what Opener was doing here. He's just going for, trying to dodge up and dive. But the Reaper really enables you to get forward very strong against a Winston if you can just get on top of him. So I really like how they're, playing their own style, and that's what Dallas Fuel does better than everyone else. They play their own game. They play what they think is going to do well. They're not just going to stick to the meta. So loving what I'm seeing from Dallas Fuel so far, especially on that Xayah.
Yeah, and that makes us very excited for their upcoming matches. Now we have one more match to go. That's right, one more. Today we have 4 matches for everyone watching, and the last one of the day will be fought out between the Toronto Defiant and Houston Outlaws. Now, I want to have you both give me the one player you're watching out for in this very series, starting with you, Danny.
Can I do 2?
I literally gave you one assignment.
It's hard.
But it's your birthday, so
right?
you
Okay.
have to.
Tank, of course.
Okay.
Tank?
Tank, is that
Tank? Tank?
I kind of like Tank.
I mean, Dante's Doomfist. I mean, we sort of highlighted him during the pre-show, but his Doomfist looks phenomenal. So I'm really excited to see him. And also, Pelican on that Echo looked really good. So I'm really excited to see what he's gonna pull out next. Maybe the Echo, maybe something else. But I love Pelican. I said a Pelican. He DM'd me. He was like, "Oh hey, like, why did you guys never pick me?"
You were biased. I'm getting slid into the DMs. Wow. For me, I'm actually looking at the hit scans. We just saw Hisu have a very hard match against Happy on that hit scan. He's going up against Merit, who was really making a big name for himself as a rookie for the Houston Outlaws. Merit played Ashe, a hero we haven't seen almost anyone else play in the league thus far, but also on those soldiers and those other heroes. So I want to see more of Merit, see what he has to bring. But for Hisu, if Toronto Defiant are going to go over the line, he has to offer more.
Well, I can't wait for. How about me?
Yeah.
All the players.
What? Talking about cheating with this.
Well, he gets 2. I get everyone.
I just hope they have fun.
I just want everyone to have fun, but also I do need my Preds to be right. So I want Houston to have a little more fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm very interested to see if Dante is going to stick to the Doomfist or if they're going to switch it up. If Dante is going to be like their perma tank now or not. Like they just roll with it until it doesn't roll no more. Yeah, I'm just very excited to see what they got in store when they go up against the Toronto Defiant, and we will be finding out in just a minute. Not even a minute, actually. Probably just a bare few seconds. And for all the action, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. X and Uber.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Glad that she's hoping everyone else has fun. I am actually here with the king of the Participation Award. It's Matthew Morello.
I'm the king of fun. That's me.
That is your? I've been trying to figure out what your official Blizzard title is up until now, but I think we've got it.
King of Fun.
Yeah, you didn't get approved for King of Stuff, but King of Fun seems pretty accurate. Matt, tell me, before we jump in, Dante on Doomfist, we expect to see that to be a common theme for the Outlaws. I think it's one of the biggest standout things from that team, and maybe like Atlanta, they might just commit to that style and just push it as far as they can.
Yeah, it's also, I think, like in this kind of new world of 5v5 and like how some of the tanks already worked, right? With like Orisa and Doomfist, like they don't really play like traditional tanks. Like it's just kind of like the name of the role, right? They play definitely more like brawlers, and you kind of have like some heroes in there that like have like really high skill ceilings and stuff. And maybe you can start to see some of like DPS players like Dante, right? Like I think this is ages ago. We've seen Dante play like some diva, like in like the way past.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like, maybe you start to see some of these players who, who are able to flex into some of these roles, be able to pick up this tank role, this new tank role. It's not really kind of like the off tank or the main tank from Overwatch 1. It's a completely different thing.
Yeah, and really participates in terms of the damage dealing in a real and very visceral way up there with the other damage dealers. Right, well, this team was dealt damage in their last matchup, of course, against the Washington Justice, where it was kind of sort of teased out of it that, you know, Hisu and Finale had a pretty tough matchup against those Justice DPS players, right? Finale looked generally really good on the Genji especially, right? It's great to see that this team has some options, and that projectile DPS role looks very solid. And we know that Hisu was touted to be the second coming of Carpe back when he was on that Philadelphia roster, right? Hisu's probably grown into something of his own, right? And probably is still growing into something of his own right now. But again, he has to deal with like another insane DPS lineup. Muse, I felt really led from the front in the sort of the Defiant's last match. And, you know, talking to Deepay in the call, obviously someone who sort of worked with him back on the Gladiators, Muse always wanted to go first, to be the aggressor, to be the instigator. Deepay said that he was often sort of, you know, in a tug of war with his coach on sort of how he wanted to sort of play. So if he's let off the chain a bit more here, the Defiant might be sort of the ones being proactive, starting off these fights. I mean, I haven't got to talk about the backline here as well, but Chorong and Twilight seem to be gelling pretty well so far. Not a great start, Matt, but it's okay. Let's talk this Outlaws team.
Yeah, you know, Pelican merit in terms of DPS, right? You have Pelican from the Atlanta Reign, Dante in that tank role, and I really like the support lineup. I feel like, you know, as we've kind of seen a lot of these teams move to having two like supports at times, right? And, you know, kind of somebody picking up the other role, like seeing, you know, a Lastro and Iris. Well, what was the new pronunciation that I heard of that?
It's Iris now. It's Iris.
Iris, right? So we've graduated from ZP's LR15 to Iris. Somewhere in between there, we call them Iris.
It's almost like a designation for those Omnic robots that Orisa was based on. I think they were.
Oh yeah, if you would have told me the push button on LR15, I'd have been like, oh yeah, sure.
Iris now. So bear with us, obviously, as we sort of add that to our vernacular. But if you're an Outlaws fan, your vernacular lately has been ye freaking ha, because this team is.
You just hope. I mean, for the Outlaws fans out there, I feel like we do this every season. You know, they start off. They look good.
Season 1, man.
Is this the Outlaws time? And then all of a sudden,
okay. Yes. I'm glad you brought it up, because this team obviously had that incredible matchup against the Shock last year in week 1, right? With the Jungkook shatter that like was heard around the world, yada yada. And they weren't able to really maintain that sort of excellence across the year.
I do feel like this team though is like significantly leveled up in terms of talent, like compared to previous years.
Best they've ever had.
I feel like they've kind of they've graduated over times in terms of like they definitely upgraded. I think in talent each year may not have like resulted in the best of, you know, records or whatnot, but this is I think without a doubt. I mean, you can even say it for both of these organizations, right? Both their best rosters they've ever fielded in the Overwatch League.
No doubt about it. Houston really went all in, excuse the pun, to create their most powerful roster yet. The same, though, could be said of Toronto Defiant. Maybe they're hoping to sort of start a campaign where they get this notion out of people's heads that they're a mid-table team. They go 500. They're, you know, good against the bad teams, bad against the good ones. Toronto really needs to sort of break that mold they've been heavily cast into so far. But hey, no shock here, Matt, to see Dante on the Doomfist. Good opening here. Finale is brought down by Lastro. There's that trademark aggression already playing out.
And you talk about like the ultimate disruptor, Doomfist in the tank role. Not able to just kind of finish players off with that one punch anymore, but still able to get in and just cause so many issues. And then, obviously, as he's connecting with abilities, gaining shields, you see Dante's fist lining up, so he's got one of those, you know, boosted up punches. Great.
Oh my god, he gets double stunned with it! That's filthy! Chorong almost gets splattered up against the wall there. The Defiant are able to recover from that. Point gets flipped to the Outlaws in the meantime. And then Biotic Grenade slows Houston down, Matt. But Merritt, he's looking for an off angle here to make his way in.
Dante using the power block. It'll be Merritt TPing in, trying to put some pressure on Hisu.
Yeah. We see Muse there going to be able to take down Iris. Not bad from Merritt. They're able to get in and sort of cause a lot of problems. But Finale, nano boosted here. Looking for Lastro, but Finale, even with the nano boost, still a little afraid to get too close.
Yeah, so they do flip it. You have Merritt here behind enemy lines. He might be able to make it out. He's going to have Iris with a line of sight on him. A nice biotic grenade there from Twilight as you're able to deal with that Reaper. Buys you a little bit more time for the Defiant on the point. So they'll get closer to taking the lead.
Pretty frustrating for Dante here to try and limit Finale's mobility. Obviously, Doomfist never already has the easiest time actually drawing a bead on the Tracer, let alone actually interacting with her directly. Pulse, good stick, and Iris is down. Great start to the fight, but Dante responds, and both teams are missing their Anas. Meteor Strike here for Dante, so we can play a little bit more aggressively than he otherwise would have. That is some silky smooth mechanics, my guy. Unreal.
You just see it. They don't even need that much healing if you're the Outlaws, right? Like, you end up trading the Ana for Ana, but you have Pelican who ends up using the duplicate, right? They're able to just get right into the body of the Soldier 76 there, and then Dante just building up these shields as he's going in, causing problems. The Toronto Defiant do take the lead there, though, Mitch. So they do build up a little bit of a lead here. You'll have Hisu coming in with his tack visor. It's just the Outlaws have so many more ultimates to work with.
Yeah, maybe Pelican just gets a nano boost here, having switched over towards the Echo. Maybe just an instant kill on one of those backliners in the absence of a sound barrier for Chorong. There's the dive from Muse. Merit straight to the backline, as you might expect, and there it is. Burns down with the beam. It's a nano boost for Merit instead, though, but he's definitely earned his stripes here. Will chase Muse away, and I mean chase. He ain't giving up on this one. Gets rid of the Winston. Now the Outlaws, they take some steps and get in the lead.
Yeah, and Hisu ends up using his tack visor there as he gets dove on by 3 players, it looks like. So you see, Dante goes in and actually punches him back towards the rest of his team and gets high Merit. So nice play there from Dante. So the Tracer from Finale has been impactful, but it hasn't been impactful enough to turn the tides.
Gave them that lead early on. Since then, probably with the switch by Pelican, Finale hasn't really been able to have the same impact here. Dante brought down, though. Muse able just to follow up and finish off the Doomfist. Yeah, Pelican's so frustrating in this position. Able to laser Muse down, and there'll be some stall here from Lastro. Back to spawn for him, but the Outlaws with a healthy lead and a 1-fight buffer.
Yeah, and they saved all their ultimates. As soon as they lost Iris, they decide to save Meteor Strike, save Pulse Bomb, as Finale has to be low. You know, the Reaver can burn down Tracer pretty fast in that type of close quarter engagement, but can he get behind and try and take out this Ana yet again?
Muse can't get to the backline there. Lastro is able to stave him off with the boop and Merit. Okay, big punish on Muse. He's very, very low, and Twilight gets taken down by Dante here. Hisu has nowhere to go, no room to work with. In fact, as Merit had already had himself set up to pressure him down, Chorong has to get out here because if the Defiant gets staggered, it could be all over. That's devastating. Chorong has to get off the point. Outlaws have it. We do get overtime triggered at least by that Lucio lingering, but Pelican dupes a Tracer, and a throwaway Pulse Bomb is in order.
So the Outlaws take first round here on Lijiang Tower. Not an easy game, though. Toronto definitely came to play here at the early onset, as the Outlaws are just really good playing around this Dante Doomfist. Really no need for him to switch off to anything else. I think they'll just kind of keep on the Doom, as Doom was kind of like talked about early on. It's like one of the tanks that a lot of players thought was going to get a ton of play in Owl. We really just seen the Outlaws, and then the Atlanta Rain playing around Hawk, as he's really picked up the role quite nicely. Both look really good utilizing his kit.
Look, I think when you satisfy those power block conditions, he is so devastating in the kind of destruction that he can sort of achieve. Yeah. That multi knockback and stun is, it's the stuff
of chaining these abilities together, and it's so difficult.
The displacement's also frustrating for Muse. It's not just the Lucio, but the Doom now knocking him around.
Oh, Hisu looked like he was going to be able to stay on. Doesn't matter, though. That he gets finished off by Merit with some help from Lastro.
Chorong should be able to get away with this one. Pelican, though, with the focusing being from behind. Okay, Merit knocked off the map there. So the Outlaws are trying to delay the first cap, potentially. It was only 2 players there. They're hoping to make something happen. You gotta believe, I guess, but it will be the Defiant early control. Finale looks not impressed.
Yeah, so we'll see how they go about trying to take this back with that Doomfist setup, as we've seen tons of teams be able to hold with the composition that the Toronto Defiant are playing right now. You see right over the top the Doomfist with a big slam, and then the damage from Pelican over the top.
Yeah, hitting those sticky bombs, man, a little bit easier when your target is suspended in the air. Nice connection again from Pelican. What a menace this guy is. The curtain gets brought down on Finale, and now Muse has nowhere to go.
It's so difficult as well. It's something you deal with in Overwatch a little bit. But dealing with like players in multiple kind of like spaces of verticality, right, at the same time, because you had Dante and Pelican coming flying like right above you, but when you look up to them, you kind of lose merit on your screen at all times. Same with like Iris, right? So you can't kind of just like avoid looking up, because then you're just going to get like pummeled from up high. Makes it really difficult for any FPS player to deal with.
Okay, Outlaws backing up there for a moment. Maybe a little concerned about exactly this. Yep, that's a beautiful knockoff. That'll be 2. Muse. Oh, it's the king of the jungle. He's causing all sorts of problems. Sound barrier is going to come out here, but it's only Dante and Lastro that benefit from it, and I'll be honest with you, they are in trouble themselves. Duplicate here from Pelican, copies the Yana, gets the kill, but the blade here for Finale to try and seal the deal. Lovely opener there from Muse. I'm surprised it took so much more for the Defiant to secure this.
Yeah, I was going to say, probably a little bit more than they would have liked to end up securing the point, as the Outlaws, they dump a bunch of ultimates into it as well. So coming to the next fight, it'll be attack visor for both Soldier 76s. And that'll be it across the board. So Finale makes a switch. No longer playing the Genji, going to go over to the Tracer.
What do you make of this? Why does he opt for this Tracer here again?
You don't have Blade at this moment in time. You can build up that pulse bomb a little bit faster. Also, the recall, harm's way. I mean, yeah, just be able to just come from behind and just destroy the soldier like that. So you get nothing from Merit's visor, yeah.
He's pretty safe, at a cursory glance. He's ulting from the safety of his biotic field. But there's so many sources of damage that just blast through any of that healing.
Yeah. There's only so much healing that biotic field can do. So we'll see how the Outlaws trying to approach it. So you see the Soldier kind of going with the Lucio around the opposite side, as Finale can hear them, knows that they've gone in. Now he can be aggressive on the Tracer.
Big hit from Finale. There might have been a Helix rocket.
Yeah.
Yep, fired off by Merit, but he's going to be knocked off the map. With the Bionic Grenade on Finale, he doesn't mind, because I think that was a double there. Chorong and Twilight. Looks like there isn't a better love story than that right now. Lovely work. And then, look, the Outlaws are in deep trouble, Matt.
Yeah, so this is what's interesting. Is like if you're the Outlaws and you can't make things work with this Doomfist setup, and I actually just don't even think like it's really the Doomfist here. I think it's just kind of like the Toronto Defiant just playing their composition really well. It's almost like perfection here towards the second half of this round. But if you needed to switch off the Doomfist and you don't feel it's great, what do you go to if you're the Outlaws? It'd be really interesting to see if they're forced to switch. But this fight's still going on. It's going to be a sound barrier here from the Defiant.
Lastro, insane stuff. He kept this fight going, but the sound barrier for the Toronto Defiant helps them snag that kill on Merit. Pelican, that's not your bubble, son. You can't be healed inside of that. He was off to the point regardless, though, and the Defiant show us a much stronger look than we saw in round number 1. And in fact, it was the Outlaws who looked to be floundering a little bit.
Yeah, so we'll see as this one goes down to the wire here. What do the Outlaws decide to do? Did you play the same exact thing? A point like this, maybe you can make use of like that Zarya composition with like the Reaper in the mix, but looks like they'll stay with the Doom yet again. Is that Doom can still cause a lot of problems. I mean, you see there at the point there with just the 4 walls. It's like a perfect setup for Doomfist.
Despite the fact that Hisu honestly had a pretty quiet round there. Muse was actually the one that really stepped up in the damage dealing department for Toronto. Getting a lot of value out of that Winston here. We'll see Finale start on the Genji once more. So it seems like the Tracer is like a mid-round switch maybe after you've used that first blade and don't feel like you're getting any value. Maybe it's just a comfort thing.
The Tracer's also pretty good against the Echo, right? Like Echo's pretty good against like Genji and whatnot, but the Tracer makes it a little bit tougher for that Echo, as see it'll be Pelican taken out by Chorong there, as lost Dante right at the start. So can you even contest this if you're the Outlaws?
Oh, no way.
Yeah, they go to the Tracer straight away. As soon as Pelican picks up that first kill out of Finale on the Genji, they switch right off of it to the Tracer.
Now, our friend Dennis Matz from the Boston Uprising sort of shared this idea that now in Overwatch 2, I mean, 25% of the time, you're 25% less likely to win a fight short-handed than you were in Overwatch 1.
Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, you see what it's done here, right? The Outlaws, they didn't get that first pick on the first fight. Dante just trying to use the power block to stay up. Like, so much you can absorb. That first fight, though, gives the Defiant a 27%. The Outlaws get that first pick up here in the next one, and they're able to flip it right back. So you do see how impactful winning that, first, getting that first blood, right, in like an opening engagement is. Big bio grenade there, going to connect with 2. Oh!
Living on the edges, Iris. Well, excuse me. Nice biotic grenade, though. That definitely threw a spanner in the works for the Toronto Defiant. Twilight also not able to be healed right now, and Dante flattens him in midair. Quite the test dummy collision. But there's not much he can do with the power block against Attack Visor. 90% damage decrease is pretty good. But he still had plenty damage and more, getting taken down there by a direct hit by Merit. Sticky bombs on Muse right now. He'll struggle to escape if he gets a focusing beam here, but looks like Pelican not in a position to trade that damage back.
Yeah, are they in a position to try and, the Outlaws trying to make a play for the point here? You have like 3 players in the back. That'll be Lasher using Sound Barrier as you have Pelican coming back into the fight. So they're going to make their way to the point and potentially flip it here.
That Chorong, there's no way he would have gone for that beat anyway. He was just a little bit late on it, but beautiful stuff from Merit. Attack Visor connects here, and the Outlaws able to sneak back onto the point, but they are considerably behind the 8-ball here.
Yeah, and you're in a pretty good position for the Defiant, right? You can use your Sound Barrier offensively, give everybody that overhealth, and then just pick a target, dive, and if you burn that player down, you feel like you're in a good spot to flip this point, potentially take this map number 1.
Sound barrier that Chorong was holding on to might be the key here with that binding grenade. Okay, great response. He was feeling a little bit threatened here. Maybe not a full commitment from the Outlaws though, but they're able to get Dante as he tries to sneak away. Not a good start for Houston now. Short-handed in this fight, and the Defiant already taking a strong position onto the point. No one's going to really stop them here, so Toronto, for 1 pick, get control back.
Iris will have a nano here. Who do you decide to use it on? Is it like Dante? Is it Merit on the side? It looks like it might be Merit the way they're moving right now.
Dante's getting picked off so early in these fights. Twilight is one. Actually one! And they can't follow up on it. Big window, big opportunity there for the Outlaws. It goes begging, but Twilight eventually is snapped up. Merit needs to make this work right now. Facing down Chorong with that nano boost, and Muse out of position and a little bit low here. 99 and counting though. Was anyone for the Outlaws on the point? No! They've let it go! They've let it go, the Outlaws, as they fall in this first map of the series. Toronto, what a bounce back from that first round.
Yeah, as once kind of space opens up and Toronto able to make really good use out of the Soldier 76, and then Finale, I think, switching over to the Tracer, really effective against the Echo, definitely made a difference.
And of course, we had to wonder, this Doomfist, just how deadly is it? Dante running out of rope there towards the end of the map. I actually think that by the end of the Outlaws had more kills than the Toronto Defiant. They just couldn't convert those into point percentage. All right, Salty Run Back might well be on the menu. Stick around as map number 2 ain't far away. Minor correction, both of these teams had an equal number of kills on that first map at Lijiang Tower. 38 plays 38. And yet the Defiant were able to squeeze out an extra round win. And obviously that last round was scrappy, but Toronto definitely felt like they had it under control for much of the time. A good start for, I mean, it's early in the season, but definitely the team considered the underdog here as the Outlaws fizzle a little bit after their hot start against the Fuel.
Yeah, no subs for either team, so you expect the Outlaws to go with a pretty similar comp as we go into the next map. It will be King's Row. Do you decide to maybe change up like that DPS lineup, right? Like, I think Finale switching over to the Tracer definitely gave the Echo a little bit more problems, right? Because now you're dealing with the damage of like a Tracer who's a little bit harder to get to and access like a Genji and a little bit more survivability, right, with Recall. In the 76. Do you decide to make some changes there? Because in terms of tank, it seems like you'll continue to run the Doomfist.
Yeah, obviously we saw some teams earlier today, in that sort of Vancouver matchup, prefer to sort of go for Reinhardt setup. So obviously we kind of know, that London like to play that way in general here, but teams sometimes favouring just the ability to have a shield tank through these chokes. I think it's safe to say that sort of seeing the more aggressive dive-based comps, not anything out of the ordinary, and we're being trolled right now by Muse. Thank you. Nope. Very cool.
Yeah. Toronto, they come out with the Tracer straight away. They're not even going to try the Genji here at the start. So have the Tracer be a little bit of a better dive, buddy, with Winston, Muse and Finale getting back there, but also I think really making it much harder on Pelican. We'll see what Pelican and Merit decide to play if we continue going with this Echo 76.
And Merit, obviously, exciting prospect because he's such a flexible player, really. Often, working around Proper in times gone by. That O2 Blast team were just sort of playing what needed to be done while we sort of saw Proper on these high-impact, sort of higher-risk picks. See him on the Soldier 76 here, not a huge surprise. The Outlaws still trying to go with the Echo here as Pelican looks to jump on in there and find an insta-kill if he can.
So you see Dante just kind of go up to the high ground, try and slam right on top of the 76, put some more pressure on. But you see just how fast 76 can get out of the way. It's right now. If he's on the low ground, he's ending up on the high ground. He's just doing a nice job of dodging Dante.
Yeah, Finale taken down there. Looks like he was trying to harry Iris, but Lastro was there on interference and have actually find that elimination. I mean, meanwhile, we saw Dante essentially playing rather solo, trying to set at least something up for Pelican to dive in and find that extra bit of damage there. The Outlaws very scrappy, quite chaotic here, but they are the ones that prevail.
Yeah, it's a big disruption from Dante, able to get to that high ground, but really, Lastro doing a really nice job on the Lucio, able to help
Two final
stay
blows
alive, and then also be able to pick up the Tracers. So take a look at this, nice kill.
Beautiful.
And that says he's trying to get inside with Muse as they're trying to track down Pelican. So pretty big pickup there.
I think even Lastro's detractors have to admit they're pretty impressed by his sort of main, quote-unquote, main support play so far after him sort of moving off of his previous role. That trademark aggression, though, still there in spades, and it's exactly what the Outlaws want to dissuade anyone from getting too close to that backline. How are we playing through the choke here? Finale's definitely hunting.
Yeah, he's trying to find somebody. Maybe just trying to, bait some action from Pelican up here, but I imagine, you may even consider using the Nano on Pelican, try and keep him alive. Yeah, so they are going to use the Nano boost on the Pelican. He's going to be able to take down Jaro so fast. So the damage output from Echo, and then also when you, fly on Echo and get up in the air, you just get a lot of momentum, right? You're able to get up there so fast and just get in people's faces. A lot of times even before they expect.
Yeah, I mean, you're either part of the dive mat or you're your own arm of the pincer, right? As soon as someone like Dante goes in and you sort of spot that backline, you're like, hey, there's an insta kill here. I can just blow my cooldowns on one person and just remove them from the fight. Remember, it's much harder to win a fight when you're short-handed in Overwatch 2 compared to Overwatch 1, and Pelican is really just there to get that early numbers advantage and sort of start to pressure it.
There's that many better things than focusing beam, right? To burst down a target when they're low.
Especially when healing is lower, right?
Yep.
Okay. Hisu, that's going to go to a power block here, so Hisu just needs to get around Dante in that front line, and he has limited success in doing so. Dante's able to get out of trouble there. Meteor Strike. He's actually able to get rid of Chorong as Merit now has a chance to go for the tack visor. The old cycling for the Houston Outlaws looks much more effective so far, and Muse now has got nowhere to go. Hunted down by Merit.
And yeah, you see the difference now when they're able to keep nice shots there with the Helix to finish it off, and they're able to keep Pelican alive, and he's able to put down the damage that we know Echo can. Lastro and Iris doing a much better job, I feel like, on King's Row now than on Lijiang Tower, and Finale, he'll go over to Genji. There's a lot of high ground here you want to contest, so not surprised to see the Genji switch. I don't think it's like any kind of concession that like the Tracer wasn't working or whatnot. I think you just want to be able to contest some of that high ground that the Doomfist is going to go for.
There's the dive from Muse. Not fully committing though and actually playing towards his team's side of his own barrier. His Dante was sort of drawn back away. Probably the effect that Muse was looking for there. Now another dive. Dante wants to pursue. And they catch Muse. He just gets blown up, Matthew. That is unreal amounts of burst damage here. Finale also was disengaging at the same time as the sound barrier came in. So the sync is a little bit off here for the Defiant.
Yeah, this is going to be a nano onto Pelican. He's able to finish off one player straight away. And yeah, the nano boost onto the Echo is just filthy. Pelican just taking over here on the offensive side. And we've seen Dante do that a few times, Mitch, where he loads up a punch and Muse goes to dive in because he assumes that Dante is obviously going to punch forward towards his team. He punches backwards right into, yeah, right into Muse as he's diving in, as he gets knocked away from the payload there with the nano boost. But really interesting use of the Doomfist because you don't know which way obviously he's going to go. So Dante loads up those punches, looks like he's coming for your backline. You think it's an opportunity to dive in. He just kind of does like a 360, turns around, knocks you into a wall as you're approaching his backline. All of a sudden, a slam, and you're stunned and dead. Really interesting use there out of the Doom.
Matt, Lastro ended that round with 4 final blows, 1 death. Merit was 4-0, and Dante 4-0. So Lastro really taking it seriously. Whoever said that, supports have to step up and act as sort of damage dealers right now. Look, and it definitely seemed to suit the Outlaws because they were actually, despite being attackers, you mentioned Dante, like you don't know where he's going to go. It felt like Houston were really PL-oriented, sort of just backing up and trying to make sure Muse couldn't have easy kills. Muse is 1-4. So, I mean, it's safe to say that's definitely the case. Finale, 0 final blows for him. So the Outlaws being able to be reactive. I mean, you know what they do while they're peeling? They send Pelican in to do this nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, that first kill comes through so fast. So, Charong had absolutely no ability to react.
And what's Muse trying to do there? I mean, he's trying to get rid of a Soldier 76 and a Lucio inside a Biotic field. Like, there's just nothing for him there. He'd almost rather have stayed in the backline, but you have to initiate at some point as defenders.
And you kind of have like Dante juggling you around, right? Punching you, seismic slams coming in. Ooh, that's a little risky there from Pelican.
Gisu, not able to clean him up there. So Pelican not punished. But you can see he's taking a much more passive position on the point until that flight cooldown is off. And again, PL-oriented. Dante trying to be responsive, but doesn't quite get to his intended target and is hit with a biter grenade all the way. So Houston are laid low for a time. They need to be very careful these next few seconds.
Well, all of Doom's abilities are like, able to be kind of canceled by the other in Overwatch 2, so you can really kind of like trick people out. Like when you're seismic slamming as the Mera takes out Isu there, it's kind of like a straight up soldier battle. You can really kind of throw players off and like where you're going and what you're trying to do on Doom now.
So hard to catch Merit when he turns tail and get those legs pumping. He's able to pick up a health pack. Chorong was really hoping to snipe him away. And Dante cancels that punch. Okay, so the call is for the Outlaws to try and regroup a little bit here and try and contest a little later on.
That's it. They're going to try and contest. Looks like Dante actually going around. He's got a... Ooh, he had a power punch lined up. Just not able to connect with Twilight.
Yeah, I mean, and he's not able to disrupt the Defiant before the fight starts. So Toronto just get to, follow their flow chart without any real pressure. Pelican needs an insta-kill right now, but much of those sticky grenades and bombs going towards Muse, he shrugs them off. The Defiant are on the move here. Payload unlocked.
Yeah, he did get one there, Dante, but yeah, it would have been way different if, that power punch that he was loading up coming around that, flank route connected with Twilight or even connected with some of the others, because he did land a seismic slam after that. Pelican comes in, finishes one with a focusing beam, but you connect with some of those from Dante, they're probably even lower. You may be able to pick up 2 from Pelican, and then you're good to try and defend point A.
See Lastro there just interposing himself between Iris and his front line. So there's a Muse dive, punched out of it. So constant displacement you're dealing with here. And that's unfortunate. Pelican has actually slept under Nano, but Muse, well, he already hit M1 under Primal. Wakes him up.
like, what do you do? I mean, they're gaining space here around the corner. That's going to be the nano on Akisu. They does not have the attack visor. As Dante is deep in the back line. Merit here trying to force to go all the way on a flank.
2 support ults for nothing, Matt. Or at least near enough to. Finale might have a chance to actually make this compelling.
He has to stay inside this bubble because he's so low. He knows that Pelican's just going to turn focusing beam him down.
Okay, let's throw it one. Now they know he's here. Dante has to back away. So Finale staying alive and applying pressure late in the fight actually means the Outlaws have to give this ground up at the end. So that's probably best case scenario based on how the fight started.
And they lose Pelican right when he gets the ultimate. So maybe if he's able to live a little bit longer with a duplicated Muse, could have kept that going for the Outlaws.
Attack visor for Hisu, pops in straight away. Dante's behind him right now, but he's asleep. So Twilight, great job there, shutting down Doom's ability to disrupt Hisu and allows him to do what he does best, which is deal death. That's 2 for him. Dante eventually brings him down. Mero going to try and stall that a little bit, but takes a face fall of damage and has to run away. Lastro thinks about it, but that biotic grenade is going to make it impossible.
All right, so Toronto, they'll take that second checkpoint. They have a ton of time here to finish the map. The Outlaws, to gonna just remind you, they set a really fast time, completing the map with 3 minutes and 37 seconds in the bank. So it'll be tough for Toronto to match that, but still can give themselves another shot at defense.
Yeah, much better looks here for Toronto, and they can absolutely make this a close one. Duplicate here for Pelican. Who will it be? Copy Muse maybe, go over his head in the back line. Another Ana copy. I guess maybe building up a quick nano boost seems to be quite desirable. Crazy, almost in the 180 sleep.
And the ability for 2 biotic grenades definitely is a pretty high value. Oh, here we go. It's just trying to live there, but not able to do so. Is because you're capped out in how much HP you can do in terms of duplicate, right? So.
Copying and taking not so desirable anymore.
Well, if you do get Primal Rage, I believe you can kind of go over the cap, but getting that nano boost, like another nano boost, or being able to get another biotic grenade, extra sleep dart, pretty nice.
Ana really highly valued right now. So much utility to back up, still very solid rate of healing. And this is a full-scale retreat here, excuse me. Muse with the Primal Rage now, able to turn back into the fight as Chorong lets the sound barrier go. He leaps upon Pelican and rips him limb from limb. Finale's able to hold onto the blade here as well. Yes, the Defiant used both support ultimates, but they're close to the end of the map here. Finale Muse waiting for someone to peek out. It's Dante first up to the plate.
Yeah, and he gets up, gets a touch, he gets hit with the biotic grenade, but the sound barrier comes out. So he does have Meteor Strike to try and keep himself up.
Hisu in danger here, hit with a biotic grenade as well. He's 1 HP, but Finale pulls the blade finally, and he slept. Iris going to keep his backline alive for the time being. Finale 1 HP, Dante comes in with attack visor from long range for Hisu. Can't do much about that for the Outlaws. They're forced to focus on the point. And there we go, 1 minute and 3 separating these two.
Yeah, as Hisu, I believe that's 3K there at the end with the attack visor. At that point, everybody's quite low from both teams, and he's coming up the rear, really open sight lines with the attack visor. Nothing the Outlaws could really do. They have to play out in the open to kind of contest the point. They have like the Winston in their face at that moment. So Toronto does a nice job, completes the map, gives himself another shot. 2 minutes on the clock here for the Defiant offense.
Iris leading here with 5 enemies slept so far, which is maybe less than you'd expect considering how frequently you see those abilities come up. Twilight with only 3, and yet you see both Ana players be extremely impactful in many of these fights. Lastro continuing to be the one finishing off those kills as well, but Hisu really stood up at the end of that round. He now leads at 11-7 final blows to deaths.
Yeah, no power block for Dante there. Comes right over the top, finishes everybody off. I would also say for Twilight, doesn't have like a Genji or Winston to be able to sleep. Like those are 2 of like the biggest targets in terms of getting hit with the sleep darts right now. Doom obviously can be slept, but just the mobility and how fast he's able to get in and out makes it way harder than like a Winston.
This time Pelican not so brazen about poking his head out early in the round. See him there at the Elderworth Hotel.
Oh well, he knows him dropping first is, you're giving up that payload, and that's terrible for the Outlaws. Yeah.
And Muse gets away from this though, but it is pause for thought for the Defiant. So get their tank back in fighting shape. Sticky bombs connect here as well, and Pelican is playing mid to long range, very safe right now, just trying to get a bit of early poke damage. Twilight removed, so Dante was able to actually get into that backline and trades his life for the Ana mate.
Yeah, just so much damage coming down from Hisu when he does get into the backline, and how do you contest now? If you're the Outlaws, obviously you have an advantage in terms of healing, but you have nobody who's just a big beef target to stand on the point and try and contest.
Yep, similar situation to their last defense. They sort of back away after losing a player and make their way in. A lot of respect here from the Defiant in terms of what the Outlaws can do. Chorong dicing with death, but Pelican's not able to clip him. Finale, though, is eventually removed by Lastro, while Dante sleeps it off. Muse is going to be removed by Pelican now, and he's looking at the back line. Chorong's pretty extended. He knows Twilight is within focusing beam range, but Lastro's the one that finishes the kill. This guy's unhinged. 8 final blows for him.
Yeah, and there was a big, 1v1 going down up on the high ground. Kind of see it maybe through your outlines, but Merit against Finale, and Merit put down a decent amount of damage, and Finale not able to get healed. Finish off by Lastro, so Lastro doing a nice job contributing, trying to help his team finish off the Genji of Finale up the high ground. If he's able to get to 76, that's bad news.
Pelican, does he survive this? How does he survive this? Impossible. He's 1 HP and he's still standing. But Hisu makes short work of the rest of that Outlaws team. Pelican's able to snipe Finale away. But again, it's a big tactical visor play from the Soldier 76 that keeps the Defiant alive and kicking.
Yes, it should be Toronto able to take. It looks like you got Muse still there. Chorong on the point, but they're going to be in OT the rest of the way. As Houston, they have that devastating combo. You have that nano boost onto Pelican coming up. You have attack visor, sound barrier. So Toronto had to throw everything at it to be able to take the point.
So we're in overtime now.
Right here.
Why not?
Yeah.
You don't want to get caught up in the choke so much, but you have a good little staging ground for Pelican if he can get past Finale here. Quite a few Defiant players on this high ground trying to deny it. It's away, but you can't block that kind of beam. Not even with your best. Pelican scoops to Lucio. Hey, double sound barrier. Doesn't suck. They're going to hit with a Bionic Grenade, but he gets a nano straight away. Madden's going to make short work of Chorong here. Muse in the Primal Rage, so Merit needs to find a squishier target, so he does. Both backliners for the Defiant are out of commish.
Yeah, and Pelican doesn't even get the sound barrier, Mitch, but just the ability to, being able to duel Finale, take him out. Then Chorong's right in his face. What does he do? He duplicates him to kind of give himself a little bit of a second life.
It's a heal.
And just jumps right down. Yeah, it's almost like another heal, right? Just jumps down right to his team. It almost doesn't matter who he duplicates at that point. He's done his job. He's gotten that first opening pick.
And that's a pretty good scenario for the Outlaws. I mean, bear in mind, the Defiant finished their attacking side with only a 1-minute deficit. Now, on King's Row, I mean, we've seen the most ridiculous pushes in overtime, right? So we don't rule anything out at that point. The Outlaws are able to put a stop to the Defiant after they get point 8, just after, and the Defiant barely managed to get there. Very good result when you have 3 minutes and 3 seconds to spend, and you have a composition that is geared towards eliminating a single target very quickly before the enemy can respond.
Yeah, they also have to be pretty careful. We'll see the nano boost on the Merit here with attack visor. Yeah, he just starts just destroying people. You see where the payload is at. If Toronto loses that fight when Houston, let's say they were taking point A, and they kind of have like some stagger spawns, if people get that secondary spawn, that far one, they're going to be difficult to even contest.
5, 4, 3.
Yeah, Houston aware of this too. The harder they hit that point A, the harder it will be for the Defiant to have anyone there. Basically, Toronto have to be conservative, Matt. They lose a play, they might just have to back away entirely. They really have no margin, no rope to work with.
And they have to play perfectly here.
Yeah, how do you play careful, yet effectively enough to sort of muscle the Outlaws away from the point? They go aggressive, so not much care here, and yet Pelican's able to burn down Muse. They do get Iris. Fair enough, but I think
this
that's
almost
it.
If you're gonna have to lose a fight, this is kind of the way you're gonna have to do it, right? Because everybody is going to get that close spawn, and now you're gonna have to go back and maybe take another one again. Finale just hiding. Yeah, they cannot get spotted out right now. As they actually want to try this again. This could be really risky.
Yeah, this is risky. Finale not leaving it, so point not captured quite yet. Oh, Pelican can't get away. Finale now unleashed in a position to try and put a bit of pressure down on Merit, but he knows Lastro is close. He knows Lastro's been lethal as well. And Dante makes short work of the backline.
Yeah.
And gets a health pack. I mean, Tracer might be one of his natural enemies, but he's a tank now. You don't mind too much. There's a power block there. He misses the punch, though.
I think he was just using the Seismic Slam to get away. I mean, that is insane play from Dante. Like, to be able to pop that power block, and then, you know, Tracer's trying to blink around, trying to get, like, shots all around you on your side and whatnot, and be able to block all the damage and then get away. I mean, that's crazy. As I think the Outlaws were probably a little stunned that Toronto ended up coming up and fighting this, because look, you have players coming all the way back from this spawn. It's going to be just kind of thrown together here at the end.
Well, it's going to be a money pulse or nothing, and that's the latter, I'm afraid to say. Finale didn't even know what hit him there, and the Houston Outlaws strike back. Map number 2, convincing attack backed up by a really stoic second defense. Puts them a nose ahead and evens the series.
Yeah, it looks like maybe like a boop or a knockback may have knocked Muse off of the cart. And you're not able to contest after that. And you kind of had a little bit of a late few deaths there on that point A. As the Outlaws storm back, take that second map, but we got a close series on our hands.
No doubt about it. Definitely much more than many pundits may have expected. The Outlaws have their match here at the Toronto Defiant. Two teams with their best looks ever going at it hammer and tongs with map 3 just around the corner. Don't go too far.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God, on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no reset. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin', can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Well, suffice it to say, ladies and gentlemen, that the ante has been upped. The Outlaws looked like they were looking for a way to sort of cleanly finish fights and convert them into round wins after that first map. They absolutely come up with the answer on King's Row. Pretty darn solid, and their defensive endeavours, Matt, looked much more airtight.
Yeah, they looked really strong there that time, consistently running that Doomfist tank setup with Dante in, and they'll run that same lineup again for both teams here as we go into the next map. Next one will be Gibraltar, so a lot of high ground here, a lot of verticality for tanks to be able to kind of traverse. Is the Doomfist able to do that now with Seismic Slam? Kind of works almost like that Winston lead.
Yeah, and we sort of talked about how Dante was playing it, on the attacking side of King's Row. He was actually being more peel and defensive oriented, trying to keep Merit standing for as long as possible and make sure that his backline were enabled to do a lot of work. I mean, Lastro had as many final blows as your average DPS player on that map, so the Outlaws have no shortage of weapons stowed in every which pocket. Gibraltar comes up next in this series, and again, an exciting opportunity to maybe see some of that longer range hit scan play. The Outlaws, you'll probably expect to see them sort of still go with Dante on that Doomfist. Obviously, Piggy waits on the bench for his opportunity to get in and start to mix it up too.
Yeah, do you, if you're like Toronto, do you try and bust like a Widowmaker here or something along those lines? Looks like Toronto, they'll actually go with Hisu on Soldier, Finale on the Genji.
Man,
don't believe Muse is going to play the Orisa.
Killing me.
Yeah, he's going to play.
What do you make of the Brigitte here?
I mean, they're trying to kind of keep this Doomfist away, right? The Doom has been so effective at like getting onto the 76 or whatnot. There's really not like speed here. Like, what are you trying to do, right? Like, there's not like any big rotation you're trying to pull off, or you're not trying to really engage and go deep around this corner and whatnot. So not really a total use out of the speed, or you probably get more out of Briggs' kit.
4, 3, 2,
As is usual, it's about keeping Twilight alive. Nice little opener there. Some free percentage to Twilight. Nothing really to write home about now. As Dante just has a look. It's a bit of a probing attempt at gaining some information. The card's on the move here. And the ball, I guess, is in the Defiant's court here. See how they make use of this high ground.
I think you're just waiting. I think if you're the Outlaws, you're waiting to see kind of what you want to do in terms of the attack. You want to send Dante up to the high ground. You're probably discussing like how you're going to attack that now. As Seismic Slam goes up. You see, you can actually use Seismic Slam and then almost like channel a punch mid-air. Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of can channel all these abilities together.
Okay, he doesn't quite find Twilight there, so Dante's going to have to settle for a mini health pack in a more entrenched position behind enemy lines. Seems like he's happy with that, though. He creates a lot of threat, and he's allowed the Outlaws to look comfortable here.
Just the threat of him creates so much space, right? You're like, where is he? Where is he coming from? You kind of see him go like speeding by, and you're just like, all right, well, I guess we'll have to pay attention where he's coming from now. It's just that one kill on a Muse, and look at how far the Outlaws have gotten the card.
And the main question is, how do you get value out of Brigitte when you're giving ground constantly? I think that the Defiant eventually need to start reclaiming what was theirs in terms of that real estate. Merit, yeah, he wasn't going to survive that. Nice little dive. The pincer was well placed as Finale dashes through and is getting involved in many, many, many of these kills.
Yeah, that's what you need. When the server room take comes in from the Outlaws, the Defiant realize that's a perfect opportunity for them to fight. That's a great spot for Winston, Genji, and Brig to all kind of engage. And you see here, Hisu turns around, deals with Pelicans. Now his burst damages it in, and he just comes on the backside of this fight and cleans it up.
Outlaws are staved off again, but they don't have to walk through the underpass again quite yet. Sleep Dart, no connection on Dante. Biotic Grenade was good, but Pelican, that is a filthy stick. And again, Chong is standing on top of either, you know, his other support or DPS here. So that AoE damage really pays off if you can get a nice little sticky bomb connection. Muse is struggling to find a target. All he finds is the inside of his eyelids, Matt. Pelican, another undupe here. Twilight's in trouble.
Yeah, he's able to get a sleep dart. He's trying to keep Iris alive, not able to do so, but see, really, the Echo just going from Pelican, just trying to get any target in terms of the duplicate. Is this will be a point A take for the Outlaws. Is, man, when he gets an anode and finds a target and lands those stickies, it is dangerous. I mean, that player is dead within seconds, it seems like.
Looks like Dante got caught out there, just a little far ahead of the rest of the Outlaws. Tough for Houston as they have to give up all this ground they just sort of took and play from outside of this area, which means that Hisu has 4 different options where, you know, the Outlaws can come from. So pretty easy damage for him as he played towards the shuttle.
So you also do have kind of like a difference here between Houston and Toronto in terms of like survivability, right? With Sound Barrier versus the Rally. As the Rally gets used here, Sound Barrier goes down. I believe that only connects with like 3 players. So not the best of a Sound Barrier, but even then, look at the Rally. Extra health only really goes to Chorong and Twilight. So the Rally just used to basically try and keep the supports up through that.
Yeah, it's a challenge. You're playing a proximity healer, Matt, and a team that features Genji and Winston. Not always easy to get max value there. Pelican, though, removed, but the Outlaws haven't been kicked out of the shuttle phase yet. Dante may have to abscond, though.
Yeah, it's just a pretty defensive pick to break, right? Just to protect Twilight, keep him up, make his life a little bit easier. The 76 as well, just the constant healing from the break. And she's close. We can take a look at Twilight's POV, and that's a nice sleep.
I mean, he's going to hit someone. That ain't a big doorway.
Too many people in the doorway. Yeah, you're going to get somebody.
223 and counting here for Houston. Well, the win conditions involved dealing with his blade first and foremost. Finale is nanoed as well. Iris in deep trouble. Dante at the door. Finale says, I've got VIP access, thank you.
So this is going to be pretty difficult for the Outlaws to push through, like you mentioned. And once you're going to get up on top of that ship, especially when you're playing in the 76 and the other teams, the Genji using the deflect and the dash can get up pretty quick, but this is where the Echo, it's kind of difficult, right, getting on through there. But you're going to have the nano here. Going to be able to nano Pelican, maybe keep him alive as he's going to try and get to that high ground.
Yeah, all tactical visor means that Pelican probably needs all the protection that he can get right now. It's a Brigitte dude for Pelican. No value to be had. He's knocked down. He is a pork chop right now. Iris also is in trouble. Beautiful stuff here from the Defiant. When it gets defensive, they really know how to turn it up.
I would definitely define the position that Iris was in trouble. Yes, just being juggled by Muse with no sleep dart. These primal rages in the corner. Yeah, definitely nothing you could do there. You do see Pelican switch over to the Genji. I like this pick. I like going Genji here. If you're the Outlaws, I think at this stage of the map, it's definitely going to be more effective than the Echo would have been.
Floating across that wide expanse as Echo is just tempting Hisu to riddle you with bullets. That was often the case. Another final blow for Muse, by the way, who leads his team in those. He's been so good at being proactive here. He's staunch hold on the high ground. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've seen it a bit from Winston players, but not anything in kind of like the lethal range, but doing a nice shot.
I mean, people forget.
Crossfire, yeah.
That he's a poke tank now in some senses. Finale's been removed though, and Dante's in a really scary position now. Look at him get in between the backline of the Defiant and Muse. And so Muse is put to sleep now, put under a lot of pressure. He'll have to primal here. Dante knocked back by a whip shot. Is it good for primal?
Another primal rage. I mean, I feel like that's really quick for Muse. Is that a nice sound barrier there from Lastro, going to connect with 3 players, trying to keep the Outlaws up.
Dante, what's he looking for? Pressure Chorong away, make it hard for Brig to get Inspire procs by being in the thick of things. But Dante needs more. Yeah, he just knocked them back though, really. Just slows the Defiant down. It doesn't stop them from posting this sort of defense. And now Finale gets a nano boost. Pelican's been taken out of the picture. That switch to the Genji has not been effective. And this is going to be a hold here in the shuttle phase. The Defiant are staunch.
Yeah, so I do think that Genji was effective. I think just maybe a little bit too late. I think they were playing around getting that big nano echo combination that they've been doing, and it just didn't really work out. It was a nice play from Toronto, though, able to hold that high ground, like you mentioned, make it really tough The Outlaws even break through. That's where they kind of lost all of their time. It's a very winnable map here for the Toronto Defiant. As we'll see what the Outlaws decide to do on defense. Do you want to try and run maybe Genji Soldier here on the defensive side? I think it's possible, as you may not want to play that Echo and rely on it going into the second part of the map.
It seems that all Merritt could do was to poke a little bit at the Defiant inside the shuttle phase, but he comes away with only one final blow so far in this round. It's been very, very hard for him to complete those kills because the Defiant just sort of tuck themselves back into safer spots and get topped up and go again.
So take a look. From Muse's POV, yep.
Oh, that's kind of dirty.
Charge up shot from the side, yeah. Just there's some crossfire coming in. Oh, goodbye.
Yeah. Merritt, what does he do? Like, how does he get in position to be threatening? He's a mid-range sort of hit scan.
Yeah.
And he can't really access the high ground without sort of forcing his way up the top right-hand side. So feels like a suboptimal pick, or at least the way that Merritt was put in a position. He wasn't set up to succeed at all. So quiet round for him.
Here we go, the Roadhog.
The Roadhog. Tell me about it.
Roadhog and Bastion? This is maybe just trying to get a hook and burn? Yeah.
All right.
Hook
and burn. Oh, my. Dante looking more like Bastion right now. Yikes.
Bastion and Owl right now has an infinite KD. Think about that. Why are not more people playing Bastion?
This is why you want to see big bucks, mate.
Yeah, I just want to see Wheels mode come out.
That was the first Bastion of the Overwatch League, mate. You were dead right. Hisu, nice. That is just a devastating headshot to Pelican. Really not too bothered right now about Dante because there's no follow-up for the Doomfist, and Dante just gets packaged up in a box and sent back home.
And really good start here for Toronto. Being able to get that Roadhog hook onto Dante and then just finish off with the Bastion right you with the power block. The amount of damage that Bastion just pumps out. Once he goes into Sentry mode, is just crazy. Not going to survive that. Pelican knows where Twilight's playing. Let's see how he goes and attacks this.
Keeping tabs on Hisu, probably the most important thing he can do right now. And Finale there caught himself with a deflect facing the wrong way after getting hit by a biotic grenade. So he gets put in panic mode, and this is about to get ugly, Matt. Deflect there from Pelican. Still respecting what Hisu can do at close quarters, but Chorong gets snarled up in front of the Genji, and Hisu is taken down. The Outlaws, decent defense here, and a good place to start shaving some clock. 90 seconds in already.
And I wonder if you're the Defiant. Yeah, I was just going to say, switch off of the Widow here. Like, you got that first pick, you got a lot of cart progress. At the points where you're going to be fighting now, the 76 is just, like, way better, and they would have probably started to take advantage of the Widowmaker in terms of being able to dive and just take that character out. So
that's so annoying. Chorong has to walk his way back up to the high ground. Muse knocked back again. All right. Nano on the cards for sure. It's going to be Muse. He gets a nice top up, but Pelican has already struck true, and the Sleep Dart connects. Now Muse has primal rage, but would it just be a huge waste right now? So back to spawn again. We're upwards of 2 minutes burn of clock.
And he had Nano there, Muse, and I believe when they wake him up, he actually gets punched into a wall. There's damage coming in from the Soldier as well.
Look at this. Oh.
I mean, what do you do?
I mean, my God. Human
you don't hit that sleep.
60 FPS.
Yeah, you don't have to hit that sleep. And you're in a tough trade.
Finale trying to harry Dante there. He's forced to back away and get topped up. Seismic slam, so again, chance to be a bit of a Chorong just standing there. Hello. He's just like a stunned mullet. Couldn't believe what just happened. Hisu. Okay, just a bit of a tickle of damage there, nothing too serious, but Pelican's blade is anything but a joke, Matt. That's 2 kills for him. Muse finally able to pop out that primer that it was holding on to before, and Finale needs to get some purchase here. Dante blocking, defensive position, keeps his hands up by his face, and Finale finds very little there.
I mean, yeah, it's, they're going to be able to stay alive in this, the Outlaws. Is keep that going. It's, Tony Ferguson last night could have used the power block technique.
Oh my!
Got face kicked into another.
That guy looked 180 like an owl. I was quite impressed. Then he fell over.
Yes. So Muse just being a distraction, jumping in, got his bubble. Merritt's going to use the tech visor. This could be huge. Really put it in the Outlaws' favor.
Merritt does give up that sort of high ground in order to do this. Drop down, get rid of Twilight there. And now it's Hisu who's in awkward positions. He can't find good places to do damage. The Defiant can't control server room at all. The Outlaws are just forcing them away. And this defense, I mean, this has turned into an absolute blowout. The Defiant had a chance here, a real one map, but that's all but gone.
And they got off to such a good start there at Toronto and just couldn't capitalize it. A really impressive defense there from the Outlaws. But I think if you're Toronto, like later in the week, you'll go back and watch this footage and be pretty upset. You had an advantage here at the start of the game. You got a lot of payload progress off of it, but not able to capitalize.
And all eyes were on Hisu. Can he sort of turn around and sort of get his team over the line there? But he was then the one forced into awkward situations with people up in his face. It's Pelican that went absolutely... He went tropical on that Genji. 14 final blows, 6 deaths. He just turned up the heat in a huge way on that defensive round. And Pelican always seems to be able to provide no matter what team he's on. And now the Outlaws are within striking distance of a series victory and a 2-0 starting week here. Can't complain about that one. Stick around. Let's see if the Defiant can live up to their name. Make a match of this.
time for pulse-pounding action. It's time for gear-grinding gaming. It's time for Overwatch League Season 5. Come on down to youtube.com/Overwatch League for all of the brand spanking new Overwatch 2 action. And this time, it's a whole new way to play. 5 season, 5v5, only $5. Just kidding, it's free. You'll see Sojourn, Tank Doomfist, Bastion with a hack. Hey kids, do try this at home. And now, for a limited time only, you can get in on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta action yourself with beta codes, beta codes, beta codes. This season, on opening weekend and select matches, we're giving away 1,500 beta codes to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta per hour. Make sure your YouTube account is connected to your Battle.net account and glue your eyeballs to your screens so you don't miss out on all of the hard-hitting action. 5th season, Bastion with a hack, beta codes. Tune in to the Overwatch League for your chance to get access to the Overwatch 2 PvP beta.
There's something about this Outlaws team, Matt, that we've never seen from these guys before. It's a glimmer of brilliance, an echo of, chants in a crowd and maybe glimpses of them holding a trophy in their future somehow. I mean, they've had a tough matchup here against the Toronto Defiant, but this is absolutely their best look. And when we get to see some of these big individuals pop off, I mean, it is quite a sight to behold. What an impressive defense on Gibraltar we just saw.
Yeah, Pelican has looked really strong on the Echo, and then Dante being in a completely different role, right? Same heroes he's kind of played in the past, Doomfist, but a completely different way to play it. Really needs to be kind of the tempo setter for the team, and he's fit into that role nicely, really kind of leading the charge as this Outlaws team looks really strong. And I also think, man, Toronto on their side, dude, they're gonna go back and really kick themselves in that Gibraltar, especially if they're able to take New Queen Street, which would be the next map in our series, because man, they had that one. They started out so good on offense. The Roadhog hook, the Bastion finish. Then Hisu on the Widowmaker, right, is able to take out Pelicans, so you even get more payload progress, and they just got nothing after that.
Yeah, it was after that point that Pelican really came alive, right? Finding that quick double kill on sort of the backliners of the Defiant, and all of a sudden they were limited on options. But hey, listen, got to put it out of your mind now as we head over to New Queen Street. These two teams love to brawl. They love extended engagements. They love individuals that go and try and take matters into their own hands, and this is going to be the map. See, the push game type, where the Outlaws look to try and finish this series here. I think a lot of people definitely expected them to come out on top here, but we're seeing some depth to the Toronto Defiant that we weren't able to really spot as much in their previous matchup here. So teams still looking to showcase themselves in our first week of our clash here.
Yeah, what I really like from Push so far, from what we've seen, is just the ability for individuals to make big plays, right? And I think you kind of look across the board at all roles for that. I think, though, when you're playing this Doomfist, Dante has an opportunity to really kind of blow this game open as just being a disruptor amongst the map. So you really kind of look at him, and then I think you look at both hit scan players. You look at Merit, and you look at Hisu being able to play that Soldier 76. Some decent, kind of side, flanking routes and options that you're able to, put some damage down from the side. Really make a huge impact.
They're long sidelines, aren't they? When you see a soldier pop out behind you, if you're a sort of a backline or support player, sometimes it's already too late. The fact that the soldier's been able to work his way so far around behind you can put you out of the fight. So both of these teams playing what I would consider to be their signature looks, their preferred composition. I think the Echo pick for Pelicans definitely a point of comfort here.
Yes, I mean, they've also been doing a really nice job comboing it with the nano boosts. As you see, both teams kind of fighting for this high ground platform here. It's a nice boot by Last Show.
She's good, man.
Out of the equation.
I mean, it gave Dante some time as well to get healed up, because he took a ton of just burst damage at the start of that fight. Trades here, Muse down for Pelican. I'd say Houston are probably pretty happy with that. But the Defiant had this sort of high ground, this little shuttle control here, so we need to see them unseated as Merit looks to pressure down Finale.
Oh, nice shot, though, as he's able to put some damage down. into Hisu. And I think losing Muse there at the beginning is huge. Because Dante able to stay alive on the Doomfist, probably a little bit more, self-sustainable than a Winston, right? Winston just has the bubble. Doom just has so much speed and just being able to move just so fluidly around the map, and now with the addition of the power block, just the damage reduction, right? That you're okay with, but kind of making that trade there at the start.
Merritt got knocked out there, but he'll be back in the fight right now, basically. He's just so quick. DPS passive plus his sprint. Already in position to do some work, and Dante's able to get topped up here. This is like an airborne, like a mid-air refuel for him as he goes and finds where his supports are waiting. Iris is removed though, and Pelican might be on a quick trip back to spawn once more as Finale does what Tracer does best. It's cleanup crew.
Yeah, as it looks like the Outlaws are going to get wiped here as Dante gets hit with a biotic grenade, and now you'll have the bot moving in the Toronto Defiance direction. We can take a look here. And Try's point of view is, does Merritt get knocked off the side? Yep, see you later, bud.
Only just, but not able to get any purchase on the edge there. Nano boost here for both sides. Expect to see maybe a preemptive sound barrier by the Defiant as well. This is a very important fight. This may determine the front spawn for the Defiant. Muse has the primal here. Iris doesn't want to be in that position. He got away. He got away with murder. Muse put to sleep. They're not able to knock him off the edge of the map. And elsewhere, things going all right for the Outlaws. Merritt in the tack visor though. He's going to be brought down after getting rid of Twilight. Numbers actually favouring the Toronto Defiant after Muse spent the first part of that fight sleeping.
And it's crazy that the Outlaws even able to kind of make that last as long as they did. It really comes down to Iris's sleep dart. When he's able to hit Muse with it, that stops his primal right there in his tracks, because if he doesn't hit that, he was going off the side. You're probably having Muse get back to the cart, back to the bot, cause even more problems. So, do have Pelican with this duplicate here as Toronto Defiant, they push into the lead.
See, the Pelicans playing close to that sort of tall building, ready to kind of drop down and stay out of the purview of Hisu, but it's in fact Muse that snaps him up. Finale has to recall there, doesn't expect to see Merritt inside his own biotic field, but he'll just wait for that to expire, and Dante can't block the back. Finale, another backstab from the Tracer. This guy's proving to be a problem for the Outlaws.
And I don't think you want to switch off with the duplicate, because you want to get a use out of that ultimate. But man, the snowball is really coming as you're going to get to the point where you're going to unlock that forward spawn. It's not like extremely forward, right? I think the defense still has an advantage in terms of like how close they spawn. Will make it easier though if Toronto loses a player or two coming back, as man, Pelican goes right in. He's getting taken out so fast.
Yeah, he's having a stinker so far, Matt. Getting shut down pretty consistently by Muse. Okay, Meteor Strike there for Dante. Back to safety. Muse very low. And yeah, he had it. Didn't have a chance to use it though, or chose not to either way. The Defiant maybe just feel they're far enough ahead here that, they can just pick up the bottom, resume what they were doing earlier on. Pelican returns, duplicates, and slept. Doesn't matter, the fight's been won by his team.
Yeah, I don't know, man. He looked like he had that primal for a bit. Could have maybe popped that and stayed alive. You had like that forward spawn, but maybe you feel like you got enough like out of the progress, right? That you don't really feel like you need to kind of have your foot on the gas and go much further, but opportunity maybe. I mean, I don't know. Have we even seen a push map be finished yet? I don't think so, at least from the ones that we've casted.
No, you basically have to win 3 or 4 fights in a row. It's really not easy to do. At this level especially. And if it ever happens, you know it's been an absolute blowout. Nice position there from Finale. Really able to just snap up Merritt as he just punishes that backline there for the Defiant. Dante is trying to get not getting away with this.
Possible. Yeah.
25.14. Not great.
You already have more than half the game off the clock, right? And push only an 8-minute time limit in terms of the round.
It's short.
Yeah, you're already down to below 3 minutes, so this is go time for the Outlaws. Think about how far they have to kind of get this, bot cross, how some of these fights kind of get stalled out for a little bit. You got to get this thing going in your direction pretty quick.
Yeah, they get the front sport after one fight win. That's how quickly the bot moves in between those barricades. That is not insignificant. Okay, Merritt. Struggling to connect there. Muse's primal mechanics are just unreal. He gets punted across the map. Dante at least is able to reciprocate in some manner, but Muse wants a bit more. Sound barrier, though, might just be the signal he needs to know the fight's over.
I mean, you're kind of okay, though, with them investing the sound barrier into this fight if you're Toronto. It just kind of shows like how desperate Houston is, you know, going up against this clock, that they have to get it going in their direction. Finale doing a tremendous job.
Oh my god.
Just buying even more time.
Satisfying though to see Lucio be able to sort of juggle an enemy in that way. Here's that long flank we were talking about, Matt. It's always devastating.
Yes, now we'll get back into action as the Outlaws, they'll get close to their barrier. Now they'll start pushing. It's Dante with the Meteor Strength. Maybe Pelican you know, with a blade in this fight. But still, you're going to have Nano sound barrier. Toronto's done a really good job on this map, cycling their ultimates.
Interesting that Dante pulled that Meteor Strike so quickly. I wonder why he felt like he had to get out.
I think
he was pretty healthy.
I think it was War to kind of draw out that sound barrier. So you draw out the sound barrier, and then Pelican, you know, you win that fight, right? Let's say you draw the sound barrier, you're either like disengage a little bit, you win that fight. You turn around now, and maybe you got a Nano Blade going your way. They don't really have much anything else to work with.
Hello there. But see how annoying this is for the Outlaws, right? Toronto can theoretically just get that front spawn again. Getting
the burst is so fast with that like Tracer when you get up to that high ground. Is they're able to deal with Merit so fast. You had Hisu on a little bit of a flank too.
Interesting, they weren't pushing the bot sort of during that fight, but I mean, it's a convincing enough window to get into this checkpoint.
Don't think that was intentional.
Yeah, well, either way, a comfortable lead and 37 seconds remain in the round, and that's why the Defiant say fine. Yeah.
You can fight around this corner. Yeah. I mean, if you're Toronto, you don't need to play that close. You have a pretty huge advantage. You have like a 3-fight, maybe even 4.
They are so far ahead, Matt. It's not even funny. Remember, when the Outlaws, if the Outlaws get that next checkpoint, they have to wait for the bot to get past the bollards. It takes ages. Blade Pelican. Look like he's just cutting his fingernails with that one. Yep.
Yeah,
not great.
He deflects and he has like to deflect a little bit earlier, and then knows he's gonna have no deflect there for the tack visor. And this has been a great showing for Toronto, as we're gonna get a game 5.
So be it. The Outlaws look pretty confused on that map in general. We sort of get there with them, and maybe makes you wonder, like, what happened if they get a push match up against the Fuel in that series? Maybe the Outlaws struggling for cohesion there just a little bit. And I've got to say, you know, Muse was a real problem. 11 final blows for him. 11 final blows for Finale on the Tracer. Really looked like it frustrated Dante to have to deal with the Tracer for much of that time. So we're off to a break, ladies and gentlemen, and this one goes to a map 5. The Defiant stand tall, hold off the Outlaws, and force a decider. Well, talk about polar opposites for the Houston Outlaws. They run roughshod over the Dallas Fuel with, well, limited resistance, if I'm honest with you, in front of a roaring home crowd. And now back to the quiet, the static of their practice facility. They're up against the Toronto Defiant, who refuse to give up. Map 5 is on the cards, ladies and gentlemen, and Toronto strike back on push in a big way.
Yeah, and Toronto, I mean, you look at some of the rest of the series, right? Kings Row is like the one that I think the Outlaws like handily took, right? But the rest of them, like, obviously Toronto takes map 1, it's close. Toronto on Gibraltar with a pretty nice hold. And then they kind of just like fumbled their offense. They've really been in control a lot of this series. You know, I think if the Outlaws are able to escape here at Game 5 with a win, that's a huge sigh of relief for them.
No doubt about it, and way to sort of right a week that's been a little bit bumpy, to say the least. Ilios is going to be the battlefield for this final map, and again, we kind of know these two teams are pretty well locked in the way they want to play. Houston have shown pretty limited interest, I guess, at going away from that sort of Echo Soldier composition. Although on a map like Ruins, we've seen some teams flirt with the Widowmaker pick. Relatively limited success so far. We don't expect to see that here. So both teams with the sim out of the gates, and everything looks, well, pretty copacetic so far.
Yeah, and I think you're just going to see both of these teams kind of go out with what they've been playing all series along. The one thing I think you can see is Pelican probably playing more of this Genji. I think bringing the Genji in, his Echo has been fantastic today. It's just a little bit of a safer pick, especially when they've been showing so much Tracer on the other side.
Round 1, capture the objective.
All right. Sim TP's out, and there's that Tracer for Finale, the real thorn in the Outlaws' side on much of that push map. See what Toronto can do with that loose end. Okay. Mirrored on the Widow.
It's interesting because they know that Toronto has been playing the Tracer pretty consistently at this point to try and counteract Pelican's Echo. So maybe they're able to take a little bit of advantage here. Is nothing to really get to the high ground, and that's going to be Twilight taking out Dante off the rip. You're going to lose Iris. This should be Toronto able to take this first point.
Ah, yes, the Widow experience here on this map. Merit's unable to really find any notable picks, and now without map control, it gets harder and harder to put Widowmaker in a position where she can find a clean kill and set up that player advantage.
You'll see what happen here.
Yeah, got ganged up on a bit there.
Yeah. There's really no sightlines for his supports even helping there for Dante. The Widowmaker experiment is over. Whoa, okay.
What? That is absolute filth.
Yeah, that's some Overwatch 1 dude this tech there.
Ah, it's degenerate as heck.
1 ability, 2-3 kills. Yeah, take a look at this.
Yeah, let's see how that went down. Geronimo.
I mean, it's so fast with the seismic slam and then a punch, and then he like pushes forward to get another like kill or two. So he's already up to 84%. I mean, that's a huge play there from Dante, because it was not looking good for the Outlaws. Toronto was really in control there.
Absolutely. Dante operating like a dive DPS there. A lot of front-loaded damage taken by the Defiant. He was there just to finish the job. Twilight a little isolated in that position. Ah, great sleep. Twilight looking to get back to safety now. Dante, Nano, still looking for Twilight. He just punches his lights out. Hisu's in deep trouble as well. He is over the edge, and Dante, eyes wide as saucers here because he knows he's got the team on his back.
Is it enough, though, to keep this going? I know Muse is primal. Is he going to pop this here? Oh, he gives up the point when he goes to the Meteor Strike, and the point flips, but still, they had to invest the primal here. That like 1v2 scenario, Dante is actually almost able to clutch that. Muse went down like 26 HP, I think.
Yeah, the Meteor Strike sort of the damage from what was blocked by the bubble. Forcing the ultimate from Muso, I think you're pretty happy about if you're Dante, for sure. Okay, that sleep does not connect. Twilight's in trouble. Bio deployed. There's so much damage available to Hisi, though. He burns down Dante. Merit at least able to find the trader. A slick little helix rocket across the map here, but look at the collapse on the Iris.
Yeah, and I mean, Lastro there trying to help him out with a boot, but not enough, as I know Finale gets right in there with Muse. As the Outlaws mounting an offensive here, though. You're going to be able to get rid of Muse. Saw Dante in the mix. He's going to be able to get that health pack. And then Merit from the side. Oh, gets taken out by Hisu for a second. I thought he maybe pull attack visor out, try and turn it, because look at where you're at in terms of percentage. 85 and counting here for the Defiant.
He doesn't expect the taxi to be there. I mean, you know how quickly Hisu can get back into the fight. We talked about how fast the soldier is, then Ana Lucio speed boost in there. He was lightning fast to return. This stick is beautiful, and Iris is down, and this is out of the Outlaws' hands already. Dante, with no one to turn to and no real option outside of your power block and try and stay on the point for as long as possible. Charge up punch looked pretty good, but Hisu puts it to bed, and the Defiant, one round away from taking this series out from under the Outlaws.
Yeah, Merit never gets a use there of the tack visor. Maybe he would have been able to use it on the side, but Chorong and Hisu coming through there. He gets hit with a direct helix and finished off, and maybe that would have been an opportunity for the Outlaws to turn it in their favor, but Dante doing everything he can. I mean, his Doomfist has been on point today. So Toronto 1 round away from taking this series. As Pelican looks like potentially hovering that Echo yet again.
Yeah, it's a better Echo map, right? Ruins was not, though. And I think Pelican's hero pool exposed a little bit, in rounds where he has to play Genji, but this guy's an insane tracer. We saw him play just an unbelievable tracer at times for the Atlanta Reign last year. It's just not something the Outlaws want to go for. Pelican, though, really quiet so far on this map. Only the 2 final blows. Merit slightly better at 4, but really the Outlaws DPS need to be set up for success here to even up this map.
And I feel like the Outlaws need to play their comp perfectly, especially when you start to fight some of these close range areas with the Echo versus a Tracer in the 76. So you're really looking at Pelican. He's got to just be so safe and really capitalize on some of those lower players and get in there with the focusing beam.
There's that burst. That's what you're looking for. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard for Muse to account for just how quickly he's going to take damage when you throw an Echo into the equation. Normally you play your life pool as a resource and use your bubble and sort of jump back to safety, but it gets much less predictable with Echo. I don't think Pelican would have seen that rocket coming, though. It's Hisu clocks him one. And the Defiant, oh no.
That is a team kill, as even though Pelican able to get rid of Muse early on, that focusing beam not able to do much else. And yeah, you see they move right away off of that Echo. That you can't take any risks, right? Like, you can't just kind of sit on it and maybe play for a duplicate. You have to kind of make that switch really early on.
But the Genji was just a little lackluster in that previous round from Pelican. He has to take this bull by the horns. And you know how the rest goes. Finale, close to a pulse bomb here. All right, defensive body grenade had to be used by Iris. A lot of pressure on him. Lastro doing everything he can to keep them off him, but they can't. The Defiant will not be denied. Muse goes for the primal there at the very least here, but both teams have lost their Ana players. With Merit out of the picture, though, the Outlaws have to go again.
Just gonna try and get back to the rest of the team there. They're chasing down Pelican. Man, his primal skills today have been insane. Yeah, I mean, he
again is leading his team in final blows. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, and even as that's going to be a stick there on Dante. He's able to soak up some of that, but even just the ability from Muse, even the long range with that alternate fire from Winston, you haven't really seen many people finish it, but he's got like a few kills off of that today.
Where's Lastro? Who's he looking for? Unclear at the moment. He's just going to go for the tactical visor, though. Lastro disintegrates under that level of scrutiny. Merit goes for his later on, and he actually loses out. Hisu just rips him limb from limb, and this could be it. The Houston Outlaws might have let this one slip away. They win the rivalry match. They win the headline event earlier this week in front of a screaming crowd, and now just silence.
Man, you are able to bring it back if you're the Toronto Defiant. Take this series. I don't think anyone expected this coming into this matchup with how good the Outlaws looked against the Fuel, especially with how good the Fuel looked today. Maybe a little bit of kind of coming down off the high and playing in front of the crowd a little bit. Really kind of impacted the Outlaws today, but I think the Toronto Defiant, they showed you they have the talent on this roster to contend with some of these teams at the top of the Western Division.
I'll stop you there. I actually think that most Outlaws fans I spoke to this week expected this result. Not that they think their team is not good, it's that, they've been sort of conditioned to want to wait to see if there's a trend of consistency from their squad. We've seen incredibly high highs from the Outlaws, and now we've seen somewhat of a trough. You know, there are times we saw the DPS really struggle to fire up, and it definitely happened on that last map, but someone who needs a shout out. This guy's insane. It's crazy. You know, DP said he was like fighting a battle with Ty Dollar to go more aggressive on that Gladiators roster. Muse is unleashed right now, and now you know why he was so hyped up coming into the league, Matt.
Yeah, he kind of looked like, last year you were, he obviously had his moments, but not really kind of like the incredibly like hype tank that we kind of thought he would be. But man, today he was insane. Just the plays that he was able to make, consistently being able to pick up some of these kills, stay alive, the primal tech, just all over the series. Really just dominant performance from Muse today. I also would say a big shout out to kind of like the, whether it's the coaching staff, whether it's the players determining in game, when the Echo kind of was really becoming a problem for Toronto, Finale making the switch over to the Tracer consistently really started to turn the tides in this series.
Yeah, not only does it frustrate the Echo, but also it's kind of hard for Dante to keep tabs on it, and also, force him to play a bit more defensively, a bit more PL-oriented here. Look at this, 8.9 final blows per 10 minutes. What you are looking at is just peak athletic performance. This is what teams are looking for from their tank players right now. They are expected to be equal contributors in so many of these fights. Maybe not to the degree that Muse has. I'd say this definitely falls out of the bounds of what is expected, but this is a performance that he's going to want to hold on to if/when times get tough for this team. The Toronto Defiant are starting to shrug that mantle, Matt, off of being a 500 team, of being a very wishy-washy mid-table roster. This was a top-table performance.
Well, it's so interesting because you kind of look at some of the other rosters we like highly touted across the league, right? And like, this team looks so much better. And like we kind of said, like Toronto does look better, and obviously probably the best roster they've ever had. But now you kind of like start to evaluate them a little bit differently after you've seen them kind of beat the Outlaws, obviously a really close series. And with how the Fuel looked today, it's like, well, you look at that performance from Muse, you have Twilight on this team. We've seen what Hisu's done in the past. Charong and Finale looked good today. And you're like, where is the ceiling for this team, right? Are they going to be better than what we've seen in the past, which is pretty much, a 500 team. You're able to kind of keep close with the teams above you, not really pull those series out, and then really almost kind of be the gatekeepers of some of the teams below. Can they kind of break through? That's what you're really looking at this season for Toronto.
A great point, Matt. It must be nice for them. They are masters of their own destiny, and they're the ones that get to decide how high that ceiling actually is. Great start for them, though, here. A 1-1 week, nothing to sneer at for the Outlaws as well. They've got some, important teachable moments to reflect on from this series. What an opening weekend here at the Kickoff Clash qualifiers. It's all up in the air so far, and I couldn't ask for any more than that. We're going to be back later, ladies and gentlemen, of course. We're going to hear, obviously, this match gets sort of broken down. I've got to say, really impressed with it. We'll see what the desk has to say after this.
What's up, guys? It's Ubi here, and I'm here to give you everything you need to know about our brand new map mode, Push. You're guaranteed to see plenty of push on the Overwatch League this season now that we're playing on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta. So, how does push work? Well, I'm here to give you a quick crash course. We have not just a new game mode, but brand new playgrounds to play on. Overwatch League teams will face off on brand new maps like Colosseo and New Queen Street. To start, the two teams begin in opposite spawns like control maps and will meet in the center where they find a giant robot named TS1. Also, like a control map, TS1 is only able to be activated after 30 seconds at the beginning of a round. This allows teams to be strategic with their placement and take team fights elsewhere instead of rushing into the middle of the map as fast as possible. When one team is in close proximity to TS1 with no other members of the opposite team close by, a team can start moving TS1 toward the enemy spawn. When the robot starts moving, it starts walking a distance before a checkpoint where it then starts to push a barricade and thus progresses more slowly. If the leading team loses control of TS1, the other team can start advancing in the opposite direction and towards their team's barricade. TS1 is but a humble servant and only does what he's told. TS1 does move faster when he's not pushing a barricade, so he's quite nimble in between enemy push points, and this definitely allows for greater momentum shifts. Players have 8 minutes to push their team's barricade to the end of the road towards the enemy spawn and win. If neither team's barricade reaches its end goal in time, then the team who pushed their barricade the farthest distance and has control of TS1 wins. The game enters overtime if control of the robot is contested or the team who currently has control of TS1 does not have the farthest distance pushed. Overtime ends when the team with TS1 loses control of it or when the team with control of TS1 pushes their barricade to a distance exceeding their opposition's. What's fun about these brand new maps is that Colosseo and New Queen Street have their main paths, but they also have lots of twists and turns, shortcuts, and high grounds, so players can flank and find new ways to cut off the enemy's forward progression easily. Push really is all the fun aspects of control and payload style maps like Hybrid and Escort rolled into one, and it's bound to see some great action this year in the Overwatch League. Now that's all you need to know about Push. Stay tuned to the Overwatch League YouTube channel for all the updates around the Overwatch 2 PvP beta and, of course, all the action of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. I'm here joined by Finale from Toronto, Defiant for the post-match interview. Finale 선수 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
All right, well, congratulations on the win. Oh, Finale says thank you, and thank you for having me. All right, Finale. So this matchup against Houston Outlaws, it was very back and forth, but today you guys got the dub. How were you able to get the win today against the Houston Outlaws? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 경기 굉장히 접전이었던 것 같습니다. 피나 선수 어떻게 해서 오늘 토론토가 승리를 할 수 있었나요?
일단 다들 안 되는 점도 다들 말해줘서 피드백 수용 빨리빨리 하고 저희가 안 되는 점들 약간 위주로 붙여서 잘 된 것 같습니다.
Right. I think the main key point was that the fact that there were some things that didn't work out as planned, so it was just adjusting really fast, finding the things that didn't work out for our team and just quickly fixing it to make it work. I think that was the key to our victory today. All right. I do have to say, your Genji play today was fantastic, but I think all of us on the desk, we were really impressed by your Tracer play today against the Houston Outlaws. As a Tracer player, what do you think about Tracer in this current meta or in the Overwatch 2 currently? 두 번째 질문은 당연히 오늘 겐지도 너무나도 잘하셨지만은 저와 또 이제 중계진 분들이 이제 북미 쪽 중계진 분들이 생각하기에 오늘 트레이서 플레이가 굉장했던 것 같아요. 굉장히 임팩트가 강했다고 생각을 하는데 트레이서 플레이어로서 지금 현 메타의 트레이서는 좀 어떤가요?
트레이서는 저는 아직도 할만하다고 생각하고 있고요. 근데 지금 다만 메타에서 겐지가 더 좋기 때문에 겐지를 많이 쓴다고 생각합니다.
All right. Tracer is still a pretty good pick. It is decent. It is very playable in the current meta and in a lot of compositions that the teams use. But I do have to say that Genji is currently a little bit better than Tracer. That's why we're seeing a lot more Genji, and that is why just overall Genji is a better hero to pick if you have to pick Tracer or Genji. Probably Genji is a better pick currently in this patch. All right, that is all the time that we have for today. Finale, thank you so much and hope to talk to you soon. 피날레 선수 오늘 너무 감사하고 이걸로 인터뷰를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Bye.
The most adorable thing you might not. Actually, I think it caught it. Costa also always waves.
I always goodbye, and my default reaction is just wave and say goodbye, but I'm never on camera. So goodbye, finale.
Yeah, I think we caught it. The tail end of an
I think maybe next time when I say goodbye, I think we should just all come close and say bye together. That'll be really cute.
Yeah, it's a group effort. But great to hear from him. Also great, of course, to hear his thoughts on that Genji and Tracer. But I think Matt and Mitch, they both broke it down really well as well. Like that Tracer just really worked against the composition they were playing against. As soon as Pelican on that Echo became a problem, the switch to Tracer really worked out. And as a little bonus, it also seemed to really make Dante struggle on that Doomfist. What made the Doomfist struggle so much with Dante? With the Tracer.
It's really hard to know exactly what is happening because it's also new, right? But and that's one of the weaknesses that I feel like the Houston Outlaws experienced in this matchup of like when Finale went to that Tracer and was able to do more consistent damage, Doomfist can't really deal with the Tracer that well, right? You have to hit that punch, which makes it really difficult to deal with. And Tracer's just constantly picking at you, very easy pulse bomb target. So it felt like once Finale was going over to that Tracer and he was getting room to be able to move around the map, Dante was struggling to do anything, and that is the weakness of putting a DPS player on the tank role, right? Is that Dante doesn't have that freedom to switch over to another hero. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this. Dante's a talented player, but I don't think he can just pull out the Winston and have the same level of performance, especially with how well Muse played, right? Muse impressed me heavily in this match for the Toronto Defiant, and deservedly was the player of the match because Muse was just getting so much done on the Winston. And for me, and my takeaway from today is these last few matches have left me more confused than I was.
Yeah, that didn't help us at all, did it? Danny, was the He's Lease in this one, or?
He definitely was. I think this matchup was really back and forth because both teams were really great, I think. Especially on Toronto's side, I was very surprised by all the players and, you know, they made everything work. But I think my biggest takeaway after this whole week is that anything is possible right now, and I love about that. Like, did we expect Houston Outlaws to beat Dallas Fuel? No. Did we expect Toronto Defiant to beat Houston Outlaws? Not really. You know, everything and anything could happen right now, and I think that's what makes this exciting right now.
Absolutely. I think the one thing I really learned is that we know nothing. And that's good. That keeps it fresh, that keeps it exciting. I'm pretty sure everyone in our audience had to, revisit the board again when making the pickings for next week because that didn't help.
Yeah.
Now I still don't know where either of those teams is standing. And Dallas suddenly look, exactly. Yeah. Like, what is going on? And we're the analyst desk. We're supposed to provide answers to those questions. But
is that our job?
Just follow your heart, everybody.
Follow your heart.
I'm gonna go back to my follow my heart thing.
Yeah, no,
I'm not just turn off my brain and just I feel like that's
I mean, sometimes that's the best you can do, and you got the London pick right.
That is
today,
right.
So you followed your heart.
Thank God that I got that.
Now you're the leader of the board.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Now, of course, this is the end of our very first week here of the 2022 season of the Overwatch League. And what a week it was. We had so many great performances, first-time performances from rookies. We got to look at so many different just styles and teams and those revamped rosters is very, very exciting. There's so much more to come because we haven't even seen anything of the APAC region being played. So much more exciting things on the horizon. But for now, I just want to take a look at what happened today with our best of the day, starting with you, Danny. What was your moment that really tickled you?
We had a lot of great matches today, but I want to take everyone back to the very first match. Of course, I picked that one, right, guys? Because I got the prep right. I'm talking about London Spitfire versus Vancouver Titans. My best of the day was Chatty. Mr. Giga Chad Hottie on that Reinhardt. As we were seeing, he cleans up everything and he goes in with that charge. And yeah, I don't know if he got the kill on the Hangzhou with the charge, but I don't think so. He just went in and we get that big emote, big Reinhardt emote.
I mean, it's also, is he feeling himself, or is that just like a good stretch after a job well done?
I think it's a bit of a flex. I think it's a bit of a flex.
Stretch.
Yeah.
Well, how do you had a bad season last season? And I feel like he this was his moment of like, Yeah, I'm still good. Like he was good on the tank today. His Reinhardt play was really good. So he was definitely chatty today. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of him.
Yeah, and kind of cringe to not pick London.
Yeah, kind of cringe, right?
Super cringe. Kind of weird. I don't know. Costa, what was your highlight of today?
Well, my highlight of today is it's gonna be a good moment because I feel like Zaya's have gotten complacent in the one tank meta. There's not a diva flying around, and there's no defense matrix. So I feel like Hanbin. Yeah, a little complacent with this Graviton on Eichenwald against Decay, I believe it was on the Genji. Yeah, Decay just walking out, just running out. Oh, big deflect. I think that's the first deflect of Overwatch 2 in the Overwatch League, and gets got. So yeah, absolutely crazy play, return to sender, as Hex likes to say. So big plays by Decay. Hanbin down.
I've never deflected anything.
I actually did it recently.
But it was not on purpose.
I did it too. I did it. I meant to do it. I don't know where it went. I deflected it and it was gone. I had to ask the opposition Zaya. I'm like, did I deflect that? He's like, yeah, you did it. And I was like, okay, sweet. I don't know.
It's like when I accidentally eat an Alta's Diva and everyone's like sick, and I'm like, yeah.
Totally planned.
Totally exactly what I wanted to eat. Now. I went a little further with my best of the day. I made it best of the week because there was just...
Is that allowed?
Of course, because that's allowed.
Oh, wow.
I'm the host of the show. I can literally just do that.
Okay.
So, yeah, my best of the week is just like a compilation, if you will, of some really, really sick aces. And we have plenty of those. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to run it back. 4-of-a-kind aces. I would have liked to see 5 aces just because...
Cheating?
Because,
yeah. I totally forgot about that.
Oh,
this one was the very first one, right, with Nero 5K.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
There was a good smirk there at the end of the way, there as well, in the player cams. Yeah.
This one was, is this Merit?
Yeah.
Merit
Soldier is so broken right now.
Yeah.
Soldier is so broken.
Well, I mean, if they played, it looks like it, but I'm sure if we do, it's just...
Well, I probably won't even get an ult in a single game, honestly.
Fair.
It's actually interesting seeing how, like, in 5v5, getting a team kill is actually, like, so much more common. Maybe it's just because we have Soldier and Visor. Like, Nano Visor feels like a cheat code of, like, you just run at them and point and click and you just get the kills, and that's why so many of these are Nano Visors. But it's going to be a lot more common people killing the entire opposition in 5v5. So...
I like that, though. I think that adds quite a dynamic and, of course, makes people a little bit more wary of certain fights. And I honestly have very much enjoyed the return of Soldier as well, even though it's tough if you're in the receiving end. But he adds something to the game.
Yeah, he was on the bench for way too long. I love Soldier being loved for a little bit.
Exactly. No, it's great to see the return of certain heroes. So that was my best of the week, which is... Lots of slaughtering. Love that.
Also, fun fact, we saw Sojin get played today because talking about how good Soldier 76 is. Sojin got played for like 30 seconds, died, and then switched to Hangzhou.
Literally no one told me. I must have like blinked or like run out of the truck for a second because I thought I would be here for it and I wasn't. Well, now I'm sad. This is fantastic. Something which always will cheer me up is, of course, to see what matches are coming up next. So let's take a look at our schedule for next week because we're done for the week. We had a long one. Our next starting day is on Friday, not Thursday. And we're going to kick that one off with the Vancouver Titans and the Florida Mayhem afterwards. And I'm excited for this one. San Francisco Shock and the Houston Outlaws. Will this be the first real test for the San Francisco Shock squad? But also... will Houston Outlaws bring the way they looked in the first one or the second one? Are they already running out of steam? We'll find out. Atlanta Reign will go up against the Washington Justice. That's also a game I'm very excited about. Any favorites here? Which one?
As much as I want to see Houston Outlaws and where they truly stand, I want to see Atlanta Reign go up against a good opponent. It feels like they haven't really been tested yet, so it's hard to really gauge where they are right now. So, Washington Justice, they look good. Obviously, didn't get the win today against the Dallas Fuel, but yeah, those are two top-end teams going against each other.
Which one?
I mean, I have to go with San Francisco and Houston Outlaws, right? I mean, like you said, San Francisco shot true test of strength for them. Houston Outlaws, they looked okay today, but they weren't dominant as when they were playing against Dallas Fuel. So now they're in Dallas Fuel's shoes. You have to prove that that wasn't just a one-time thing.
I love that there is still a lot of teams which have something to prove. We had quite a bunch of teams which rocked our world in one single game and then absolutely went off the pedal and their second game, making it absolutely impossible for us to really, really know where any of them stands. But that means it stays exciting. So we are ready for next week, but first we need a few days off to recover from all the action. But we're just so thrilled to be back. hopefully next week we're going to have Jonathan Reinforce Larson, our favorite colleague, I would say.
He's a good colleague.
He's
Hopefully.
a pretty good colleague. He's established himself as one of the top 3 colleagues.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'd be happy to have him back, of course. Wish him well as he's still out sick. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to be back
We're back.
with you.
We're back, baby.
We're back, that's right. And we have so many more match days to come. So all of you, I hope you enjoyed our first week of the 2022 season. We will be back again, of course, on Friday. And up until then, have a good time. And tune back in on Friday.
Happy birthday, Daddy!
Thank you. Happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Happy Mother's Day.
Happy birthday.